The story began in the dark forest of the demons of Yenamguk, where various sounds of birds and creatures could be heard. And in that forest there was a man who was terrified and in a great hurry to go somewhere. He was breathing heavily and clutching something close to him, asking him not to cry because it was not the right thing to do right now. Jacob did not pay attention to his wounds. He ran as fast as he could, and a child was crying in his arms. Once he hid behind a tree while a strong wind was blowing in the forest, and it was possible to survive there only if you were very quiet and not visible. The man tried to carefully look out from behind the tree to see if there was anyone in the distance. Jacob felt very sorry for the child because he had not eaten or slept well for a couple of days. He would look at him and say that the boy was doing very well because he was Mr. Clark's real son. Jace had already stopped crying and looked at the man with his wide eyes, saying his first word, "Dad." Jacob started laughing and asked the kid if he recognized him. Then he began to ask him to take revenge for this injustice in the future and tore a piece of cloth from his sweater. The kid was surprised when the man started to put the ball of Kana not near him and explained that these accusations were unfounded, but they had no other way. Jace was frightened, and tears started to fall from his eyes when the man covered his mouth with a cloth. Then he tied the baby to a tree and told him that he had to survive. And he started running in the opposite direction from the tree, leaving it alone. While Jacob was running, he kept looking back at the boy to see if he had fallen out of the tree because he was so worried about him. The next day, an old man came to the forest with a bird that sang loudly and made the owner so happy. The man asked his friend where he had heard these sounds, because he assumed that they could be demon traps. Suddenly he became more serious and something caught his attention. He looked up and saw a bird flapping its wings in the tree, attracting his attention and pointing to the tied handkerchief. He filmed a baby crying loudly and wondering how he ended up in a forest of demons. He was glad that it was the first time he had come, because if he had been to the Yosu, something irreparable would have happened, so he decided to go to Gwimanchan first. So after that, the man took the baby and went to that place. He was serious. When he looked at the baby, he was surprised for some reason, and someone behind him touched his shoulder. Next to him, a man stood upright, looking back to see if anyone was watching them. The man was glad that the old man had reached them safely, but he immediately asked him to be quiet, explaining that he was holding a child. They didn't know how this baby got into the demon forest because people don't just get there, and he didn't even look like he was 100 days old, but he definitely had a story that couldn't be told. A portal appeared in front of them, and they wanted to introduce the family to a new family member, so they had to gather everyone. The man introduced the boy's family and said that he would live with them, but they did not understand what they were doing and how they had a child. Evan was angry with the boy, realizing that he wanted to ask if the child was his. But he immediately realized that his question was incorrect and asked if they would all raise him together. He explained that they would all do it together because he was no longer at the age when he could do it alone. Then the blonde young man asked if they wanted to raise him or educate him and teach him, and his question surprised the men. Christian said that he was not going to raise and educate him because he did not need this child, so this child had nothing to do with him. But Brian was very annoyed by this and called the guy heartless, and that he only thought about himself because he was disabled. Evan asked him not to use such language because they all have injuries here. The man began to mock them for not revealing their identities and asking questions in Gwimanchan, but asked the old man if he wanted to do so. He recalled Paul Winner, who conquered many women with his beauty, and who was also versed in medicine and alchemy, because Evan has knowledge of medicine and herbalism. He was amused by this, because Brian noticed it interestingly, because he was nicknamed the Judge of Life and Death. And while the old man was saying all this, everyone was looking at him in amazement. He looked at them and asked if they would continue to close since 4 of the 5 already knew each other. The man apologized for not introducing himself first and said his name was Simon Davis, nicknamed Benjamin. The next one was Brian Smith, who was a thief with the nickname Chonman. Patrick Lewis turned out to be modest, introducing himself and saying nothing else. But Brian didn't like this modesty, so he added that there was a man from the working elite nicknamed Ogim Yacha who could make a wooden hoe. When all 4 men had introduced themselves, they looked at the boy with a question on their faces. But he continued to stand calmly and without saying a word looked in the other direction, turning away from them. Then Evan asked if everyone understood why he had revealed his identity, and Simon replied that his intentions were clear enough. Then the man asked if he wanted to make the kid their student. The old man realized that although they were criminals, this child was not. He believed that it was possible to let him live in the forest of demons, but before passing on their knowledge to the boy, they agreed with him. Brian leaned over to the baby, thinking it was a good idea, but first he wanted to check if he had the power of the gods. Evan leaned closer to the kid and said that there was a secret way, because if the boy had the powers of the gods, he would definitely achieve great success before they died. Then he turned to the others and suggested that they all teach him together and ask if anyone had any objections. The men stood in silence until the old man showed them the ring that had been on the child and asked if they had seen it. One of them put his hand forward and said that it was clear from the look of it that this was not an ordinary thing and that he needed to examine it very carefully. Brian wondered if it would have any effect if it was filled with spiritual power, since the ring was made of an iron meteorite. Simon came closer and saw that on the inside was engraved a phrase that meant that the altar on which the flames would be destroyed and peace would come. Everyone wondered where to find this place because no one could imagine what it was. They just assumed that there was a conflict between the new and old forces. They stood in a circle and had a discussion and realized that they could not distinguish between good and evil, so what can we say about the child? Evan looked at the baby and said that the most important thing now was to name him. Brian decided not to interfere and said that he was older, so he should decide what to name it. The boy slept peacefully in the old man's arms while he thought about his new name. Before he had 2 daughters, he had a son who was sick, and he was not around because he was following orders. And when he returned, it was too late, and he could not save one of his children, and did not understand the meaning of being a judge of life and death. Simon was very sad to hear this, and hoped that this child would be reborn and become just as beautiful. The man asked if it wasn't wonderful that he had saved many lives thanks to medicine. But Evan asked him not to exaggerate, as others had healed many more people than he had. He lifted the baby up and named him Sebastian, because the name had to match his ring, which was made of a meteorite. The boys believe that they have no right to argue with his decision, so they agreed to this name. Everyone appreciated Evan's decision, except for the guy who didn't care, because he didn't consider himself his teacher. The man was very happy about this and said that he would teach him medicine and the elixir of immortality and pass on knowledge about various medicinal herbs and so on. Brian was frightened because he wanted to pass on a qigong concoction that only key masters could master, and even better qigong for the development of spiritual power than that. And Simon decided to pass on to him the knowledge and methods of detecting and taming yos, although he had to keep it a secret. He emphasized that he would give everything to everyone, including 3 rare species. He laughed at Patrick that it would be difficult to teach him anything when he promised such unique abilities, but he decided to teach him how to make jewelry. It surprised him so much that at first he didn't even believe that the man could actually make and create jewelry. After that, he started waving his hands because he couldn't teach me anything else except to run away. But I tried to calm him down by calling his skills wonderful and enviable, and thus embarrassed Brian a bit. They leaned over the baby, who was sleeping sweetly, and did not yet suspect that he had 4 tutors. Brian looked at the guy who stood back and watched what was happening. Then I took the baby in my arms and brought him to Christian and asked him to look at the baby too. He asked if it was his fate that he would live with them until he died, even though he was not a teacher, while the boy came close to the child. Christian hugged him lightly while Brian asked him not to hate Sebastian, because neither he nor the boy had died in that demon forest. 10 years passed, and voices came from the hut in Gwynmanson asking how he could be so stupid. Evan was a little angry and ordered him not to move until the boy had memorized all the names of the herbs for the day. He turned around and went outside to calm down a bit and get himself back to normal. Brian appeared at the door and asked why he was breathing so loudly and told him to exhale. Sebastian was very pleased to see his 4th mentor take a break from the board. They were sitting at the entrance to the hut, and the boy was sad because he thought he was not so smart because he could not memorize the names of the medicinal herbs. But Brian tried to cheer him up by assuring him that he was learning well from other masters and that Mr. Evans should have expected this to happen. He explained that as people get older, it is normal for them to get more and more upset, so he asked the boy not to blame himself and not to be offended by his mentor. Sebastian hugged his knees and thought deeply about something and called out to his 4th master. He asked in despair how long the 1st master would live while waiting for a response from his mentor. Brian looked at the guy, and this question surprised him so much that he even exhaled heavily. The master said that he had been an alchemist for years, and that the time would come when he would have to stop, and that his Naiden was broken, and he was just an old man who was running out of time. The mentor hugged the boy and asked him what he thought about taking Mr. Winner's technique seriously, because it would definitely make him happy. The man was playing, and that the boy realized this and asked what the master had taught him, and he started shouting to be careful to believe in himself and not to trust people. He took nectarines out of his pocket and offered them to the boy to eat. Sebastian was very happy to see that there were 3 of them and asked if the master had ever been out in the world, and he said that he had just been lucky and caught a goat. The boy happily returned to his mentor and said that he also wanted to go out into the world, but before he could prove it, he received a negative answer. They both stretched, and the child remembered that the first master said that he had to break through the gates of heaven before he could leave Gwynmansion. The master added that he had already learned Konchon Qigong, so he would soon be able to receive divine birth. The joyful man was about to leave and said that he would find more nectarines, but that he should study hard. It was already late in the evening, and the boy continued to study the herbs by lighting a candle. The sharp sounds from the street scared the boy, and he screamed in fright. Sebastian looked out the window and saw Christian feeding the goat grass. He went outside and approached the boy, asking him for permission to help him. But Christian refused and asked him to just leave, because he believed that someone like him could do something about the situation. He did not look at the boy, but said that if you want to help, you can pet the goat. The boy was very excited about this and said he would do it and walked towards the animal. He sat down next to her and began to stroke her, while Christian sat down on a tree stump to rest and watch them. While I was petting it, I told him that I had brought the goat from the outside world and was a little sad because there were many interesting things there. I began to worry a lot and asked whether the outside world was really as dangerous as they say. Christian explained that with such a baby, disaster would quickly happen, so the masters wanted to teach him so much. The guy saw how sad and uncomfortable the child was, so he asked him to come over and sit next to him. Christian analyzed that the boy quickly mastered Qigong Konchon, which proves that he is smart, but he cannot memorize information. So he decided to tell him something that should be engraved deep in his heart and recalled 3 times before going to bed and after waking up. Sebastian began to listen to him very carefully, and when he wanted to say a word, the guy shut him down and asked him to just memorize. He was concentrating on something, and lightning ran in front of him. He said that he would repeat it until he memorized it, and that he should not think that he was pressuring him, but the child thanked him for it. They sat by the fire and talked, and Christian asked not to tell anyone about it, that it would be their secret, and the boy agreed. 5 more years passed, and Sebastian got older, and he started thinking about how to create a fire pill and what ingredients he needed. The guy was very focused on what he was doing, and he had to grind the salty porridge and squeeze the juice out of it. He was sitting in a lotus position and recounted the recipe for the pill, what to do and what would happen when the temperature was lower or higher than normal. An old man was lying next to him and praised his student for doing a very good job and for teaching him everything he knew. He looked at the student and said that it was time to use the knowledge he had and thanked him for visiting and making him laugh. Sebastian was not sorry to hear when the master said that he would not be around and that he would still have to listen and persevere in training with the other masters, and said that he would keep that in mind. Everyone sat attentively and listened to the old man who wanted to tell them something that was hidden in the depths of his chest. He said that if you step into the forest of demons once, you will never come back from there unless you know about one way. Brian and Simon were very surprised and wanted to hear what he was talking about, because they had never heard of this method before. Evan began the story by saying that he was one of the 3rd-generation alchemists in the Blood Fortress of Yenim country, and there was a man who was wounded when he left the demon forest. This person, whom he could not recognize because of the bandages, was called Daniel, who got into the cave with the help of a soul stone, and there was a water dragon there that he killed. He explained that the place was filled with a spiritual aura and was close to a pond and a volcano, so it would not be easy for the boy, because he would have to find it when he wanted to leave the forest. He agreed that they were destined to die in the forest of demons, but Sebastian had a different fate. The boy approached the master and asked him to continue, but he said that he had to leave this place at any cost and had to repay his debt to his masters. He was very serious and said that he would definitely give his mentors everything for their kindness, even if it cost him his life. The old man was happy to hear this and said that cast iron was a great skill, so he would have to study hard to be able to go out into the world. Brian was in shock and did not understand what it all meant, and he was also surprised that the master had made him learn a skill that was harmful. He explained that this ability has disadvantages because the more you learn it, the harder it is to control. A strong psyche will help you break through the barrier, but if you lose control, you can experience severe pain and most likely lose everything you have learned for centuries. He told me that he stole this skill from a key master because he wanted to live longer because of his newborn daughters, because he thought he could come to the heavenly court. But in the end, he was banished to this place. Evan touched the boy's hand and told him that if he ever made it to the outside world, he should learn the truth of Qigong Kanshan. Sebastian embraced the master's hands and said that he would definitely learn and practice true Qigong Kanshan. He also asked him to visit the Blood Fortress in the country of Yenim and to tell his wife and daughters about him, and if they have any problems, to do everything in his power to help them. The student listened very carefully to everything the mentor said and promised to do everything and not to give him a ride. The master closed his eyes and said that the boy was amazing, but he had nothing more to say and nothing to teach him. He only wanted to heal himself and enjoy the wind with them, but he felt that he had no more strength. The master was moved to a plaque covered with flowers and a fire was lit. This was the ritual after death, and the boy watched it all. All the tutors looked very serious and watched the fire that takes everything with it and the sacred ritual. The second master taught the boy tactics for the deployment team, so they stood in the forest among various rune scraps. Unfortunately, the third master did not have the materials to make weapons, but this did not prevent him from teaching the boy how to make fire. The masters told him about the habits and traps of magical beasts and the materials to be extracted from them. The fourth master taught him how to use sunbow and pienbow and other face-changing skills, and a great deal of trickery, because he thought they would be useful just in case. He noticed that something was bothering the boy, and he said that he was always busy studying, so he had nothing to think about and was only thinking about the part of the master's hair that was grey. But Brian noticed that he was sighing and pacing around a lot, so he asked what was bothering him. The boy explained that he felt the gates of heaven, and it was very difficult because no matter how hard he tried, he could not cross them, and his mentor was pleased with this, so he asked him to sit down next to him. He explained that it is difficult for alchemists to take the next steps, but since he has already mastered this skill, he needs to practice more, and then the chances of success will increase. But the guy wanted to know when, because he thought that until he took a medicine that would increase his endurance. But before he could say that, the master pulled him by the hair. He began to shout at the disciple why he was angry, because so many people who were born alchemists and lived for many years could not take a heavenly birth and died. I asked him if he had gotten used to the fact that his skills could hide him from demons, because the forest has many medicinal herbs and creatures. So he needs to find those ingredients for a workout pill, which surprised the guy. Brian changed his mood and told him to go into the forest and come back before dark, gather only the ingredients he needed, and return. The boy obeyed the master and went to the forest of demons and saw a flower with pink petals that he had never seen before and could tell it was Jinren. He walked through the forest and looked at different medicinal herbs, trying to name each flower by its name. Sebastian looked up and saw that the sun had almost set, so he realized that he had to go home. He began to run fast and realized that he hadn't been able to use penbo in the narrow Ginmenshun before, even though it required no training and used little energy. The guy was very happy to finally get out and felt very relieved. He stopped abruptly and realized that he had been so busy collecting medicinal herbs that he had completely forgotten to look for something for the other masters, so he wanted to try to catch a chicken or a goat. Sebastian remembered all his masters who would have been happy with his decision and would have praised him. So he started going to the top because he could always see everything better there. When he got to the tree, he started to look down, and I realized that he had to get back before the sun went down, so he had to do it quickly. Something surprised him, and he felt a familiar sensation, so he looked down. Not far away, he saw a goat between the trees, and his attention was focused on it. The guy landed on the ground and decided to use the penbo technique and grab her. But he stopped abruptly. He felt that something was wrong, because the sensations were different when he had seen the goat before. Sebastian decided to hide it behind a tree and started laughing a little because he almost put himself in danger by being stupid, so next time he will try harder. But suddenly he felt a formidable growl, and a large creature appeared next to him, looking like some kind of beast. and the boy froze. The dangerous creature noticed the boy and began to growl at him, and he was very scared. The boy realized that it was a Cerberus, a lower demon, but he did not have the abilities to defeat it, so he decided to run away as fast as possible. He realized that if he used his skill, the creature would attack him as soon as he returned, but he was surprised by how calmly he behaved. The beast was getting closer and closer to him and growling right in his face, so he decided to use one technique when the Cerberus attacked him. He shouted a sunbow and moved behind the lower demon with great speed. Although this technique requires more energy, it allows you to move over shorter distances so quickly that the animal simply does not have time to get oriented. Sebastian watched him and decided to try to catch him. Cerberus was trying to catch the boy with his teeth before he finished his preparations. He was serious, because the only attack skill he knew was taught to him by his first master. And when the beast wanted to attack him, the young man said some words and his hand began to glow brightly. Pointing it at the enemy, he struck a blow that caused the beast to fall to the ground covered in blood. Sebastian was happy that it worked and thanked the master for it. With a smile on his face, the guy recalled his masters who taught him and are still teaching him. Simon looked angry when the young man told him that he had a problem and that he had promised not to fight demons. Brian grabbed his head because he had only told the student to collect medicinal herbs, and he was not only late, but also did this. Everyone was surprised when they saw the guy apologizing for not listening and a dead Cerberus lying next to him. Brian was angry with the boy for doing whatever he wanted, expecting to be praised for it, but he assured him that he was just lucky. Sebastian made a small bow and tried to explain everything that had happened. Simon was very serious and asked if this was the first time he had ever been outside. The boy lowered his head and confirmed the master's words, so the latter asked why he had done so. He remembered when he could go out, but he still hadn't seen a sign when the gate would open, so he wanted to shorten the time and make a medicine that would help him in his endeavor. The second master heard him and asked how his outing went. The young man explained that there were medicinal herbs everywhere and he met a Cerberus, but it seemed safe to him. So when he used Penbow, his heart felt like it was breaking into pieces. Then the mentor turned to Patrick and asked if he could make a flag out of Cerberus bones and skin. Simon came closer and said that now he would feel that the place was cramped and would resent the masters who wouldn't let him out. He explained that this would be the norm, because they also want to see him go through the gates of heaven, and since it is dangerous, they want to help him while they are still alive. The boy was very happy to hear this and asked if what the master had said was true, but he had never lied to him. When the third master has made the flag, he will be able to use Gigogen engine with it and then be allowed to leave. The young man ran up to his mentor and asked him to do it faster, because he would definitely be able to break through soon if he trained hard. The boy was blowing on the fire, and the master asked him to try to form a dagger while he was supporting the fire with ki. Fire control is the highest priority in weapon crafting, and with this dagger you can hunt lower-class demons. Then the master told him to cool the weapon using the wind of determination. The guy was very focused on this and tried very hard, so he repeated in his head about the wind of determination more than once. He showed the master the finished dagger and asked if it was a Dharma weapon. The mentor explained that this weapon was not up to that level, but even with persistent training, it would take him 3 years to make a dagger of a lower Dharma level. The master cut off the skin and said that the student could rest while he made 12 flags. The guy wanted to make a medicine from the herbs he had collected, and Patrick offered him to make a couple more daggers so that he could definitely defend himself. A couple of days passed and voices came from the hut. Someone was happy to be finished. He was tired because it took him 5 attempts to get the medicine, and he used up all the herbs, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. He looked at the pill and hoped that it would not harm him, because it expelled all the toxins, and if he made even a small mistake, it would not work. Sebastian decided to eat it and find out for himself, especially whether it would work. He wondered whether he would break through the gates of heaven if he continued to work in the same spirit as he was doing now. Outside, the master's voice was heard, saying that there were few ingredients left, but the student did not want to talk to him because he believed that his words were not in line with his actions. Brian realized that the guy was pouting, but he didn't even know how much effort he had put into convincing the others, so he decided to ask him something. When he asked if he could go outside after mastering it, the young man opened his eyes wide and was so surprised that he couldn't believe the master had done it. Brian began to laugh at the boy's naivety because he couldn't just tell him to leave Gwynmanton. He said that Patrick had finished making the flags and suggested that we go see them. The mentors were looking somewhere, and Simon suggested they go outside and check it out. The guy came out of the portal and was quite happy, so he asked if he had done everything right. The second master evaluated the flags and the formation technique, and since the young man had a weapon, allowed him to go out freely. Sebastian was very happy because he had 2 daggers and 8 minis attached to his clothes. The young man was moving through the forest and felt that something unusual was happening. Because for the past 3 months he has checked everything around Gwynmansion and has come across lower demons, but now he doesn't feel their trace. He recalled his mentor's words that it was time to create the weapons of the Dharma, and therefore he had to collect the stones of the soul. He went to a place where they can be, where there is a lot of spiritual energy, either in the mountains or underground. The guy was near the mountain and realized that he needed to speed up. He was amazed by the beauty. It seemed that the mountain was endless, and there must be medicinal herbs or stones of the soul. Sebastian started warming up because he wanted to climb to the top himself. The guy did not feel tired, so he decided that the pill had paid off, and since the grass grew everywhere, he thought that there must be medicinal plants on the mountain. He noticed a red flower on one of the segments and thought it must be a flower of a broken heart. He was shocked when he looked up and saw a large purple flower. Sebastian was very happy to have found such a rare plant. So he started to climb higher and knew that where there were grasses there must be demons, so he turned around and became wary. He could not believe his eyes when he saw a large bird, the lowest class of demons, Sutra. The young man wanted to fight him off and used an energy pulse. But the bird was indifferent to the boy's attacks. It did not feel anything that the young man offered. Sebastian was angry because he realized that thanks to the herbs he was taking, the bird had managed to evolve into a transitional class. So he decided to concentrate on getting back in one piece, but he didn't understand why he wasn't attacking him. The boy assumed that the demon was afraid to harm the flower of light, so it would be his salvation. When he pulled out the plant, the attacker started screaming loudly, which meant he was very angry. It was hard for Sebastian to hold on to the rock and watch the demon. He expected the bird to be very aggressive, but it still didn't attack him yet. He realized that it would be a waste of time, but he had no choice but to distract him with the flower because it was too high and difficult to get down. He was angry with himself for not appreciating the forest of demons and forgetting the warnings of the masters. So he released the flower from his hands and it flew down, followed by the lower demon. While Sutra was catching up with the plant, Sebastian had little time to quickly get to the mountain and hide there. He was glad that he managed to get to the top and hide from him. The young man took out flags from his bag and placed them around him. He was about to move to speak the words to do so, but the demon flew quickly up behind him. The young man felt that he was in trouble, because the bird did not look like someone who would quickly forget everything while holding a rare plant in his paws. An angry beast began to appear from the fire. It was very large and had a horn. It was a fire-breathing jade boar in transitional form standing in front of the boy. He opened his giant mouth, in which a fireball was already formed. And in the sky there was an angry bird with a light magic sphere in its beak. He hovered over the boy, his beak making magical waves as if he were shouting at the boar, and the young man did not understand what was happening. 2 angry beasts began to release their magic spheres from their mouths. There was a very strong confrontation between them when their forces met and began to resist each other. It was very hot and difficult for him, and he realized that the demons of the transitional level were fighting with each other. The light that came from them was very striking to his eyes, and the young man did not expect it. At one point, the bird swooped down with great speed and was confident. Sebastian looked up and was puzzled to see the demon moving toward him. But the bird was not headed for the boy, but for a jade boar, and when they collided, a light effect occurred. The guy was thrown up in the air because of the collision, and he screamed in fear of his flight. He landed farther away from them somewhere in the sinkhole and coughed up ash and earth. The young man realized that if it had not been for the flower of light, he would have died from the claws of the Sutra. He was glad that the boar showed up on time and watched it lie in the pit without moving. Sebastian decided to come down because he had heard that transitional level demons possessed Niden. He drew fire from the beast's ribs and marveled at the fact that the tribe was so strong for such a small stone. He wondered if it was possible to make a Dharma weapon from the feathers of the Sutra demon. He was amazed when he saw a flower of light near the beast, which he used to distract the demon from him. He was proud of himself that he had managed to get so much, even though it was dangerous, so he had to pack up everything quickly and go back. The news of the hunt spread around Gain-Mashan when he returned to the craftsman, and the two of them began to create a bag of wealth. Such a pouch is very important for an alchemist because it holds a lot of things and does not increase in size and does not allow you to miss the chance to take something useful. When the young man received the bag of abundance, he set out on the same day to get the necessary ingredients and the soul stone. At night, he prepared a pill and made a dharma weapon that would be more useful against the gates of heaven. 3 months passed, and Brian asked when Dan's pill he was working on would be ready. Simon warned that it can be a poison if not prepared correctly, because if you make a mistake with the extract, it will have consequences for the body. The master explained that they believed in his strength, but stayed close to keep him safe because they had already been through this, so they could help. The guy was skeptical because he felt like he had blamed everything on them, and he had put his heart and soul into it, so he believed there was no mistake. Brian laughed at the student's modesty in front of the other teacher and told him to get the pill, because he would eat it all himself. He held a green pill in his hand and looked at his mentors with his kind eyes, and with one wave of his hand threw it into his mouth. After that, he sat quietly and concentrated on something important. Suddenly, he started to feel dizzy and sweat ran down his face. On the one hand, he felt his body being pierced by a tribe of wild boars, and on the other, an icy wind that reached his bones. Simon said that he had to endure it and should not open his mouth, because half of the energy that had accumulated might disappear. Something began to shine brightly above the guy's head and lowered it down to his face. His body was filled with spiritual energy, and you could see everything flowing. After that, he opened his eyes slowly and looked quite serious. When he got up, he saw the drawing on the door, and his aura was on fire. He had a strong energy emanating from him, and his eyes shone in a new way. He opened the door and the light from outside was blinding, so he stepped in. His mentor was already waiting for him when he came out to them, and Brian seemed to be looking forward to it the most and was very happy to see him. Sebastian was surprised to see them because he seemed to be expecting something else. Everyone was wondering whether the student had managed to undergo a heavenly birth, and on Thursday, the master envied the boy that he would live to be 400 years old. Simon said that the young man had taken the step to become a true alchemist, and now he would leave the human account and take the form of heaven. For alchemists, it all starts with the Den stage of development, where a person forms and strengthens their Niden. The next heavenly birth, where a person sheds the human account and begins to take the form of Naya. Next comes the lore of spiritual energy, which is the stage of purification, where you can use the barriers of spiritual energy. The breath of the sun is next, when he will be under the fire of Sadmadi, as well as fire powers. This is followed by the life force of yin and yang, which attracts the 3 treasures. A person penetrates the root from which everything originates, and the last is the heavenly throne, when you become an immortal deity. Simon explained that they all became ordinary when their Niden broke, but they want him to make an effort to reach the heavenly throne. The disciple heard them and promised to do everything he could to make it happen, and thanked them for looking out for him despite the situation with the gate. But Sebastian wondered how long it had been since they had seen each other. The third master said it took a whole month, which was amazing. Another month passed, and the boy moved quickly through the dark forest of demons. He ran to the mountain, and from there began to jump up the mountain and climbed high into the sky. The guy was amazed because he had previously wanted to come up here when he was born in heaven, and finally he was able to do it. Sebastian was looking down from the mountain at the forest and how beautiful the sunset was, and he loved the view. He was able to feel calm and peaceful after so much hard work. The guy was proud of himself for having managed to climb such a mountain, and it was not an ordinary feeling. He was shocked to see that this place was next to the cliff where the Demon Sutra and the Jade Boar fought. Sebastian took a closer look at the place and noticed something. So I quickly went there and hoped to find soul stones or medicinal herbs. When he got close to it, he saw that it was a nest and assumed, because of its size, that it belonged to a demon. The young man did not want to disregard their power as he did last time, but now he can test his sword and shield of supplication. Sebastian climbed into the nest, where there were many remnants of medicinal herbs, so he thought it was the nest of that sutra. He felt something behind him, so he turned around cautiously to look, and he immediately used his shield of entreaty to shield himself from the enemy. At first he was a little bit afraid, but decided to look out from behind it carefully. And I saw an animal lying on the ground that was a little scared. The guy came closer and wondered where the baby jade boar came from. He assumed that the adult boar had come that day because a demon had kidnapped his baby. The young man began to feed it and decided to keep an eye on it until it learned to breathe fire, because now he would be busy only creating the Dan pill. He returned home very happy and began to show them who he had brought them. Everyone was very surprised and wondered where their student got the newborn boar. Sebastian explained that he had found it in the nest of a sutra demon and thought that the animal might be useful. Simon agreed with him because even adult wild boars are tame, so it would be easy to tame a baby. While the boar was sleeping sweetly, the craftsman praised Simon as the best expert on demons. The third master told the student that it would take about 5 years to learn to breathe fire on command. The boy was a little upset because he wanted the boar to be able to help them right away, but he was reassured that this time would pass quickly. For years, the young man has been training hard, but recently he hasn't seen any progress in his skills. He was eager to feel the gates of spiritual energy because he hoped it would benefit him. Suddenly, Brian jumped on him, calling him greedy, which surprised him a bit. The fourth master explained that he had only recently received a heavenly birth, because even a natural genius could not achieve this at the age of 20. The guy exhaled heavily and explained that he was saying all this because the future was vague. The master thought about this because he realized that it was difficult to obtain the law of spiritual energy and suggested that he try his power in another sphere. It reminded him of eternal youth, but it had rare ingredients, but he didn't know if there was any point since the pill didn't change his outward age. Brian had previously shown the student a facial change technique, and it can be used to easily deceive people. And even if caught using it, someone who has eaten eternal youth will be confused by their youthful appearance. He gave a terrible example of this and explained that it gives a great advantage. In the demon forest, there was a beautiful waterfall with clear water and many herbs nearby. Sebastian dived in because Dan needed a lot of herbs from the waterfall to stay young forever, so he started collecting them. He felt like he was moving away from the settlement because the ingredients for this pill were very rare. The guy also decided to rest a bit, as he did not have such an opportunity due to his training. He wanted to make more of these pills for the masters to make them look younger too. Something in the water caught his attention when he was about to get out of it. He felt that someone was approaching, so he was already at the ready, taking out his flags. He scattered them in a circle and hid himself and heard someone talking, who noticed the footprints of a man in the forest. They assumed that he could be an alchemist who had been expelled for his crimes, and the young man tried to sit quietly and listen to the conversations. They were arguing about their own business without noticing the guy they passed. He was surprised, because to him they looked completely different from his masters. Sebastian was amazed because it was the first time he had seen girls talking to each other and giving advice on how to have a better vacation. He looked at them and was fascinated and thought they were very beautiful. While the young man was looking, he blushed all over, but the fourth master had already begun to yell at him. He recalled that he was told to avoid anyone he met in the woods, so he tried to regain consciousness. He was ordered not to approach, let alone get close to, the girls. Among the things, he noticed bags of abundance and assumed that they were also alchemists. The master's words about stealing the drachma flashed through his mind, but he thought it was wrong to do so if people had done nothing wrong. He was very surprised when he saw a man peeking out from behind a tree. He looked crazy when he ran to the things and grabbed their bags. Some strange powder spilled out of them, which hurt the thief. The girls started coming out of the water, calling Jordan stupid. They hovered over him while he was spinning on the ground in pain and told him that this was the last time they would see him. Sebastian was serious. He was convinced of the master's words and decided never to trust women again. Melissa started screaming at him for taking her sister's life because she wouldn't marry him, so now she will never forgive him. Jordan started changing his skin color. He was confused and asked what she had done to him. She knew that he would want to steal the bags because it would be foolish to go against him, who was in the 7th stage, and they were only in the 3rd and 4th. Melissa explained that it contained black acid, which destroys spiritual energy, so now he would be no different from ordinary people. He realized that he was carried away and suffered for it. The guy watched all this and realized that they had their own story, so he decided not to interfere. But I was very surprised to see that the man was hiding silver needles in his hand. With the last of his strength, Jordan waved his hand in the direction of the girls, releasing them from his hands. The girls were frightened and surprised by this turn of events, but Beatrice managed to catch one needle. But they reacted quickly and stood in a fighting stance, fighting off the silver needles. Jordan was very angry with them because he couldn't hurt them as he had planned. He started shouting and asking who dared to interfere with them and interfered in this matter. Beatrice noticed that the black acid powder did not react with it. He said that he immediately realized the trap when he saw the girl using it. Then he put his 2 glowing fingers to his head and said that such a poison was worthless. Because they were born and raised in the forest of demons, they would not have realized that he had already suffered all the diseases outside and had completed his healing. Jordan began to threaten them with a 5-foot chasm in order to get them to bow down to him. But he was worried about the guy who was there, but he didn't know which side he was on and why he hadn't shown up yet. Beatrice took the sword and began to beg their savior to help them again, and they would thank and reward him. The man began to mock them for relying on the help of a passerby and their luck. He immediately started calling the guy to join him and offer him a better reward, and promised not to blame him for breaking his trick. He offered all the things that were in the girls' bags of abundance and any lower-class Dharma weapon. Sebastian began to think about a man who had stage 7, and he was only stage 4, but wanted to unite with the girls. The guy started to leave his hiding place by going through the portal. Everyone was very surprised. They did not expect the young man to be around all the time. The man didn't like the fact that he couldn't detect him and suggested that the guy might be of a higher level than he looked. So he decided to ask the guy directly what level he had, because he looked like an ordinary person, but at the same time like an alchemist. Sebastian was pleased that the advanced technique was working, but decided not to disclose it yet and said that he was just forming his Naiden. Jordan assumed he had weak spiritual energy, but his disguise was amazing, and it was surprising that he was able to spot his silver needles. The guy explained that it was all done with the help of Drama's tools, which increased his ki technique and his eyesight. The man noticed another tool and suggested using it to defeat those girls. Jordan began to envy the young man for owning such things at his age, because he thought it was too early for him. He wanted to kill the boy and take all his tools after he defeated the girls, and asked if he was willing to help him. Sebastian took out his sword and shield and stood before him, promising that he would do everything possible. Beatrice was furious and grabbed her sword and started calling the men names. She started attacking them, waving her sword and threatening to deal with them. The guy put up a shield in time to protect them from the impact, and only a little smoke was produced after the collision. His shield took on its normal shape again, and the man stood there satisfied. Sebastian thought that Jordan was testing him, so he needed to play along for a while to build trust. Then the man asked him to stand behind him and cover him with the Dharma shield, because he wanted to teach them a lesson himself, and pulled something out of his hand, and his face was crazy. The girl was a little scared when she saw it, followed by a strong blow to the stomach. Although it was hard for her, she held on and said she could still fight. The man did not stop laughing at them and their skills with which they wanted to defeat him. He pointed an instrument with dark energy coming out of it at them and ordered them to behave. Beatrice began to resist, swinging her sword and forming a saber barrier. Melissa told her sister that he was not giving his best, but was only attacking to neutralize them. Then she decided that she had to act now and was serious. With a wave of her fan, she sent a stream of energy to the enemy, which frightened him. He looked at the guy and thanked him for blocking the secret attack. These actions of his rivals made Jordan very angry because he believed that he was treating them condescendingly. He used the Dharma instrument again and pointed it at them, saying that his patience was over. He also ordered the young man to leave the shield and attack them with honey to distract them. The girls noticed that they were advancing, and Beatrice asked them to hide her sister behind her back. The man was trying his best to strike the barrier that was restraining his attacks. Sebastian noticed how proudly he spoke about his instrument, so he thought that this was his trump card. So he decided to act now because there might not have been another chance, and he swung his sword. Jordan barely had time to jump away from the surprise attack on him. He was angry that the young man had attacked him in such a sneaky way, but Sebastian was already at his side. The guy blew fire at him, ordering him to get out of here. Jordan started to burn up and was furious with the threats to his life. The guy added an energy impulse to all this, and the man screamed in excruciating pain. Melissa and Beatrice were very surprised by this turn of events and how the young man dealt with the alchemist. Jordan fell to the ground, shaking all over and with a severe and burning pain in his chest, but he still had the strength to insult his opponent. Sebastian realized that he wanted to kill him and take all the tools after he had won over the women. The guy made the last attack, explaining that because he was so greedy, it was supposed to be a poison that would put an end to it. Sebastian was very surprised when the girls bowed to him and thanked him for killing Jordan. Beatrice said that she was ashamed of herself for cleaning him up because she could not even think that agreeing to work with him was just a fantasy. The guy explained that it was the only way he could defeat him to divert attention from himself to them, and apologized for it. The girl said he was their hero and introduced herself and wanted to know his name. Sebastian bowed to them and introduced himself by saying his name. The boy and the girls shared the Dharma weapons and the soul stones that were in Jordan's bag of abundance. Since his sisters lived in Masuram and were engaged in collecting and growing some types of herbs, it was easy for him to get most of the medicinal herbs he needed. They drank tea, and Beatrice explained that although they grow many herbs, they did not have serene bamboo because it is very rare. The guy thanked them very much for helping him so much, and the girl decided to ask him something. She wondered what he was going to do with them, as these plants were very valuable. I was a little surprised by the questions and explained that he was going to make a pill for Dan, but I noted that it was not the one they needed. Sebastian explained that he was going to take a pill to change his appearance, which surprised them greatly, and Beatrice said that it was a pill for eternal youth. She was a little jealous of the guy that he could make such a complicated pill because they can't even make one to increase their strength, which is why they are humiliated by such horrible people. But she realized that such pills are needed by those who are very worried about their appearance and tried to create a stir around it, which made the guy laugh a little. He smiled and said that she was already very beautiful, which embarrassed the girls a bit. Beatrice decided to sign a contract with him and offered it to the guy. Sebastian ran quickly through the forest. He didn't think it was a good idea to make a deal. They wanted pills of eternal youth in exchange for information on where serene bamboo was located. Even though he promised to make a deal, the place was guarded by a large shell spider. He came to the settlement and told Simon about it, and he was surprised, but the young man explained that he would meet the spider when he went to get bamboo. Sebastian explained that he needed the ingredients from where he lived, which was not surprising because the plant grows where there is a lot of spiritual energy. The master assured me that it was lucky, because it could have been a higher-level demon, a monster, or a devil, so it was an easy opponent for the sake of bamboo. Simon said that he would teach us how to spin the web, because it is the most important thing to protect ourselves from, and asked us not to forget that this is an advanced-level demon. Sebastian felt bad for not telling about the people he met, but he thought about Brian and what he could do to give him advice. They were sitting by the fire and the fourth master asked what was bothering him. And he was surprised when the student told him that he had met people and that one of them had been killed. Brian cautiously asked if he had killed the man. The guy lowered his head and confessed, explaining that he was an evil person. He expected a different reaction, but the master praised him and assured him that evil people deserve to die. And he suggested that he could have killed him, so you should never back down when such a turn of events occurs. The boy decided to add one more detail and told the master about the girls and that he had to sign a contract with them. Brian thought he knew them, but unfortunately he did not, and the young man wanted to know if he could trust them, and they promised to kill a big spider with him. He began to mock his disciple for seeing them well enough to warn him to be careful when it came to women. But he asked Sebastian not to protect them at the cost of his own life, because he did not know what would happen if they betrayed him in a dangerous situation. The master got up and assumed that they were good people, as the disciple said, but he still couldn't know for sure. He reminded us that greed can lead people to evil, and that almost all such people are in alchemy, and asked us not to lose our vigilance. They arrived at the territory where serene bamboo grows, and where a large conch spider guards it. Sebastian said that he would be watching the area and asked to smear the weapons with some mixture. He explained that thanks to this ointment, the cobwebs would not stick to the weapon, and they were surprised by the young man's serious training. They agreed to distract the spider while he set a magic trap for the carefree bamboo. Beatrice doubted that he would be able to set a good trap for an advanced-level demon in such a short time. She was surprised by the ointment and the magic trap, and did not know how skilled the guy was. This area was a great place to hide, and he felt that the spider was somewhere nearby, so he reported it to his allies. Among the bamboo trees, a golden one caught his eye, and he realized that this was what he was looking for. The boy realized that the spider was guarding the area around him, and had to be somewhere nearby, but he didn't see it, even though he had seen it last time. He was wary, remembering the words of his master who said that if things were going too well, it could be a trap. Sebastian was watching everything closely, but he could not see him to the left or right. He looked up and was frightened when he saw a spider falling on him. He released his web on them, but the girls began to fight it off. Beatrice looked at him and shouted that they would distract him, but that he should hurry up. Sebastian ran toward the carefree spider and asked them to take care of themselves. They were ready to fight the demon, having prepared their swords for battle. A large spider attacked them with its sticky web, but Beatrice fought it off, even though it was difficult for her. Melissa waved her fan and released butterflies that flew to the spider and settled on it. She was glad that everything was going so well, and then there was an explosion in the place of the spider. Melissa didn't know whether the demon had blocked the attack or not, so Beatrice said they would see how he behaved. It is difficult for the spider to get out of the demo that formed after the attack. He was very angry with the enemy. The girls seemed to feel that the spider would continue to behave like this, so we were already prepared for another attack. Melissa waved her hand and the energy that formed a creature hovered over the spider. He was a little confused about it, and then the thing exploded. They didn't realize how strong he was because they hit him right in the forehead with a rainbow in the phoenix flare. When all the smoke cleared, we could see how the spider prepared for the attack and released a magical column of energy. The girls were surprised at how strong and abundant the frost key was. They were even more shocked when they saw a boy jump out from behind them in the direction of a large spider. Sebastian said that he had already installed the magic trap and praised them for their work, but now he wants to deal with it completely. He used the technique of fast movement and ended up on the spider. He was a little scared when the flying stream of energy did not hit him. He was surprised at how strong the advanced level spider was because his sword of hesitation didn't even leave a scratch on it. This annoyed him a bit, so he decided to try something else on the demon. The spider approached the serene bamboo while some swords flew overhead. Sebastian knew that he would do anything to protect the bamboo, and the girls suggested using it as bait to lure him into a trap. They all gathered in front of the big spider, waiting for the command to start the attack. They lured him into a circle of flags, and the guy said that it was only a short wait. When the time came, the alchemist began to activate the Muhokanokjin to capture it completely. The girl was amazed because she doubted that he would set such a strong trap, and the young man ordered her to attack while he held it. They immediately activated their forces and sent them toward the enemy. The spider didn't even feel anything, and they realized that it had very strong skin because no attack was effective. Sebastian was in a fighting mood and thought that he would have to deliver the finishing blow. He ran toward it and shielded himself from the attacks of the spider and its web. It was difficult for him to move under the pressure of such a powerful energy as that of the demon. He struck his shield of blessing directly into the enemy's face, preparing his sword for the attack. The sisters watched them fight and at one point got very scared for the boy. It was as if he was already in the mouth of the beast and said that the time had come. The young man quickly got out and was furious and tried to kill him. With a swipe of his sword, the demon fell to the ground and his allies began to run to him. He didn't feel anything on the adrenaline and said that he was fine, but in a moment the guy was already falling to the ground. This alarmed the girls, who ran up to him and asked him to hold on. Beatrice felt his pulse, which was barely audible, and his breathing was slow. He didn't want to deceive them, but he had to make sure that he could trust them, and it was the fourth master's idea. Because if they want to kill him, he will behead them himself with a jade staff more accurately than a jade staff. And if everyone wants to take him away and leave him, he will do it to them, or if they try to help him, he will never treat them with suspicion. Melissa suggested that they study the poison so they could find an antidote and help him. Beatrice offered to collect more bamboo because if he woke up, he might accuse them of stealing. She told her sister to go home with Sebastian, and she would take care of the rest and come back for her. The girl was worried and asked the young man to hold on, and they would do everything in their power. The guy felt uncomfortable and thought that he was wrong to suspect them. When Beatrice came back, she said that first she had to get some medicinal herbs that would neutralize the poison. The girl looked closer and asked her sister what she was doing, and she started shouting something about paralysis and blood circulation. And in a flash, she ran somewhere and said she was going to get the poison out of the cliques. They left together and argued that she couldn't do it, even though she really liked the guy. It was hard for him because his sisters trusted him and tried to help him, and he was even ashamed of himself for suspecting them. And he decided that getting up now was the best thing he could do. He replaced some books on the table that had caught his attention. It was a book on how to make pills, but I noticed that there were no useful recipes. The book was in very poor condition, and the pages were burned, and he thought that they were practicing making Dan extract with it. He heard the sounds from outside and quickly rushed back inside, covering himself as he had before. Melissa came to the boy and looked at him, saying that he could open his eyes. She pulled down the sheet and said that they knew he was awake. He was very surprised and asked how they knew about it. She said that she saw the blanket lying differently than when she covered him, because if he had been paralyzed, this would not have happened. The guy was nervous and said he was paralyzed but recovered quickly. She did not understand how this was possible, and he told her that he had eaten poisonous herbs when he was a child and thus became immune to such things. The girl was a little embarrassed and took out the promised bamboo and said that her sister had brought a big spider. He was happy about this and thanked them, and now he hoped that he could give each of them the pill they wanted. Beatrice started looking for her sister because she didn't know where she had gone, but she assumed that she had gone to visit her boyfriend. The girl was very happy when she saw that he was awake, and he thanked her in return for her concern. The girls looked at each other when the boy said that they were only talking about what to do with the spider's body. He was very surprised when Beatrice offered to take the body back to him, explaining that they could not have done it without him. She wanted to ask him for something else, but she was worried that it would be too bold. Sebastian looked at her and listened attentively, wondering what she wanted to ask. The girl asked him to make Dan pills from the herbs they had been collecting up to that point. The sister explained that they had only each other, but they did not know for sure whether they could trust him. So she decided to ask a couple of questions first, because they didn't know much about him. The first question surprised him a bit because they asked him how old he was, and he said that he would soon be 24. The sisters were shocked that he was as young as they were at the 4th stage of heavenly birth. He was in a good mood and asked what was so surprising about it. They felt a little sad because it took them hundreds of years to reach this stage. Beatrice realized that he was born in this forest and wondered who raised and trained him. Melissa turned to her sister and told her that asking so many questions was too rude and that it had nothing to do with the creation of the Dan pill. The guy explained that he could not disclose the identity of his masters, but said that one master was retired and had died. The girl asked for the young man's understanding because of their life situation, and therefore asked him for a favor. Beatrice exhaled and apologized too, because their fate depended on it, and explained that she had forgotten for a moment that every alchemist in the forest had his own problems. She walked over to the table and pointed to the books with stories about the medicinal herbs they were asking to extract. She told us that they were from the country of Yanam, which united In and Yak, who were engaged in the cultivation of medicinal herbs. But one day, a group of clan members of a mountain of dark demons attacked and destroyed everything. Some managed to survive the city in the fire, but the Dan masters escaped and rolled into the demon forest. And she explained that all that was left were them and the books that had been set on fire. The guy understood why she asked such questions because the legacy of the Den. They not only expected his help, but were ready to give another 30% of the pills they created and wanted to know if he would help them. Sebastian agreed, but first he wanted to see what they already had. Although he was prepared to see all sorts of things, because he knew that they had been collecting cultivated medicinal herbs for a long time, he did not expect to see this. Brian was surprised that no one had stabbed his student in the back. The guy laughed and said that he had checked them out, and instead of stealing his weapon, they were trying to save him. When the master wondered if he had killed the spider, the apprentice added that he had obtained serene bamboo, and now they could begin to create an extract of eternal youth. In his ear, the young man told him how many medicinal herbs they had, and that they allowed him to use them, but he needed to create a couple of Dan's pills. Brian said that now he can treat them as he wants, because being too suspicious can also turn into poison. Simon and Patrick came up to them and thought that he was going to go make an extract, so the masters would not see him for months. He sat by the boar and fed it, asking for help because during creation the fire cannot go out for a second. The third master assured me that it was okay to spend time on something valuable, so I shouldn't rush anywhere. Brian was serious and warned him that he had to get out before he and the other masters died. The guy said he would do everything quickly and get back to them. There was a strong explosion in the forest near one of the houses, and some people were still standing there. The bald man offered to put another bomb because it turned out that the steel door was very strong. They wanted to open that door, so they used everything they had. The husband explained that they could not live together all their lives. They wanted to take revenge on the girls for Jordan's death and force them to serve them. And that's why they kept the bombs for such an important moment. The robber quickly planted bombs under the door and fled to his friend. The bald man was happy about this and asked him to leave holding a torch. He threw it there and there was another powerful explosion and the men just watched. The guy went out into the forest when he finished creating the eternal youth extracts and wondered if they were okay, because he hadn't heard from them in a year. He was sad that the nail technicians refused to take the pill, saying that they didn't need it. Sebastian walked and hoped that their lifespan was not shortening and that it was all a lie. He heard some strange noises, but he didn't know what they were, and some birds took off and flew away. He looked out and saw smoke coming from the other side somewhere in the forest, which scared him a little. The boy quickly went there because he realized that the explosion was close to where the girls lived. He suspected something had happened because it couldn't be a coincidence. Sebastian was very shocked when he saw a powerful fire that covered everything. The men were amazed at how good the steel door was, but I think it would look better if it was broken, and they assumed that the bomb must have made a man-sized hole in it. They wanted to lay another one while the guy was watching them, but he didn't know why they were breaking into the girls' houses. The door dropped and two stern girls appeared behind it, angry at the robbers. Beatrice started yelling at them to stop because she had already said everything about Jordan and that he deserved to die. But only her husband did not listen to her because they did not know whether he deserved it or not, but only that they had killed him viciously. The guy realized that they had come without whining for Giordano and that the girls had not told them about him while the man was shouting that they should serve them. He didn't know what to do because those guys looked like they had already been born in heaven, and the master told him not to help others by risking his life. I couldn't just leave everything for you because I promised to give the girls the pills of eternal youth, so I had to figure out how to join them. They were very hostile and ordered them not to say anything stupid. Since they did not want to go with them, they decided to force them to do so. He jumped into the sky on a huge sword, threatening the girls. They tried to repel the enemy's attacks and protect themselves from that fire. The girls were shocked because now they were surrounded by those robbers. He laughed at them that they had no means of transportation and would not be able to escape. Another thought that they were only capable of a dirty trick, so they suggested that they politely surrender. The man did not see the boy because he said that with the help of the tool, they would quickly become obedient and beg them to stop. With a wave of his hand, Sebastian threw a couple of energy balls toward the enemy. He tried to cover himself and suspected that it was the jade staff of the priest Jordan. The man was furious, swung the whip and asked who he was. The whip grabbed the guy's arm and he tried to cut it, but he was unable to do so. The robber laughed at the boy, explaining that such a sword could not cut a fast whip, but he would teach him how to do it. The man flew over him and was right next to him, trying to harm him with his iron claws. He was very surprised by something and noticed that he had a different style. Sebastian thanked him for closing the distance between them, and the man asked if he had intact ribs. He took in a lungful of air and blew fire at the man, who was stunned by it. He was running back and forth and screaming in pain, and the young man gave him an energy boost. And he swept past him with his sword with a final blow. After making a sharp jerk, his body split into two parts, one of which was burning in the fire. The bald man was shocked by this turn of events and started shouting to his friend. The girls were happy to see Sebastian, and he was happy to see them because he was not late, and they prepared to attack the bald man. His sword was made from the shell of a large spider and was quite useful, and he also had a bomb similar to theirs. He believed that they had a chance to win because the robber was alone. The man was very angry because his friend had been killed, and he realized how those girls could kill Jordan. He shouted loudly that he would calm the souls of the priests for the deaths he was responsible for. A big fire came out of the girl's house and threw everyone back a little bit with its force. He explained that if it wasn't for the boy, he would have dealt with them long ago and offered them to cut his throat. Then he would treat them better. But no one listened to him, and everyone started using their own tools to attack. He felt nothing from these attacks, blocking them with one hand. The priest was furious because they used traps against his comrades. The guy realized that their attacks could not damage that barrier, and that was the only way he could save himself. So I decided to use the bomb I brought, hoping it would do some good. He threw it at the enemy, who was shocked by the firebomb. He realized that if he blocked it with a fire barrier, it would immediately explode. He dodged and started laughing, because for him it made no difference how much bluer the firebomb was than the Dharma instruments when thrown by crooked hands. The man did not understand when the guy made a wave of his hand in his direction. When he turned back, he saw it flying straight at him, and there was only a little time left before the explosion. Sebastian said he was addicted to the fire barrier, which is his weakness. The bomb hit the man directly in the face, and a powerful explosion occurred. The boy realized that it would be difficult for him to win without the white spider's sword and web. Then he turned cheerfully to the girls and asked if they were all okay. The girls were still impressed and said it was the second time he had saved them. Melissa threw herself at the guy, hugging him and thanking him for saving them, and her sister asked how they could repay him. She was worried because they hadn't heard from him for a year and thought he was dead. The guy explained that he had come here on time and to keep his promise to both of them. The girls were surprised. They did not understand what we were talking about. They began to praise him and say that he had really succeeded with the Dan extract. The guy brought them 2 boxes and explained how he did not promise to give them 1 pill each. The sister could never have imagined that they would be holding the pills of eternal youth in their hands. Since they have helped him, he wants to try to make an incomplete Dan seal to help develop their spiritual energy. He was thinking of taking out the Dan from the medicinal herbs they had been collecting, as they had been mentioned earlier for this, and asked if he could use it. They began to trust him a lot because he had saved them twice already. But he warned me that if he were to do it, it would take about 5 years to extract the den from so many ingredients. 5 years passed, and the guy was in the settlement, and someone was very proud of him. Simon lay there, proud that he had reached such heights in just 5 years, and wishing he had had more time to learn it. He didn't know what he was living for all this time, because he had cast spells on 1,000 demons and tried to tame the devil, but he lost his energy and grew old. The guy was very anxious, and the master asked him not to repeat his mistakes. Simon was happy to see his student in his last moments, even though it was very difficult for him. He believed that the boy would be able to enjoy immortality and smiled with his eyes closed. He also asked me to take care of the shadow orchid and reminded me to keep the torch lit at night. Sebastian sat next to the master and held his hands and obediently agreed with everything. Brian and the young man came to the graves of the masters with flowers, even though very little time had passed. Even Patrick passed away, and the 4th master knew him to be less cheerful. But he was so sad that even at the end he did not smile. He just died quietly. He looked up and said that he too had a little time to live, which made the guy angry, and he asked him not to joke like that. Brian wanted to tell his story, since he already knew the stories of the other masters, and he began by saying that he was known as a thief among alchemists. He explained that he was born without natural talent, unlike others. And when he found out about the existence of alchemists, he decided to steal all kinds of elixirs to gain immortality. Thanks to this, at the age of 40, he received a natural talent and became an alchemist. He realized that if he hadn't done that, he would have been an ordinary person. But somehow he got the nickname Goblin Bandit. The boy was very grateful to him for taking him in, and that the piano lessons were nothing. But the master interrupted and reminded him of what he had taught him. He asked whether he would have been taught so carefully and thoroughly if the Niden of his or other masters had not been broken. He was not pleased to hear that alchemists are people who will do anything to become the owner of their own destiny, and reminded him that he had been warned about this. None of the masters will teach him this. Maybe Patrick or Simon did, but not him, and it was very sad to listen to. Brian decided to distract the guy and explained that he had changed and didn't think that way anymore. He was happy that they had a boyfriend, because in the end, everyone became normal and was able to return his confession. Brian thanked Sebastian for this and was pleased to hear it. He looked at Christian with a displeased expression and became somewhat curious. The guy turned to him and asked what he wanted to ask. He wondered who Christian really was, because so much time had passed and he hadn't told them, and he didn't want to because they were all going to die soon. Brian would not close his eyes without knowing about it and tried to get him to talk to him, as he had helped him many times. The guy looked at him and said that it was his dying wish and called himself Paul Moore. This name alarmed the 4th master so much that he began to scream. The mentor asked if he was really a monarch of the evil sword, a warlike gatekeeper. Paul lowered his head and admitted that it was him, and Brian did not even think that such a person would be locked up in the forest of demons. He thought that Evan was the only one who was so majestic in their village, but it turned out that he was not the only one in this modest settlement. Therefore, I asked the monarch to tell me the secret of achieving the vitality of yin and yang, relying on his 300 years of age. He said that there was nothing to know, and the master agreed with him, because he would not have had anything to do with this information. But he asked him to reveal the secret to their student Sebastian. and he laughed that even if he took the position of the first master, Evan wouldn't mind. But the man turned around and left, saying that it was not necessary. Brian said that the reason he was here must be a terrible conspiracy, but he gently asked Paul if he wanted to take revenge for that, and the man stopped. He assured him that the boy would be able to leave this place and would thank him by avenging him through his teachings. But Christian decided to pretend that he hadn't heard anything and continued down the path. 2 more years passed, and Brian and his disciple were sitting next to an adult boar, telling how he had to save himself and therefore told those who captured him where the stolen treasure was. But he told them that he had hidden from them the location of the most strange and unknown treasure, and that he would tell them where he had hidden the key to 1,000 elections. And I asked him to find out the purpose of this treasure because it would definitely help him, because it might be his last help. He said that the boy will have to enter the heavenly too, even if he does not receive the knowledge, but he must become better and enjoy immortality. Brian looked at the boy and said that he would definitely protect him in the next life. Sebastian knelt before Christian and said that it had been a week since Brian died and asked what he had decided. He asked if the boy had come here to ask him to teach him, and he confirmed what he said. The master recalled that he had told him something 21 years ago and asked if he remembered it. The young man recalled sitting by the fire and remembered that evening very well. Paul began by saying that what he had taught him then was just the tip of the iceberg and that his brain would develop, and he would be able to keep a sober mind in any situation. He explained that he had done it only of his own free will, so there was no question of debt. He looked at him and said that if he wanted to serve him as a master and master his knowledge, that was another conversation. Sebastian was serious and asked what he could do for him. He hovered over the guy and said that he had only 2 conditions. The first one was, as Brian said at the time, for the guy to avenge him. He said that he was attacked by unknown people who broke his Niden and threw him here with both his arms chopped off. So he asked the young man to find out who did it and to take revenge on them. Sebastian bowed to him and said that he would definitely get out of here and avenge him. The second was that he would pass on the art of the sword of destruction, string techniques, black people's songs, and others to him until everyone had mastered them. He asked me to kill him later with the art of the sword of destruction. This information surprised him greatly, and he decided to ask again. Christian repeated once again that he had to kill him because it was his last wish. After 7 years of hard training, the master asked the student if he was ready. The guy standing behind him folded his arms and agreed with the master. He smiled slightly and said that he was now giving it to him. The young man heard his mentor and slowly reached for his sword behind his back. He asked all the masters to supervise every step of their student to the end. The guy started running with a sword in his hand, and I had words in my head that in the world of alchemists, good-natured people like him will always be used. Later, he would need to create a standard for the acceptance and loss of human relationships, and he leapt up using the stinging sting of a bee. Christian finally understood what Brian was constantly muttering about, but he believed that a kind soul would make him stronger. As a man of destruction, it was difficult for him to take over, and he hopes that when he understands how the master felt. The guy was very concentrated. All his energy was boiling. He jumped to the top, leaving a lot of smoke on the ground from his jump. Christian looked up, a warm smile on his face, and thanked Sebastian. He also thanked the other 4 masters who have already left this world. I thanked him for having lost all hope for the future and for having found the meaning of life again. He got tired of waiting for the guy and started yelling at him to make him decide to do it faster. With a swing of his sword, he struck the flying swallow with energy. He was fascinated by what he saw because he wanted to see it again and had been waiting for it for a long time. He was standing in the cemetery where all his 5 masters were buried. He lowered his head and said that he would now leave Gwynmansion and go to the outside world and live according to the principles they had taught him. It is better to communicate with good people than with a Buddhist god, and to draw a blade on evil people as if they were demons. He decided to become a nightmare for the enemies of his masters because he promised to take revenge for them. He was flying in the sky with us, or with his false boar over the forest of demons. He landed near the girl's apartment and asked if they were still there. Melissa appeared at the door and said that 9 years, 7 months, and 12 days was a long time not to see him. He smiled at her and said that he had a lot to do at the time. She noticed that he was going somewhere again, because it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. She wondered where he was going because there were not many options in the forest of demons. The guy told the girl that he was going to leave this forest forever. She was very surprised and said that everyone who lives here has thought about it, and she said that she would also leave this place if she could. He didn't know the answer, but there was a clue, and he had to try it because there was no other way out but to use it. Melissa became sad and hoped he wasn't wasting his time flying in the clouds. He explained that everything may seem like a pipe dream until it is achieved, and he said that the results would speak for themselves. The girl had already turned around and was very sorry about it. She turned and smiled and said she sincerely hoped he would achieve all his goals. He bowed to her and thanked her for everything, but the girl interrupted him. She touched his hand and told him that wherever he went, he should know that he could always come back here, that Beatrice and she would always be happy to see him at any time. The guy felt a little embarrassed and hid his eyes and understood her. The next night he spent in the mountains and made a fire to keep warm at night. The girls knew 4 places where the ancient dragon could live and had to tell him their locations. The guy was depressed because he was in 4th place, but nothing happened. He had a strong inspiration when he left, but he still couldn't find the proof, which was the most important thing. The jade boar climbed up on the mountain, punching a hole in it, and Sebastian asked what happened. He realized that his animal was also tired of this search, and he hoped to break down this wall. As he got closer, he noticed a crack that surprised him. He felt a strong airflow and suspected that something was there. So he swung his sword a few times and the wall crumbled. When the dust settled, the boy saw that there was another cave behind it. He suggested that if it had simply collapsed, everything inside would have been buried. Through the smoke, he could see that there was something inside because he could see a silhouette in the distance. It looked like it was a man and he was shouting for help, which immediately attracted the guy's attention. It was a girl who was chained and asked the guy to help her. She looked very weak and begged him to save her. The guy came closer and started asking her who she was and how she got here. The girl explained that she refused to be a concubine and was thrown into this place. Sebastian was angry that she was being bullied by strangers and said that he would rescue her, even though she already looked ominous. Once she became a very nice girl and thanked him, saying that she would do anything he asked. He was surprised that they used chains with such strong spiritual energy to chain one woman. So he immediately looked at her with suspicion and asked her if she knew why they did it. But she said she knew nothing about it and just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Then he asked her if she knew where she was, but she had no idea, saying she had been brought here by force. He knew that the demon forest was a dangerous place filled with strange, fantastic demons, and he had heard that you could turn people into demons and bewitch them. She pretended not to understand him and complained that it was very difficult for her to get him to hurry up and save her. Ask her if she knows about that new orchid because it emits a smell that devils can't stand. He showed me a bottle with a concentrated essence of the plant's scent. It scared her a little bit, but he said that your eyes have never seen her work. We won't say anything about it. He asked if it was true that they had discovered the smell of this plant. The girl's eye color changed. It became red, and she became very irritated, showing her teeth. She turned into a terrible monster and ordered him to take it away from her, calling him crazy. Sebastian pulled the bottle with this smell closer to the girl, who started screaming and begging him to take it away from her. She asked him not to go anywhere and said that if he called her, then definitely don't reign and do whatever he wanted. He needed his sword in his hand and was seriously wondering if she would do everything. She promised to do everything in her power because she has been imprisoned for 200 years and cannot even move normally in these chains. I tried to convince him that he would not harm him and would not do any harm. He came closer and decided to see if they could come to an agreement, so she asked him what he wanted. He asked her if she knew where the ancient dragon lived, and if she did not deceive him, he would come and save her. She realized that he was looking for a dragon, but his abilities were not enough to defeat it, and asked what his true goal was. Sebastian knew he could not stand up to him, but he needed to know where he was. The devil said that because she had lived here so long, she knew where he was. But she realized that the guy could have deceived her and not come back for her later. He was bored, and no one promised that she wouldn't kill him after the liberation. She started bargaining with him and won't tell him until he frees her. I was very surprised when the guy got up and was about to leave, because he didn't want to put himself in danger. He wished me luck and wished me to wait another 100 years for naive people to come here. But he added that the entrance to the cave would lead to the original state in which he found it. The girl started yelling at him to stop and did not understand how he could fall so low. He only offered to give information, and when he could verify it, he would come and break those chains. Because she was not in a position to cry because of injustice. The guy's self-confidence made her very angry, and the fact that she was carefree. Although she didn't know what the guy was thinking, she asked him not to enter the cave in order not to die, because then he wouldn't free her. Even though the dragon was a low-level demon like her, at that time the devil could easily handle such alchemists. I decided to ask the guy his name despite the circumstances. He said the name of the master and asked what class it belonged to. She was a kitsune and never forgot her enemies and would do anything to take revenge if he cheated on her. She told him that he had two options. She would either reward him for his freedom or make his life a living hell for his deception. The guy was serious and heard her gesture with her hands to accept the agreement. She liked it and decided to tell the guy where he could find it. When I came out of the cave, I breathed a sigh of relief that I had met the devil, but it was lucky that she was imprisoned. He was flying over the city and realized that next time he had to be more careful. The ceremony was held to express gratitude to the dragon god. They were very grateful that he was protecting them and taking care of ordinary people. There were 3 girls standing there, sad because they had been brought to serve the dragon. They asked him to continue to take care of the people from the village by the river in the future. Then the man turned to the girls and said that they had no right to leave the altar until the dragon god descended. He told Violetta to look after the girls, and she told him that he could count on her. He added that they should not allow the spirit of the dragon to be wounded, for then his anger would be known to the settlement, so he ordered them to serve him well. Sebastian watched them and realized that there were too many of them and that human lives were being sacrificed. He assumed that it was an ancient dragon they worshipped because it looked like that place. The boy believed that the dragon had settled in that cave because people sacrificed themselves nearby. He spread his teleportation flags behind him. He needed to find out more information, so he jumped off the cliff there. On the altar lay 3 girls covered with a red ceremonial sheet. The guy picked up Violetta from the floor, which surprised the girl. She thought he was a dragon god, but he was different from what she had heard. He went back to the cliff and walked into the barrier that would have hidden them. She was amazed at how gently he landed her on the ground and how he treated her. The girl looked at Sebastian's face and was fascinated, because she still did not know whether he was really God. Then the guy explained that he was not the dragon god she was talking about. She got scared after these words and asked what it all meant. He got down on one knee and explained that he was just an alchemist who wanted to ask something, so he took it from there without permission. Violetta became stricter because the guy was rude to her. The guy wanted to confirm some things by looking at the altar and then return it there in one piece. When I saw the jade boar, I realized that he was not a simple alchemist, but wanted to ask me some questions. When I saw the flags, I assumed that he was strong enough to bring her here, so I couldn't be rude to him. Then she agreed to answer and asked what he was interested in. The first thing he was most interested in was whether the dragon god they were talking about was an ancient dragon. But the girl was a little confused because she didn't understand what it was. This is a devil whose body is covered with scales like a snake and like a dragon with 2 horns. He lowered his head and explained that he had a red chest, a blue back and white patterns on his neck, so he was easy to recognize. She was upset because she had never seen a dragon god in a human account before. The guy realized that this was not the first time he had been offered someone and no one had seen him before, and she said that their leader had met him. She told me that the dragon was supposedly protecting their village and preventing demons from harming people, so they were doing everything to make him happy. But he didn't think it was right to sacrifice his people, and the girl argued that it was right because they could save many lives. Sebastian watched as the girl turned, and every 5 years the chief sacrificed to him, which meant that the dragon was still active. He remembered how the master said that he was killed in a similar place, so he hoped that he had guessed right. And to see everything with his own eyes, he needed to reserve energy. He was happy when the woman told him that if he did not become stronger, he would be smashed. He meditated and reached the 11th stage of celestial birth and began to feel the gates of spiritual energy. During this process, Sebastian felt that it was raining there, and it was a great and strong feeling. It was difficult for him. His masters told him that to break through the gate, he would need not only spiritual energy, but also character. He wondered what it meant, but his thoughts were interrupted by someone approaching. A tall man in black and gold clothes came out of the cave. The girls who were lying on the altar got up and were disturbed by this. They bent the knee before him and bowed to greet him. He liked everything very much and was thinking about further actions. He felt the boy's presence and didn't know if he would come out to him. Sebastian was very shocked that he was able to notice his technique from such a distance. So he took his jade boar and pulled it back, explaining that it was dangerous. The boy started to fly away from there because he did not think that it would be so strong, even too strong for a young alchemist. He saw the dragon start to catch up with him, having gotten some distance ahead of him. The man said he ordered him to get out, not to run away, and hovered in the air in front of him. This frightened the alchemist, and jars began to fly out of his bag of benefits. Using his magic, the dragon god began to break them, but something surprised him. He smelled a pungent odor that he didn't like, so he tried to cover his nose. This made him very angry and ordered him to attack him, and behind him was the shadow of a dragon. The man turned into a large and evil dragon and flew around the boy. At first, Sebastian was afraid and tried to hide from the attacks, but his friend Jade Boar came to the rescue. But the dragon's blow severely injured his beast, which made it even angrier. The dragon went up, and a guy stood at the bottom and ordered him to come down. He flew off his sword and began to fall down, and the devil was flying next to him. The man landed and was glad that the unpleasant odor had dissipated. He did not let it crash and kept it in the air with his magic. And he began to pull out a couple more bottles from his bag and wondered what they were. And he began to break them without understanding why it was necessary at all. When the dragon came closer to Sebastian, he thought that the boy was very interesting. They returned to the courtyard where the dragon god ruled, and women guards stood at the entrance. Robert told the man about the amazing magic, and the man thought about it, because he could not even imagine filling a bottle with a shadow orchid. He understood why the dragon brought the man here and tied him up, because he had reasons for doing so. Sebastian was angry and did not understand where he was, and was surprised that he had lost consciousness. Robert noticed that the boy woke up and said that he was too smart for a human to make such things. He was guarded by 2 girls and said it was just a small skill. He asked him not to be so nervous because he found it fun, and assured him that he would not be killed. Then Sebastian looked at him and offered to show him the method of extracting odors if he was interested. Robert noticed that he was smart and thought he had many more useful skills, so he asked if he could do the same with poisonous herbs. The boy decided to admit that he could make a pill called Dan from herbs and poison from poisonous plants. The dragon started laughing and said that he would give him a job and test his skills there. But he immediately warned him that if he deceived him and just decided to show off, he would be torn apart. Sebastian understood everything and tried to worship him as a sign of this. The old man wondered why the great dragon trusted the creature to poison the man. It was supposed to be the lesser devil's poison, but since he has more important things to do like create the Dan pill, he has to entrust it to someone else. He explained that Dan's pill was made with the help of his uncle's Niden. The old man was very scared because he thought he had killed him. But Robert objected because his skills would not match his ki, and he was killed 50 years ago. The guy was very surprised that the ancient dragon had died and that he couldn't find its killer, so Robert took over its residence. He put together a puzzle about what the first master had told him and that the mystical alchemist had killed the dragon 50 years ago. At that time, they were burning something badly, and the dragon hit the table, asking if there was any point in it, although he was assured that there was. He realized that he and the centipede Oliver had decided to claim his uncle's throne, and that it would be a fight to the death. This was very surprising because the day was also full of shocking stories. Robert explained that he had come to ask him for help, and wondered how the old man could help. He needed herbs to create the pill that had been growing for about 300 years, so he wanted to ask him for the bitto he owned. He explained that if you use it to fill an age, the life force will disappear and it will die. And he barely got it and was very careful. Robert was extremely serious because without this pill he would not win. He said that if he won, he would give it to Oliver's Niden. This greatly motivated the old man, for this is the greatest treasure of all, and he gladly decided to help him. Sebastian realized that this would be his chance when the dragon fought, and until then he had to survive no matter what. The dragon god was very happy that he had everything he needed. He threw a bag of wealth at the boy and ordered him to swallow it. He told him that it was a forbidden pill, and if he did not take the antidote within 6 months, he would die, and the guard shoved it into his mouth. In a week, his hair will start to fall out, he will not be able to move, and then his organs will completely fail. Robert laughed at him and told him not to even think about running away. Next, I gave him a document on the creation of the lesser devil's poison and ordered him to study it well and do his best. Then he ordered me to take him to the doctor's room and observe him closely. But the guy was already not feeling well from the poison. The girl asked him to get up and quickly fulfill the order, and the alchemist thought it was the 5th poison, judging by the symptoms described. His mood changed because he decided to make an antidote for himself while creating the dragon's poison so that he could catch him by surprise. They walked through the corridors of the castle, and Sebastian decided to ask her if she was from the settlement by the river. I looked at her slightly and asked her how long she had been here, but the girl saw no point in discussing anything because she believed that he would die anyway. He was a bit upset by the realization that if he did everything, he would not be released. She looked at him sternly and said that he would find the answer himself if he was not stupid. He understood everything, and they went on and came to a room that surprised him. The medicine room was huge, and there were many medicinal herbs, plants, and other things. He was glad that this should have been enough to create a lesser devil's poison and an antidote for him. The girl explained that she would follow his every step and passed on the master's words so that he would not do anything stupid. The guy looked at her and said that he would keep her words in mind. The document said that it took 2 months to create the poison, but a month and a half had passed, so I realized that he was going to be visited soon. The girl looked at the alchemist and said that her master was looking for him. They arrived and Sebastian was on his knees and the dragon was asking if everything was going well. The guy said that he finished making the lesser devil's poison last night. The dragon was somehow bored and not surprised to hear the news from his subordinate. Even if he followed the instructions carefully, it should have taken 2 months, but the young man explained that he had a talent for it. They took out a black pot from the bag and put it in front of the dragon and said that he was able to follow that method well. Robert became curious and had to check whether this was his talent and whether he was deceiving him. It scared the guy when he started to pick it up. He smiled ominously as he threw the piece away and spoke of the lesser devil's poison being properly prepared. He threw one of the spheres in the direction of the boy and passed by him, hitting one of the guards in the face. The girl started screaming loudly in pain and clutching her face. The dragon saw that the body was paralyzed, but she was still breathing and said that it looked like his prey was good. He rose from his throne and was not satisfied that the poison was not fatal because it was difficult to make. After stepping on her head, he was satisfied and said that this result suited him. I looked at the guy with a smile and asked him what he wanted as a reward. The boy didn't know if he could really ask for a reward, but the dragon said that this would lose all interest. Robert ordered him not to test his patience and to say what he wanted. He clenched his fists and explained that he would like to get his bag of abundance back because it contained all the tools to create pills. He was surprised that he could do it faster with the sack, so he ordered the guard to give it to him. The dragon was glad that Dan's pill from his uncle's Niden was coming soon, and for the next year he would have to store up energy, and the young man would have to make poison. Then he saw a new girl standing next to him and asked her name. He told her to make poison with the boy and to learn it from him and prove her worth. Sebastian was happy to be given another year of freedom so unexpectedly. He realized that he would not have such a chance again and had to find a way out anyway. Pulling out all the items that were in the bag of abundance, I saw that they had not been touched and that they were not valuable to the waterbender. The boy was angry with himself because he was too weak and failed at everything. While he was thinking about all this, Violetta turned to him. She suddenly asked him if he was going to run away, which surprised him. She explained that she was looking after a girl who was ordered to do this for him, and she told her how he hid the ingredients and made something else. He explained that he was only trying to resist the fate that was being imposed on him, because as soon as the virgin learns to make poison without his help, he will become useless, because she herself has seen what is done to those who lose their value. And since he had only women under his command, he left the young man to teach them. Sebastian explained that he had taken a pill called Dan to help him break through the gate and reach the late stage of spiritual birth. He also made a wonderful neutralizer for the poison he used to poison him. The girl was shocked that the guy managed to do something against the poison. The guards and ladies stood at the entrance to the courtyard and bowed to the most powerful of them. One complimented him on his amazing talent. He was a little uncomfortable appearing in front of her in this way. He explained that because she wanted to meet him secretly, he had to accept this accounting. She said that she knew about his anti-venom, and the young man explained that he could not just wait for death, as he would not be allowed to die. Sebastian wanted to know why she hadn't said anything, even though she knew he was stealing the ingredients. The girl told us that at the end of the cave there is a powerful protection called the Dragon's Vortex, which is passed down through generations. She saw no point in telling him the reason, so she asked him to just concentrate and see if he could leave the place. The guy agreed not to ask any more questions and asked her if she knew a way around it. The Guardian explained that only 8 of them knew about it. They were alchemists of the lore of spiritual energy, but the dragon had raised them himself. And there is a very small percentage that they will betray him and help him, but because he has found the poison against him, he may be able to find a way out. Celine arranged for them to meet, and Sebastian thanked her for her help and said he would repay her. She didn't ask for anything back, but if he succeeded, she wanted him to help her escape the fate of the girl who died. Sebastian entered the room where the girls were waiting for him. Celine told the elder about the boy and introduced him, explaining that he was the one she was talking about. Then the girl introduced Sylvia to the guy, who was interested in her words and said that she had heard about neutralizing poison. Sebastian bowed and called it the fifth poison and was lucky that he knew the way to create against the poison. She looked angry and asked me how she could believe him on his word, because I had to have guarantees before paying for the antidote, because if something went wrong, everyone's life would be in danger. He explained that his late in the venom is profound because he is able to improve the formula of the lesser devil's poison. She was not in the mood and said that the gentleman was very pleased that the time for creating the poison had been greatly reduced, but this did not confirm that the anti-poison was perfect. Sebastian smiled and asked permission to ask a question in return. He leaned over to her and asked if all his subordinates believed that the dragon would win the fight, because if he loses, they will all die without having received the poison. She started laughing out loud because he was right, and said that was why he was so carefree. Since he understood the situation, she asked what he wanted from her, assuming that he needed to get out of the cave. The boy explained that this was not true, because if he ran away in the absence of the dragon, his anger would fall on the servants. And he was interested in what had confused Sylvia, because she had not expected to hear it. And he started laughing because he could not leave this place alive, and the guy understood this perfectly. So he confidently said that they would have to kill him for the plan to work. The guards standing outside the door were shocked to see the door start to crack from the magical energy. A bright light blinded them, and a dragon appeared from there, with an aura raging around it. He was pleased with the effect that surprised him with the power he had to swallow Oliver. Then he asked one of his servants if anything had happened during his solitary training. He did not fully believe that the man had died and asked how it happened and whether he had given him poison. She said that as soon as Violetta, who was assigned to him, improved her abilities, he was afraid that he would lose his value and tried to leave the cave. And he was caught in the dragon's whirlwind and survived. Then the dragon looked at the body and asked what happened to the work he had been entrusted with. She said that he was doing a good job and made 10 nuts with the poison of a lesser devil and taught the maiden how to do it. Robert began to suspect something and asked when he died. The guard said that they found the body yesterday near the seal of the dragon vortex, and she ordered him to throw his body outside the cave for fodder, because now it would be easier for him not to kill him. In a cold voice, the girl said she would obey his order. The guy's body was lying on a clearing where some animal was already approaching him. When he started sniffing, he was very scared when he saw the hand moving. He struggled to get up, and the animal that had been circling him ran away. Sebastian was glad that the dragon hadn't noticed the breath-stopping technique, and he was finally able to leave that horrible place. And although I wanted to note this, I didn't have time because the confrontation was to take place in 6 months. He jumped on his sword and needed to find the cave where Oliver had settled down. The guy got to the mountain and saw a fire burning from below, and everything around him was black. Then he decided to go down and see everything with his own eyes. The entrance was built into an active volcano that was boiling with lava, and the young man was almost sure that this was the place his mentor was talking about. Then he suggested that there should also be a dragon vortex in front of the entrance. Sebastian walked confidently because he saw no reason to hesitate, as he knew how to get around it. As soon as I stepped on the ground, it began to fill with colors and glow with radiant energy. Fire whirlwinds appeared, and it was hard for the guy to resist it. He covered his face because it was too hot and powerful, and he did not expect them to be so strong. And he assumed that he had to go through 7 active points while the vortices were raging, but he thought it was a bad idea, even though he knew how to destroy this technique. He saw one way out, to run in the most dangerous direction between them. When the moment came, the guy jumped up and ran toward the door. Sebastian was sitting on the ground. Somehow he managed to do it, but he knew it would be difficult to get back. He realized that Robert would have a great chance to win after taking over his uncle's Naiden. So before the dragon came here to kill him, the boy had to find the stirring wheel. He moved quietly around the castle, looking at everything and picking up on details. 2 days later, the young man sat depressed because he could not find the circle and thought that it might not even be here. And there was also the possibility that the alchemist whom the first master met simply lied about it. He was angry because he had almost died to get here and didn't know if what he was looking for was here. Out of anger, he threw a stone with great force and it fell into boiling lava. He could see the fiery lava with his own eyes and by the heat of the walk, but the sound didn't make sense to him. Then he took something out of his pouch and threw it into the bench as if measuring something. And he had the impression that it was not lava, but that he had dipped the thing into some kind of lake. The boy wanted to know how far to the bottom, because he had reached it and continued to lower it further. I was also surprised that his dagger did not flatten, but just got wet, and concluded that it was an ordinary lake, even though it looked like lava. Then Sebastian decided to dip his hand in and try it himself. He was convinced of his guesses, but wondered why the illusion was created and whether it was hiding something secret. The guy was sitting on the shore and realized that the only way to check everything was to dive in himself. He jumped into the water and began to swim somewhere, holding his breath. He thought that something was hidden at the depths, and when he saw something at the bottom, he was convinced. Sebastian came closer and was amazed that his master was right and the moving circle was indeed real. The number of soul stones depends on the distance of travel, but unfortunately I could not estimate it to know if they would be enough. He had only 30 transitional and 80 low, and it would be a shame if he used the best, though it was better than not enough. His main goal was to get out of this forest of demons. Some of the stones went out and I thought that the transitional stones had exhausted their power. He wondered how far the connection had been established, because they were losing power too quickly, because he had thrown everything he had left into it. He saw no other way but to activate the moving circle, even if he had to use his own spiritual power. The guy felt how quickly his spiritual strength was leaving him, and it bothered him. Sebastian felt a lot of pain, and due to lack of energy he lost consciousness and fell on the circle. He was lying there with no signs of life, and the last of his air was going out of him. The ring around his neck began to activate and wrap itself in magic. A bright light began to shine from the moving circle as if it was reacting to something. Sebastian found himself in Jiang'an, Liji County, sleeping in a room. He did not realize where he was, because he remembered fainting on the way after leaving the moving circle. He looked at his hands and began to concentrate, as if the gates of heaven had closed. He assumed that he did not have enough spiritual energy, and the circle reached the hidden one, because he felt that now his level was no higher than the 5th stage of Den. He recalled that Evan had said that it could have been worse over time, but with the experience of the breakthrough and the knowledge from it, he thought it would catch up. The guy did not remember how he got to this place, and his attention was drawn to the man in the doorway. His face was happy when he saw that Sebastian was awake. The guy looked at the man with confusion and asked him what he had said. He came up to him and asked what country the language was from, because it was the first time he had heard it, and asked if he came from a foreign country. The man thought about it, because he had heard many languages, but he did not understand a word of this one, and the boy realized that this language was not like the country of Yanam. Then the savior ran to get the interpreter of the residence, because he was sure that he could understand him. 5 months later, Henry visited the boy and asked if he had packed his gear. Sebastian was already ready, and said that Brother Harden had come by and warned them that they were leaving soon. Henry still wondered how the boy managed to drive so fast in their language, and he was grateful to them for their moral and material support. The boy was surprised by the elder's large escort and decided to ask why he was going and where he was going. He explained that the elder had not been feeling well lately, so the younger gentleman decided to go to the market of Wenshu Mountain to get some medicinal herbs. This information puzzled him a bit, and he asked why this could not be done in the market closer to him. Henry whispered in my ear that the Celestials themselves had opened the market there, but that's just what people say. The boy thought about it, especially about the Celestials. The road was difficult, and the younger gentleman asked how much longer they had to travel, and he said that the journey would take about 2 days. She asked if they would really meet Celestials there, because she didn't want to be upset because the road was long. The man assured me that low-level Celestials gathered there and that anyone could talk to them, and although he had only looked around, he had a chance to visit several times. He was convinced that there were healing herbs there that would cure the elder. The lady asked Henry if he had forgotten anything, and convinced him that this was more important than his life, and he could not be careless. She asked him to look closely at the herbs and look for something that would be useful, because he was the best at them. It was not surprising to Sebastian that ordinary people did not know about those herbs because they were spiritual. The man did not know what to do, but the lady could not return empty-handed because her condition was getting worse every day. The girl went up to one of the Celestials and asked him what it was and what its effect was. Henry explained that the case was serious because the couple was personally involved, and he was wondering if they would make a deal. The deity said that they looked like laymen, but she did not understand him. He explained that they are not celestials, but ordinary people of the mortal world, and people who cannot step on the path of immortality are called so. The girl became angry and asked whether it was possible to conclude a contract if she was a laywoman. Smiling, he said that since it was her first time here today, he would answer her questions with patience. The old man asked her what a market was, because it was a place where people exchanged things, and asked what she was looking for. The girl enthusiastically replied that she needed good healing herbs to cure her father's ailments, because he was getting worse. The deity suggested that bitter ginseng would be good for maintaining health, but would not increase spiritual strength. She was very happy because these herbs were no match for the healing herbs of the laity. He was pleased with her sincerity and decided to give her just one low-level spiritual stone. The lady was shocked. She did not know what it was, and the boy watched the old man calmly explain everything. Henry hoped that the younger lady would not make a scene, but she asked him to bring the box. They tried to negotiate with these gold bars instead of the spiritual stone, and she was ready to pay even more in gold and jewelry. The deity looked at her and repeated that he had already named his price. He explained once again that he only wanted a low-level spiritual stone, not gold, because I have already said that a deal is when they exchange things they need. He looked surprised and said that she wouldn't buy anything here if I offered unnecessary things. She was shocked that she had ignored the basic agreement and asked if he was right. Everyone returned from the market to the wagon and no one said anything. Everyone kept silent. The girl was disappointed that so many days had been wasted and she hadn't been able to get anything. Henry was sad that the young lady had been trying to please the Celestials for 3 days, but had not been able to get a blade of grass. Sebastian managed to get some spiritual herbs and scouted out prices, and thought about repaying the kindness of the Jianying country. Henry was in despair, because the elder was getting worse every day, and he was afraid that something bad would happen to him. The boy tried to encourage the man that the older man should get back on his feet, because he had done many good things. Henry agreed with him, and they smiled at each other, and the young man assured him that it would be so. Some people were watching the cart, and they couldn't make any noise when they were at the market because they could be attacked by other alchemists. That's why they specifically waited for them to be in a place where they were not, because they wanted to take all their treasures from them. Everyone was surprised when someone attacked them and fire broke out on the ground. The guards took up a circular defense and were on guard against the attack. 2 men rose into the air, asking who they had made the noise in front of, and the guards thought they were Celestials. They laughed ominously at them and told them not to strain so much. They said that they were planning to kill them all anyway, to create fear in the people. The guards were frightened. They did not understand what was happening and why they needed to do it. A girl got out of the cart and asked them to wait with their plans. She introduced herself as Sophia, the daughter of the elder of the head of the Linz district, and offered to give them all the treasures if they needed them. They began to mock the girl and said that she was beautiful. She explained that they were there to buy medicine and offered a deal. They would cure her father, and she would give them more treasure. The men were very much amused by Sophia's proposal and the way she chose her words, but one said that they had no desire to get involved in such difficulties, because they wanted to kill everyone and take the treasures, but they would make an exception for her and spare her life, but she had to become a concubine. She was surprised, but her husband was already holding a torch and said that everything would be burned except her and the treasures. People began to protect themselves from the fire by hiding behind cover, and Sebastian suddenly jumped out with his sword. The men were very surprised by the boy's appearance, because they did not expect anyone to interfere with them. A young man stood in front of the robber, and before he could say anything, the boy attacked him. He started waving his sword at the shocked enemy. He was scared because the alchemist was several times better than him and had a skill that paralyzed him. The man went down to the ground and knelt down, giving up his fists. And he began to beg Sebastian to have mercy on him and promised that he would never be seen again. The guy was angry and said that this would not happen because he did not show pity. The rest of the laity recovered a bit and were surprised that the guy had saved them. After that, they arrived in the county and entered the girl's apartment. Sebastian thanked for such a warm welcome, although he believed that he had done nothing special. Sophia asked him to stop, because after all, he had saved her and her servants' lives, and that he was a real benefactor to the family. He recalled how he was a stranger in this country who fainted on the road, but they picked him up and walked him out. Then he smiled and explained that he was not the type to forget about kindness, and that they could ask him for anything. The girl was very happy with this news because she already knew what she wanted. They came to the room where her father was lying and stopped by him. She explained that he was having trouble breathing and suffering even in his sleep, and although all the doctors in the area had examined him, no one knew the cause of the disease. Sebastian sat down and decided to feel the pulse using his skills. He saw the spiritual energy moving throughout the elder's body. The boy saw that he had a poisonous insect in his stomach, a type of insect that usually parasitizes demonic beasts, but he did not understand how it got there. The girl was very worried and asked if her father's condition was very bad, but he said that goo was easy to handle. But Sebastian suspected that the alchemist had a hand in it. Sophia asked him to take a break and not to overdo it, but he had already finished his treatment. The girl was seriously impressed that he had already finished barely touching his hand, and he said that in 2 weeks her father would be fully recovered with just a glance at her. He explained that there was a demonic bug in his body that sucked out the necessary nutrients, and his vital energy decreased. And he recommended giving him a decoction of herbs filled with solar energy and restorative foods, so that the process would be faster. Sophia was very grateful to him and bowed down, saying that she was forever in his debt. Sebastian said he shouldn't do it, because any other alchemist could easily cure him. She hoped that he was not referring to those robbers, because he had saved her and her father, and would not pay him back for the rest of his life. He believed that the alchemist should not interfere with those who want to thank him, and this would allow him to collect information and restore the level. He agreed to her words, which made the girl very happy, and she got up. Henry was worried about the boy and was waiting for him to come out, because it had been a year since he had locked himself in his room. He was already tired of waiting for him, even though Sebastian had warned him that it would take a while, but it was too much for him. The man was surprised to hear a familiar voice saying that he was complaining about sweeping the floor again. Henry was very happy that he was finally out and asked if anything had happened during his absence. But he was indignant that it was not the first time a gentleman and a lady had come to him, and demanded that they bring him to the celebration while he was in seclusion. He asked what was happening for the new year, and that he could forget about training for a while and take part in the celebration. Because the elder was healed, there will be a big celebration, and he will see everything with his own eyes. Henry said that the festival would be large-scale, and that they would organize piers and gather people, and the young man did not want to miss it. The celebration was noisy and fun, and fireworks were even launched. Sebastian was sitting with the head and his daughter when someone caught their attention. They saw a man walking toward them, with his servant seemingly walking behind him. The guy analyzed his vital energy, and it turned out that he was an alchemist of the initial level of development of Dan. Looking at the guy, he was convinced that he hadn't come just to watch the fireworks. He was wary and wondered what the alchemist's purpose was in coming to this apartment. The man said that thanks to him, he could enjoy the festival in honor of the new year, and hoped for reciprocity. The elder was surprised when Sebastian got up and tried to stop him. The elder was distracted by a man who came to him and said that he was glad to see him in good health again. He started laughing and said that he had prepared some good ginseng for him, hoping it would help him. The head said it was Master Gary and invited him inside. Then he thanked him for his concern and said that he was feeling better, and the master decided to introduce him to a student of a doctor with outstanding knowledge. The elder laughed and said that it would be an honor to reach out his hand to listen to the pulse, for he had heard of David's fame. The guy was surprised and said that he was completely healthy, that it was impossible to say that he had been ill for so long. The young man asked them to watch the fireworks as he was completely healthy. Sebastian stood at the entrance and watched the two men because they aroused his suspicion. The celebration in the city was in full swing, with people having fun and relaxing. My father asked me to keep an eye on everything, but he would not work too hard and would go and rest. He lay down and thought it was all a dream because it all passed like a blur. The man heard some strange sounds and someone's presence, so he reached for his sword. He quickly got up and pointed his sword at the guy, but the guy told him to be quiet. His eyes opened wide when he saw Dr. David's student in front of him. He held a fire in his hand and warned him that if he did something stupid, he would destroy everyone in this city, including him. The elder threw the sword out of his hand and asked what the alchemist needed it for. The guy noticed that he was not surprised that he was an alchemist and asked if he had ever met anyone who was not. Looking at him angrily, he replied that fate had brought him together with a friend. The guy smiled that the man was skilled because he was able to heal him and destroy goo, and asked what happened to him. He said that according to the rules, he invited them to the apartment and warned them that he would leave if they harmed him. He began to laugh at this because he was not going to be stopped by any alchemist and would kill him in such a way as to leave no trace. A voice came from somewhere, and a sword began to appear next to the man. After knocking the torch out of his hands, Sebastian put his sword to his throat, which scared the guy a little. With disbelief, Michael asked if he was an alchemist and laughed at him. Sebastian, on the other hand, was extremely serious, holding his sword in front of him and saying that it was he who had healed the elder. He apologized and explained that they seemed suspicious to him, so he ambushed them in his room. The guy gave him a choice and asked him why he wanted to kill the elder, and if he answered, he would take pity on him. He explained that his master was a descendant of a Nanyang official and a great man who had managed to become an alchemist, and ordered him to fulfill a couple of errands. The guy kept his eyes on him and told him that it was an interesting story and that he should continue. Michael said that the master had decided to kill the elder and take his place. Although it was a small matter, he had no choice but to do it. Sebastian asked for the name of such a great man, but he threw it to the boy to do it first. The guy introduced himself and said he had no clan, so he called him a vagrant, giving his name and the name of his master, Theodore. Michael began to boast that the alchemist must have known the fame of his clan and tried to take the sword away from his throat. The boy could agree to this on one condition, that he promised not to kill the elder. Michael started to get angry that they were trying to stop him, knowing that it was a master's assignment. Without emotion, he replied that there was definitely a way to help him without shedding blood. He agreed because he did not want to become an opponent of a talented alchemist because of a layman. And as soon as the guy didn't speak, he saw the sword start to fall from his gourd. Michael's face changed to an angry one and pulled out a piece of paper with runes, calling him naive. He released it, calling it a fire talisman, and energy came out of it. He was surprised by what he saw, because his talisman did not have the effect he expected. When the enemy attacked, the guy used his shield and said that he could not be trusted. Michael seemed to go crazy when he saw that he had managed to repel the talisman and that his shield was worth a ritual item. Sebastian looked out and reported that his actions had resulted in an immaculate movement. This boldness angered him even more, and he began to bombard him with attacks. The shield easily dealt with his attacks, and the guy summoned his sword and pointed it at the enemy. He was serious and summoned the Sword of Desires and headed behind the enemy while he was paying attention only to his attacks. And he wanted to use the technique of the sword of the fighter of evil, which he had been taught earlier. The formation of the wall that connects heaven and earth, so the sword flew at high speed. When Michael noticed him, it was too late and he was hovering over him. He quickly began to rustle through his bag of wealth looking for something. He took out a spiritual bear in order to repel the enemy's attack. He was interested in his bag that could hold a demonic beast because he didn't have enough materials to make it. The sword flew into the bear and made a hole in it, which shocked the owner, who had hoped for it. The animal fell dead on the floor, and the owner had questions about it. He tried again to get another ticket in a hurry. Sebastian was behind his opponent and noted that his technique was good, but he didn't have enough experience. He was very outraged by such words because he believed that he had no right to speak to him like that. And with one hand, he struck Michael so hard that he was thrown from his seat. When he had defeated everyone, he asked the elders if he was all right. He asked me to call his trusted servants to clean up the mess, because the news of the alchemist's death could cause a lot of negative publicity. Since the person who came with him was not from this family, I thought that I could just talk to him. The elder trusted the alchemist and wanted to follow his clear instructions. Sebastian was about to leave, but asked us to give his greetings to Miss Sophia because he had to leave. He was still surprised to find so many alchemists in this market. He was asked if he could see a guy who introduced himself as Victor and his sister Gabriella once a year. He was very happy to see them again, because a lot of time had passed. When Sebastian was at the Wenshu mountain market a year ago, he realized that the alchemist was not interested in the things of laymen and that the virgin would not be able to make a deal. But he needed information and materials to strengthen the sword of supplication created after the death of the masters. So I decided to sell some artifacts to get more spiritual stones, and to do this I had to abandon my disguise so that they wouldn't mistake me for a layman. Everyone was surprised by the low-level artifacts and the guy who was selling them because he had reached a high level in his younger years. Then a man came up to him and wanted to buy both artifacts, so he asked to see them closer. He was with a girl and promised to pay generously for them, which surprised Sebastian. The guy remembered them and said that he was glad to meet them again while he was in the institution. Victor explained that he had received some amazing artifacts with his help and asked if he had come to sell something again. Gabriella was excited that he had something for sale and asked if he could show them first. Sebastian smiled and agreed to fulfill their request because they were already bound by a previous agreement. He put the instrument on the table and explained that it was a flower flute made of jasper. Victor felt that the flute had a lot of energy and wanted to take it, but it disappeared. A girl grabbed the flute. He said he always takes it first if he sees something good, and it was lunchtime. His sister said he didn't have the ear for it. Gabriella looked happy and asked if she should release the demonic beast. Because he is tame, and unless he is ordered to, he will not have any problems getting his bag of wealth. Sebastian waved his head slightly, and the girl began to let the demon out of the bag. A black panther appeared next to the table and behaved calmly. The guy looked alarmed because he was a transitional level animal, an angry black panther. The girl began to play the flute and the melody went through the beast's ears. This calmed the panther down and she came to the table and put her head down to enjoy the melody. He didn't know that the flower flute could tame beasts and that it would be very useful in combination with the virgin's talent. The girl put her animal back and asked him if he was sure he was going to sell it. She estimated the flute at 5 stones of an intermediate level and wanted to buy it right away, but her brother said they could give her 7. Sebastian accepted this lucrative offer and was delighted to do so. He explained that he hadn't been here long and didn't know anything, so he asked them to tell him about the clans in the country. The Jianying is located in Yangzhou and has 3 large official clans and 3 occult ones, which helps to keep the balance. The official ones were the clan of the Great Immortals, the School and the Clear Consciousness, and the occult ones were the Morning Dawn Union, the School and the Blacksmith clan. Sebastian said that he had heard about the last clan and that their elder had managed to raise his status after all the difficulties. Victor noticed that he was able to break through to the lore of spiritual energy, so he could not be called ordinary. He killed and stole bags to build up his strength. He was worried that if they found out about the death of his disciple, they might bring their anger down on the elder's family, so he had to regain his strength. Victor reluctantly warned him that if he wanted to join the Blacksmith clan, they would become enemies. Sebastian explained that he was only interested in what clans existed, and that he was just a wandering alchemist and was not going to join anyone. Victor liked his honesty, and his sister asked him to confess something and ask for his help. He didn't understand a bit, but asked her to tell him. The brother and sister looked at each other as if to approve of their actions. Gabriella asked him to help them catch the demonic beast. They arrived in the mountains, and the girl said that a high-level demonic beast, a lord cat, lives there and chases smells. She explained that it is difficult to catch and tame it, but if it is possible, it will help in the search for spiritual herbs because of its high level of smell. It was the first time he had heard of such a beast, but he could understand it because his masters were from Yanam. He decided to ask what he needed to do, and Gabriella admitted that they already had a plan. He will need to draw attention to himself if the animal wants to attack. Victor jumped down from his stove to the ground and said that they had already arrived. He told me that the bishop's cat likes to play, and if they go upstairs, I can find him on the top of the trees. The brother let go of his hand and scattered a bunch of flags on the ground. He asked his sister if she had forgotten to take something, and he had already set the trap. She held up a ball and said that she had chosen high quality. Victor hoped that he would not be frightened by their smell, but the girl was sure that the smell of the 3 alchemists would not be a problem. Sebastian was alerted because he felt that the cat bishop was already there. Immediately, the girl let go of her hands and dropped a magical coupon. It began to glow brightly in the air, and they stood on the ground waiting. The light hit the flags, and the coupon formed an energy cage with its rays. Something snow-white was moving at high speed in their direction, and the cage was able to detain the creature, preventing the alchemist from attacking. The cat looked at them with its angry eyes and continued to stay in that net. Victor ordered his sister to catch him when she had already prepared the other coupons. The cat was furious. He was aggressive towards them and hissed. Gabriella released the coupons and they made a powerful light explosion. Sebastian watched them and realized that they were doing a good job and that his help was not really needed. They were looking at the animal, but did not understand whether they had managed to catch it. He was furious and stuck out his claws to try to get rid of the barrier. The outer shell began to crack and shards flew off. Victor was very surprised that they used so many talismans and that the beast figured them out so easily. His sister did not despair, but prepared a rope and reminded him that they had assumed it was possible. The cat jumped and smashed the trap prepared for him with his head. During that time, a magical sphere formed in his mouth and grew larger. They were shocked by the beast's inner energy and began to call out to Sebastian that it was his turn. From that sphere, a strong and powerful energy went towards the alchemists. The guy stood in front of them and covered them with his shield and was not surprised, because he expected it and made sure his eyes did not deceive him. Victor released a couple of layers in his direction and pulled out a delicate jade staff. Melissa didn't hesitate either and started attacking the beast while their friend distracted them. The demonic beast was surprised to see different elements above him, and in a moment they tied him up and knocked him down and he fell to the ground. The beast did not like being tied up and watched the girl closely. They opened a bag of abundance and pulled it inside. Gabriella was very happy that they managed to catch such a demonic animal. The girl was in a big hurry and said that she would definitely thank him the next time they met, and her brother asked for understanding because it is very difficult to tame. Sebastian was not worried about it because he understood, but he asked what it meant to tame. Victor explained that if this beast is not tamed in a couple of days, it will die. He said that they had a couple of options, but they didn't seem effective, so they decided to do it only when the flower flute appeared. Sebastian realized that the girl would have more work, and his brother handed him a bag with the reward he had promised. Victor apologized and said that he had to hurry and take part in this process as well. He invited him to visit their home when he had time and said that he too would be lucky. When I got up in the air, I waved and hoped that he would stop by if he wanted to discuss something. Sebastian picked up the lump from the ground and thought that he should look for healing herbs since it was here. The guy was very tired because he hadn't been able to find anything in 2 days, and it seemed to him that he was jealous of them, who had received a demonic beast, or that it was the beast that had destroyed all the grass around them. He just saw a cave and was interested in it. But the strange thing was that the fog was gathering there. He sat down and it seemed like there was much more space inside and didn't know whether to check it out. Sebastian made a torch and began to climb through the narrow passages of the cave. He saw a small cat that began to growl at him in a hostile manner. This cat reminded him of his jade boar, which was brutally killed by a water dragon. He admired it and said that he was very wary, but did not know whether he would behave like that in front of the fruit when handing it over. The boy tossed it slightly and it rolled to the surprised kid. He climbed on top of it and began to tear the fruit with his claws. He was amused by the fact that no matter how hard the kid tried, he couldn't seduce the peel. And especially for him, I split the fruit in half and asked him to enjoy it. The baby immediately began to eat the new delicacy, placing his head between the 2 slices. He recalled how the second master said that when taming a beast, it is necessary to feed it with the spiritual energy of the same attribute. He was surprised when the baby jumped up and started hissing at him again. Sebastian realized that the cat would not give up easily and decided to use a different method. I decided to smear myself with his feces so that he wouldn't worry so much. And he kept looking at it, wanting to see who would win. They lay there looking at each other. The baby was already calm. 8 days passed, and Sebastian flew over that forest. He was laughing because he had already realized that the baby did not want to get into his bag of riches. He looked at him and said that he would have to climb up there anyway, and he heard a meow in response. It was already night, and Sophia was sitting on the stairs at the entrance to the apartment reading. I was happy to see Sebastian back, and he asked if anything had happened in his absence. She told me that when the master saw the dead alchemist, he pretended that nothing had happened and left in silence. She was happy and said she was worried about him while he was away. He said that he had told the elder that he would be back soon, but he had some business to attend to and was therefore delayed. She said she would prepare a uniform for him so he could change, and he thanked her for that. The guy offered his new friend something to try and handed him a piece of weed. But the cat was proud and turned away from him, showing his displeasure. He was tired. The cat didn't even look at the low-grade healing herb, and it was easier to give Dan a pill than to tame him. He thought it was a punishment for not saving the jade boar, and the cat started to get angry. The guy tried to calm him down because he realized that he would not just obey. Even though he was able to make the pill, he had only reached level 6, and it would be difficult to build up his strength from low-level herbs. Sebastian looked angrily at the cat and warned him of the consequences if he touched it. He leaned over to him and decided to name him Vanvan because he likes to get to the bottom of things. Then he suggested that we go to Tsuchon to buy his favorite fruit and look for high-grade weed. They flew to the yard and the guy went down to the ground. He bowed slightly and introduced himself, saying that he had come to see a young gentleman. Victor was glad that the guy visited them because he was waiting for it to happen. But first, I decided to ask how the cat was doing and thought that his sister was already bragging about him. But my brother explained that it was not that simple. This alerted the guy, and he asked what happened to the animal. He explained that Sebastian already knew that the beast would prefer death if they were not tamed, and he thought it would be better if they backed off from this. The guy thought that Gabriella was very upset, and Victor suggested that they continue the conversation at home. Sebastian thought it was better to hide Vanvan in order not to cause feelings of jealousy since his mother had died. He reminded Victor that he wanted to discuss something, but the man told him that he had something to offer. This information surprised the guy, and he was quite curious. He asked if he had ever heard of a great land of fertile spirit, and he asked if he was for the one that was famous for strong demonic beasts and was very dangerous compared to the forest of demons. And he said that there are 9 places in Yangzhou where there are great lands, and they belong to the land of the lonely spirit. The guy was amazed that they owned one of them, and Victor added that they owned it together with several large families. And the fact that the family is looking for an alchemist because the land of the lonely spirit opens once every 10 years, and this moment will come soon. And you need someone who knows how to move artifacts to move a large land and surpasses the level of other alchemists. Victor thought that Sebastian was the best fit for these conditions and asked if he would like to go with them. Many alchemists gathered to discover the land of the lonely spirit. There were a few entry-level alchemists, but most were at the celestial birth stage and thought they could get a lot of materials. An elder came out to them and told them about the rules that were known and that in a month the land would be sealed. He added that those who stay on those lands will not be able to leave them until they reopen. He warned that if they returned after 10 years, all their belongings would be confiscated, and the young man thought about how to get ahead of him and find what he wanted. Victor warned the young man that everyone would go where they wanted to go, and that there was a strong demonic beast in the center. When everyone understood everything, they decided to remove the seal and open the gate. All the alchemists were waiting for this to happen, and when the gate was opened, they all rushed forward. Sebastian noticed that everyone was scattered elsewhere, so he shouldn't have any problems. He was very happy when his pet came out from under his cloak. He asked me to smell all the herbs, which herbs he would collect to memorize the smell, and if he found healing ones, I would get fruit. They carefully examined the ground, and the boy realized that there must be healing herbs nearby, based on Vanvan's reaction. The guy landed on the ground, and it seemed to him that it had to be there because there was dense spiritual energy, so he could see a lot of grass. He regretted that he had passed by healing herbs in the forest of demons, but here there were many alchemists, and he could exchange souls for stones. Sebastian searched for the alluring and shivering grass that was supposed to grow in the swamps by sucking out useful elements from the dead. He heard some sounds and was very worried about what it could be. Nearby was a frightened alchemist who was trying to do something about the evil insects. He tried to drive them away with fire from a sack he had with him. Sebastian observed demonic insects, and because of the spiritual energy, there are many rare animals here. He noticed the inviting grass nearby and thought that the insects attacked when the man wanted to pick it. The boy thought about taking the grass while he was not looking, because all the grasses are nobodies until someone gets hold of them. Some guy wanted to pick a flower and apologize for it, explaining that he didn't have all the abilities to match his own, so that people wouldn't hate him so much. The man didn't like this impudence and made a swamp monster appear and grab the alchemist. Without any effort, the demon ate the young man completely. Sebastian was surprised that it was a high-level demonic beast, a swamp crocodile. He thought that the alchemist who came here first had sensed something. The monster saw the frightened alchemist lying on the ground and began to growl at him. The man was angry because he knew he was going to get into trouble, but he didn't expect a high-level beast. So he quickly packed up and ran away, and the guy realized that the alchemist was not that talented to deal with such a demonic beast. But he was completely different and knew about the weaknesses of the amazing swamp crocodile. Sebastian was preparing himself for battle and was focused on the monster. The demon saw him and started running at him, trying to grab him with his hand. The boy used Sunbow to move quickly and avoid the monster's attack. He knew that the swamp crocodile would become slower when it left the swamp. Watching him, he noticed that his movements were the same and that the main thing was not to be thrown back by inertia. He used the technique of the sword and the extermination of evil by piercing the throat of a crocodile with his sword. Some kind of liquid began to splash out of its large mouth and it began to fall. The guy was happy with his work and did not think it would be so easy. He plucked the necessary grass from his head and saw that his skin was a good material, but took a long time to process. He realized that he could not stay in one place for so long because he had already met 2 alchemists. He got scared when he saw Vanvan wanting to jump on the grass and tried to stop him. Sebastian managed to grab him and asked him to calm down. He asked him if he was going to eat the herb himself, which the owner had obtained with sweat and blood, and began to doubt the purpose of the plant because he did not help with the search. The cat was very scared when the young man said that it was time for him to go into the sack. When he was stuffing it, he missed his jade boar, who was affectionate and obedient. 10 days later, they were still on the big land. From above, he noticed a tree and thought it was fertile. He jumped off it and was happy and thought that his animal must be hungry. After picking the fruit, he wondered if he should share the herb with Vanvan, because eating the healing herb makes them stronger. He suddenly felt someone's spiritual energy and heard that at the stage of the law of spiritual energy, it can be released to explore the area. So at first he decided to leave the place quickly and jump on the sword. He was a little embarrassed that he saw someone chasing him in the distance. A man saw this and yelled for the boy to stop. He recalled that this man he met at the entrance was at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. They stopped opposite each other, and the guy felt that there was no good intentions here. Sebastian introduced himself and explained that he was here as a guest of Victor's family and asked if they had any business with him. The man didn't look good and said if he wasn't there, he wouldn't have called for no reason, and asked if he was a wandering alchemist if he came as a guest. The guy was serious and asked if there were any problems with his status. The old man started laughing and said that there were so many problems that it was hard to count them. He explained that the problem for the 6 families is to allow guests like him, because now he will harvest less for the first time. And he began to laugh ominously, because he wanted to reduce the number of wandering alchemists in these lands. The guy expected this turn of events and didn't even think about anything else. He quickly put up his shield and drew his sword and saw no point in saving his strength because the enemy was at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. The alchemist was a little surprised that he could control a couple of artifacts at once and said that this was an amazing skill for a heavenly birth. He unleashed his magic attack because he believed that this skill was at the middle level of celestial birth. It was hard for the guy to hold back the enemy's blow with his shield. The man looked up and was shocked at how quickly he had moved. He started laughing at him and said that he was talented for a boy of heavenly birth. He noted that his attacks and tricks against the spiritual barrier would not work. Sebastian watched his every move and didn't stop and used a smoke bomb. He did not think that the spiritual barrier of such an alchemist at this stage was so strong. So he quickly used a smoke bomb, but he felt that his spiritual energy would be exhausted. The man laughed at the guy who probably hoped that the smoke from the bomb would be able to interfere with his sense of ki. But he admitted that Sebastian is very talented for his stage, and if someone like him harbors a grudge, it could become a big problem in the future. That's why he was better off killing the guy to feel calmer. He started waving his staff, ordering the boy to show himself. Sebastian explained that he was waiting for him to approach and let his guard down. And he rushed to attack using his sword technique of exterminating evil. The alchemist was angry that the boy did not realize that his tricks would not work. The sword was hovering over the barrier, and they ordered to use 10,000 fragments, and the man did not understand anything. The alchemist was frightened when he saw thousands of shards flying into his barrier and destroying it. After that, there was a powerful explosion in his place, and he was sorry that he had dropped the Sword of Desires, but it was the best decision he could make. He looked up at the top of the alchemist for a short time. He won't be able to counterattack, so he needs to quickly escape during this time. The man was covered in smoke and very angry with the wandering alchemist. He noticed the guy trying to run away and said he would grind him into powder. So with great anger, he swung his staff at the young man, who was a little frightened. The guy was already preparing to strike, but did not realize what happened. He was stopped by an alchemist who asked him to continue torturing the innocent younger ones. He was shocked and asked how Kevin ended up in this place. He started to get angry and asked what he was still doing here because he was supposed to get out of here. He made his ears hurt and asked if he had just taken a pill for a loud voice, and the young man stood there in confusion. He asked me with a smile why he had no right to be here. Derek asked if he had been here all the time since he set foot on this land 40 years ago. But the man did not see this as a problem, and did not think that anyone cared about his well-being, so he should have stopped harassing the younger man and disappeared. He was persuasive and counted to 3, and if not, he would consider changing forces, and he liked that better. Derek was angry because he was in the middle of the lore of the spirit 40 years ago, and if he had been at his level, he might have made up his mind. That's why he said he was going back, because he didn't have time for them. Kevin was sorry because he wanted to warm up for once in battle, and Sebastian noticed that he was somewhere in the middle of the law of spiritual energy. The guy didn't want to let his guard down and thanked the alchemist for his help, promising to repay him in the future. But he asked me to stop because it wasn't a difficult case for him. He started laughing and asked about a wish that could be fulfilled right now. He was serious and felt that things could not go so smoothly, so he asked what he could do. He pointed a finger at him, but explained that it was not his help that was needed, and the cat whose haunting smell he hides under his clothes, which really made him angry. Then he asked if he was the target, since he knew he was hiding there. Kevin was a little worried and explained that his collar was covered in wool and asked not to consider him a bandit, but just to help him out once. He explained that he was happy to help when he learned that he was Victor's guest, and Vanvan decided to show up. This surprised the young man, and he asked if he too had come as their guest. He smiled and confirmed his words by pointing to himself. I asked if he stayed to catch a giant ancient turtle near the spiritual center of the earth. Since there is spiritual energy everywhere, there are plenty of materials, and it helps a lot in training. It was disturbing because I knew that whoever left the land afterwards would take what they had collected, but Kevin did not understand what nonsense he was talking about. Because you could take a pill, swallow it, and get out of here afterwards, and Sebastian realized that he had a completely different approach to this. They came to a certain place, and the alchemist said that they had arrived, and this was the place. He told us that this is where the giant turtle's domain begins, and it would be great if the cat could find it by smell. He was excited and pointed to the peak where he wanted to start the search. Sebastian explained that their peculiarity is that most of them make their nest in groundwater, and suggested a cave. He was so surprised that at first he didn't even believe the guy, because I kept wondering why it didn't show itself, and the turtle was hiding under the ground like a coward and started punching the ground. He smiled and said he would tell Vanvan to follow her scent. The kid got to the ground and began to sniff around, showing the way to the alchemists. The boy thought that the shelter of a giant ancient turtle was under them, and Kevin felt sorry for him because he had no idea about this place. Sebastian released a wind of determination from his hand that impressed the older man. He said that he was quite talented and capable, but the young man did not see anything unusual in this. The man said that modesty was not worthwhile here because he was taught by a good master. He was also convinced that this was the place, because his cat did not lead him thoughtlessly. Kevin said he had to go and jumped, and Sebastian was confused because he didn't understand how to go on. He explained that he had completed his task and could follow him only at his own risk. The guy agreed with him because the man did whatever he wanted. The boy turned to the animal and explained that they were in danger and that he should get into the sack. But he jumped down and called out to his mentor as he landed. He asked to be quiet because he thought they had disturbed her and woken her up. A really giant evil turtle with a conical shell was looking at them. Kevin was fascinated by her because she was of a higher level and was glad that they had finally met her. But it did not reciprocate and swung its giant paw at them. The impact caused the ground to crack, and the alchemists were thrown back. He was convinced of the words when they said she was a pain in the ass when he pulled out his stick. He attacked the turtle with his powers, trying to capture it. He was amazed that only a chef's monthly tooth had it and realized how strong it was. Kevin laughed at what a higher-level beast meant, so he decided to use higher-level artifacts as well. He took out a black treasure from a bag and said that he would break through its vaunted shell. He released a stream of energy from it toward the head of the giant turtle. Sebastian was amazed by such powerful energy and that the robber was in no way equal to him, and could not believe that this stage was so strong. And he exhaled and boasted that he had killed a giant turtle with one blow. But I noticed that she opened her eyes and started growling, so it wasn't over yet. The turtle's shell began to glow and energy rings appeared around it. The whole situation amused the mentor, who said that this was weak spiritual energy. He thought she had decided to run away and block their view, feeling threatened, but the guy thought differently. Kevin was very surprised to see that the spiritual barrier began to melt. Sebastian noticed that his mentor had amazing abilities, but he was unable to master the art of wind. So I started using it, because in this case it would be useful, and created a wind of determination. Kevin drew the boy's attention to the smoke, which was preventing him from concentrating his spiritual power, but told him not to interfere or he would lose his life. But he didn't stop and continued to work on that wind technique. He was surprised by the boy, because an alchemist who had barely reached the middle level of celestial birth possessed such an art of wind. When he was done, he put the energy in a jar. The giant turtle was angry and began to roar very loudly. Kevin liked the young man's work because he was able to dispel the smoke, and now he can finish it. Sebastian found it difficult to restrain the turtle's energy attack, and then it turned around and threw them out of their seats with powerful energy. The guy crashed hard into the wall and felt a strong pain piercing his entire body. He rolled to the ground and bowed his head. Kevin asked if he was alive. Kevin realized that he was a greater danger to him than he was. The man became very angry that the turtle decided to ignore him. He rushed to attack and jumped over it while the turtle watched his actions. Sebastian was unconscious and bandaged, and a stream of water poured over him. Kevin smiled and looked at the boy, asking if he would live. He suddenly stood up and screamed, which was a good sign, because if he had the energy to scream, everything was good. The guy was surprised to see that his torso was bandaged. But the mentor asked me not to say that he owed his life to him, because without him, it would have been difficult for him to cope with it without getting rid of the smoke. He spoke of a cursed turtle and looked at it and its severed head. Sebastian thanked him anyway for saving him a second time because he would have died without blinking. He explained that they helped each other, so no one owes anyone anything. The guy abruptly got to his feet and asked how much time had passed, hoping that it was not 2 weeks. Kevin reassured him that it had only been 2 days, and that he was very lucky, and the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, the armor and shield were unusable, but they fulfilled their function and saved his life. His mentor praised him and told him that he had a great talent, because the art of wind was something he had made himself. And most importantly, I was surprised by his character because I did not expect him to help him. He explained that if Kevin hadn't killed the turtle, he might have survived, so it went without saying. The mentor started laughing and hugged the boy, calling him amazing. He asked me not to worry about the wound, because it was not that deep, and he would give him a couple of pills to make it better. The day of the closing of the land came, and they did not know whether the alchemists had returned most of the guests or not. It was assumed that because they were new, they had failed to survive in the land of the lonely spirit or had been defeated by someone. Victor said that the guests were very late, even though there were 11 people, including Sebastian. She made only 5 and hoped that nothing happened to him, but then she saw someone in the sky. The guy was surprised and noticed that someone was calling him on the ground. Gabriella began to jump and wave her arms so that he could see them and welcome him back. Victor also congratulated him on his return and asked if he was okay. He was very pleased that they had also returned safe and sound and asked if the training camp was successful. The guy thanked them because he got a lot of useful materials thanks to them and offered to join them next time. While they were chatting and discussing, Derek flew by the next time and was very angry with him. He was angry and told him to think he was lucky this time. Sebastian also noticed him and looked at him with a stern look, calling him a bandit. But Derek gagged his men and ordered them to leave, and they agreed. The guy knew that in the next meeting he would not let him just beat him. He recalled how he had fought a water dragon in the Forest of Demons, how he fought with Derek on the big lands and how hard it was for him then. His next memory was of a giant turtle that nearly killed him. Sebastian looked sad, with all the memories running through his head and the thought that he was just lucky. He was at Changju's residence and was in despair and said something about it not being about ability. The boy realized that he had miraculously survived, and that if it hadn't been for Kevin, he would have died at the hands of Derek or the attacks of a giant turtle. But without strength, nothing can be subjugated to your will, and I realized that I could not go on like this. He opened the box, and there were 4 killer pills made from the ingredients stolen from the dragon, and with this, he had to break through to a higher level. Sebastian remembered all the thieves who could have defeated him and did not want it to happen again. Therefore, this time he needs to break through the gates of spiritual energy. The guy told Sophia that he would return when he was ready to attack the master of the deceased student, and she apologized for getting him involved. He smiled and said that it was she who had gotten involved in matters that only alchemists could handle, and asked her to consider it a payment for her salvation. Sebastian said that he would not be far away and that if something happened he would come quickly, so she wished him luck and to take care of himself. She watched the guy take off into the sky and realized that he was a very sensitive person. Sophia hoped that everything she had planned would come true as she watched him leave. He arrived in the mountains and climbed down to one of the rocks where the cave was located. He took a quick look at the city and thought that was enough, because at this distance he will be able to take countermeasures if they are attacked by an alchemist. He thought about the shield that had been destroyed, but he needed to improve his sword, so he decided to make new artifacts. The guy got enough materials thanks to Kevin, and now he can make more powerful artifacts. He needed a Niden that incorporated the energy of the earth, and he could do anything with the turtle's corpse. So he wasted no time and immediately began painstaking work on the artifacts. Next came the hardening with spiritual strength, and this takes time, so I left it to finish on its own. He closed his eyes and there were his 4 killer pills, and he began to improve himself as he had done in the past. He felt that one pill contained an impressive amount of energy, and he had to absorb it all. Sebastian was able to fully complete the celestial birth realm, and now he has regained his level from the demon forest. In addition, he hardly used the energy of the killing pill and had a lot of spiritual energy in reserve. Because as my mentor said, once you lose it, it's easier to get it back, so I decided to take the remaining pills at a time. And he began to concentrate on breaking through the gates of spiritual energy. Many of his clones appeared behind him, radiating spiritual energy. He waved his hand forward and many clones ran in the direction he pointed. And many clones tried to open the gate by working their arms and whole bodies forward. He felt sorry for them because they did not move forward even a millimeter. Sebastian recalled that he was told by the masters what to do to make a breakthrough through the gates of spiritual energy. And it was as if someone started pulling his hair and telling him that his bright head could not remember it. Brian said that to make a breakthrough, we need to think not only about the quantity of spiritual energy, but also about the degree of quality. And Evan appeared next to him and said that it was not that, but that their student was in a hurry. All of the masters explained that the alchemist must first find peace of mind in order to prevent a great disaster, and that he must start with his own soul. They sincerely believed in him and in his strength, that he would be able to overcome everything. He smiled because that's how the masters would have reproached him. Despite the fact that his mind had brightened thanks to the ice breakthrough, he had completely forgotten about this important thing. The guy opened his eyes and decided to use the pill to improve their quality. He gradually added the pungency of key and gold, and his clone began to change, becoming stronger. Then he had to cool his spiritual power with water, and it was a bit difficult for him. And to strengthen it, he decided to call upon the key of the tree, then light a fire and create a subtle connection using the key of the earth. And since the gates of spiritual energy are large and planar, he concentrates on the sharpness of the key of gold and the density of the key of water. He endowed his clones with strong energy, making them more resilient and powerful. He tried to open the gates of spiritual energy with the help of all this. The guy remained calm even when the gate opened and continued on. Sebastian looked tired and said that he had finally succeeded. He was sitting in front of a wide-open heavenly door and finally broke through it. The man sat and tapped his fingers, asking if anyone really knew where Michael was now. The subordinate confirmed and said that he seemed to have disappeared unnoticed from Nanyang, and that there was a greater possibility that he was dead. The elder of the blacksmith clan asked what he had been assigned. At the request of his descendant, the boy went to kill the elder Liji, and according to his companion, they entered the house together. David had heard that an important guest had visited the house, and it seemed to be an alchemist, and the old man asked if he had killed him because the guess was not without merit. The 6th student explained that in order to kill Michael, you need at least an average level of heavenly birth. He wanted to look into it, but the master objected because if the boy was really dead, they couldn't use the alchemist's skills. Since he died for the sake of his family, he has to deal with everything himself. And he ordered him to lead him, for he would personally neutralize the one who stood in his way. Sebastian was happy to have new ammunition because he had no artifacts that matched his strength. Since he had risen to a level higher than the law of spiritual energy, he had 500 years left before meeting his teachers, and he had to break through to the breath of the sun in that time. Because you can't get away from the training of the heavenly Qigong passed down by Evan, Paul's frosty air Qigong and sword techniques. The guy came out of the room and stood at the counter asking what had brought him here. He was disappointed that Michael had fallen at the hands of an alchemist who had barely reached the middle of the celestial level, and that he was also lazy. Sebastian looked at him, and if his guess was right, he was the elder of the blacksmith clan. He realized that Michael had told him everything if he had anticipated his appearance, and decided to end it by taking his life. And he let him be the first to strike and get the artifact as a sign that the boy was younger than him. Different types of artifacts appeared next to Sebastian, which he improved. He noticed that these were unusual things, and that his abilities were inferior to his students, and said that he would find a purpose for the artifacts after his death. David saw how the teacher would not relax with the enemy of heavenly birth, and that the spiritual barrier would not let a single attack pass. The guy boldly asked if he would accept a blow on which his life could depend, and that his generosity knew no bounds. The elder laughed at him because his little tricks were nothing more than dust in the eyes. He realized that the guy wanted to distract him from the real attack. A small smoke appeared in front of the barrier, and did not understand how his student fell from such an alchemist. Sebastian laughed and said that his words would boomerang back. The man didn't understand anything, and his barrier began to melt and collapse. The elder felt that not only had the barrier disappeared, but the spiritual energy had also dissipated, and asked what kind of trick he had used. The guy was next to him, and now he realized, looking at the fallen master, why he was so weak. But he made a final stroke with his sword, piercing him through. This made the elder very angry, and he swung his sword at the boy. But it disappeared and left him confused and calling out behind him. The effect of the spiritual energy of the giant turtle was amazing to him, because even his mentor, Kevin, could not cope with it. He said he would not allow him to move until the very end. The man was in great pain, screaming at the top of his lungs, and the energy was building around him. David was amazed that his master could not cope, and assumed that the alchemist had broken through to another stage, and that he was not only at the stage of the law of spiritual energy, but also skillful, because he was able to immobilize his teacher with a couple of blows. The boy looked at him angrily, assuming he was a student, and asked if he wanted to share his fate. But David fell to the ground and worshipped him, calling him a mentor. He sincerely begged for pity, because he had done nothing wrong, and offered to do whatever they ordered if they let him live. And if he needs information about the clan, he is unrivaled in this, and he also knows how to make talismans, and the young man thought about it. Sebastian agreed to take pity on him in exchange for doing something for him. He decided to leave him one life because the boy did not understand him. He barely raised his head because he was very afraid when his mentor returned to this topic. He handed him a pill with dark energy and asked him to swallow it. He was afraid to ask what it was because he was very worried. Sebastian explained that it was a medicine that would prevent him from doing anything stupid, because only he was able to make the antivenom, and that he had to come back every 6 months. He gives him a chance to live because he said he would do anything, or it would be better to just take his life, but David agreed to take the pill. But he hoped it was not poison, because he believed that with his abilities he would be better off killing him than poisoning him. At that moment he immediately remembered the time he spent in the dragon's cave, although this poison is not as deadly as the fifth. He felt pain and an unpleasant sensation, and his spiritual energy dissipated. David didn't understand what the demon had given him, and Sebastian heard that his master had killed many alchemists and taken their artifacts. And he became interested in one thing that looked like a bottle and wanted to open it. Some liquid splashed directly into his face before David could say anything. He laughed at that because it was a vessel of salvation, but if it was not opened properly, it released deadly poison. The guy got up and said that he had no self-preservation because he opened it without knowing what it was. But he realized that he had just taken the poison and did not understand what would happen to his antidote. He grabbed his head and became very afraid because the alchemist was not supposed to die. Sebastian stood up as if nothing had happened and said that this vessel of salvation was a bit of a mess. He explained that because of his cry and such amazing loyalty, he could not afford to die. He ordered me to pack up all my things and follow him, and at the same time told me how to open it properly, which made him very angry. Henry was sad because when he brought another weirdo here, he didn't hear from the guy for a year. Sebastian looked at the ticket and began to think to himself. But he asked David's opinion because now he can make lower-level mascots. He warmed up a bit and said that he could go to the blacksmithing class when all his artifacts were strengthened. But David replied that the clan should be suspicious when the elder disappeared. Sebastian recalled what he had said about the need to master the 7th stage of development in order to avoid arousing suspicion, and to effectively handle errands. He used some tricks and asked his subordinate if this was similar to the 7th stage of Dan's development. He did not understand how this was possible and what kind of monster he was because he did not feel the power of the 7th stage. And in this case, he was not surprised that the teacher lost. He said that they were sending it now because he wanted to see how many treasures the man had collected. The clan was recruiting, and the elder was assigned to Naomi, the elder in charge of training newcomers. He explained that their presence meant that their abilities were recognized, and Sebastian was among them. He started shouting at them to forget about fun and relaxation, because from that moment on they occupied the lowest place of students, and that there is no one below them, and that is why they have to do small errands and take care of everyone, and they will be given stones of the soul. And he ordered them to put a lot of effort into improving their skills because everything depends on them. He added that in this case, the assignments would be distributed in turn, and the elders would leave. A man came up to him and said that his older brother had vouched for him and asked what he had to say about his work. Since he wanted to grow grass, he could have been assigned to the field, but there was a heavy owner who had already kicked many people out. And the man agreed to reveal him to the cultivator and asked him to put in a good word for him because he had helped a little. He became interested because growing grass at a great distance was only to visually increase the yield. And Sebastian understood that for a large harvest, it was necessary to accumulate the energy of the earth. But he felt only one person everywhere, and this was to his advantage. He gently opened the door and asked if anyone was in the room. There was an old man named Charlie who owned the fields and asked what he wanted. The guy introduced himself and said he would work for him, but the owner did not respond. He was a bit timid and asked what he should do because he was a new employee here. Charlie wasn't interested in talking to him and told him to do something no matter what, but he stopped him abruptly, and the guy was afraid that he had revealed him because judging by his ki level, he was somewhere around the 12th stage of heavenly birth. The man looked at him intently, as if he knew him or had smelled the grass. The boy was very worried that the old man would really notice and get rid of him, and then his whole plan would fall apart. But the owner of the field said that Sebastian was beautiful and even better than the head, and he thanked him in return. Looking at his face, the old man thought that they hadn't had a smart one for a long time and asked if he could find a bride. But he warned him that he would be useless if he did not do his job and gave him notebooks to study for 3 days. He would give the assignment in 4 days because if he didn't learn it, he wouldn't be able to work and he could live in an empty room, and he asked to show respect for the 2 elders. And the old man laid down and said that they would see each other in 3 days, but he wanted to rest because he was tired and didn't want to do anything. This was new to him, although Evan had taught him how to harvest and create an immortality pill, but not how to grow it. He was glad to have learned everything in the book, and now he could start the main actions. The guy looked out the window and noticed that there was no one nearby. So I quickly jumped out of the window and jumped upstairs, putting on my cloak. He turned into the head of the clan, and David was surprised that he came. The guy was grateful to him because detailed information about the clan would help him pretend to be one. Sebastian recalled that he had spoken about a secret vault where only masters can enter, as well as about hidden artifacts and soul stones. The guy said they had a problem and the mentor asked what it was. Since he returned, the elder had to return, so the head summoned him personally. They arrived at the palace and told the head that the elder was asking for an audience. At the entrance, a man appeared and greeted me, asking if the head was in good health. He smiled wickedly and said that it had been a long time, and that Harvey was the head of the blacksmith clan. He offered him a prepared liquor so that he could wet his throat. The man admitted that he was very worried because he left and did not say anything, so he hoped for a quick return and did not expect it to take so long. The elder realized that he had caused him discomfort and explained that the disciple had returned quickly and had to report everything. But he saw something that interested him. It could not be otherwise because he disappeared before an important event. And if David doesn't know about it, it means they talked about it in private. The head admitted that now there was no point in accusing him of anything since he had returned. He drank a liquor to celebrate his return just in time for the event. He told me that in his absence the training was going slowly and asked if he had seen the students they had recruited. He said that he was not interested in newcomers and he did not understand whether they were recruited specifically for training. The head laughed because he had once come as a sword holder, so it was a common occurrence, but he hoped that there would be those among them who could be educated. As when I was with him, and as I anticipated that this great event would be discussed, he said with anger that a war was coming, and the guy himself had such an expression. The head said that this war will be different from the last one, and said that most of the authorities have taken their side. Because they saw what happened to the head of the family from Tsuchan and the elder who were trapped and died, they realized where things were going. The man said that this was to their advantage because they planned to take over the minds of those families for the extraction of soul stones. He began to flatter the head about the deaths of families from official clans, and the young man realized why Victor's family did not have enough people to gather on the vast lands. The head said he had concerns when he stopped showing up. The elder began to apologize for the inconvenience, explaining that anything can be done to prepare for war. He got up and said that he had to go, because he was planning to look into the Treasury of Glory to make the last preparations. The head said that he was now calm and looking forward to it, and the man had already come out and promised that a bloodstorm would soon cover Yangzhou. He realized that all the ruling clans and families would meet each other, and the Virgin's family belonged to the earthly world, so they probably wouldn't get them involved in a war. But this did not concern him at all, so he decided to let it go its own way, and he had to hide his things and disappear. The man came to the Treasury of Glory, and it was available only to those who had the level of an elder and above. He looked closely, and there were serious security guards around the perimeter. The students who were standing guard greeted the elder and bowed. He ordered them to open the treasury because he wanted to take something from there, and they obediently agreed. There were 4 men in white clothes who said they were opening the treasury. They directed the magic towards the magic lock on the door, because it takes 4 alchemists of the level of the law of spiritual energy to open it. He was very surprised by such security and wondered what amazing things were being protected there. He was approached by one of the alchemists and asked to follow him and step only where he did. They entered, and the alchemist's footprints glowed on the ground to better see where to step. After passing 2 pavilions, I realized that I shouldn't look down on them because they built such a large interior space. He said he would wait for him here because he already knew how to open the gate. Sebastian started to worry because he didn't know how to open the door, and Michael didn't mention that he had to open the door separately. The man looked at him with suspicion and asked if he was in trouble. He did not know that there was a special way to open it like a vessel of salvation, and if he tore his face open, he would have to face the whole clan. The thought of the vessel of salvation came to him, and he knew how to open the door. He sent energy towards the door and was very happy when it opened. As the elder was leaving the treasury, the disciples wished him well, but he used it to cover his tracks in this world. He laughed, and it would have been interesting to see the expression on the head's face if he had seen it. Sebastian was in the fields of the clan, and it was so peaceful there that he could not even believe that a war was coming. He was lying under a tree and was happy that his owner liked him and could train right there. He would rest the 6th formation of the sword technique and master the method of growing medicinal herbs. He felt that someone was there, but ordinary students were not allowed to be there, so he thought of the other 2 students. A guy approached him and started shouting, asking what right he had to lie there and do nothing. Sebastian was surprised because he did not know who he was and explained that he had already completed all his business. Jake was angry that he was not recognized because he was a great student of the clan and ordered the boy to introduce himself. Sebastian bowed and apologized for not recognizing his older brother and was not scolded because he was working in the fields. He smiled and said that he would remember his words, but still had questions for him. He asked Jake what brought him here, since ordinary students are not allowed to enter the fields. He was annoyed by this insolence, because he had the right to be everywhere, but the young man thought he wanted to pick some healing herbs because he was the son of the head. Jake decided not to punish him because he didn't know and asked where Morgan's sister was. Sebastian didn't know this because he hadn't met with a mentor in the 6 months he had been working here. He made fun of him because he was just working in the ground, and at first he thought he was lucky to get a place in the fields. Although the boy liked the life of a cultivator, his elder did not understand how he could care about some grass. And he said that when he saw his sister, he would be 1,000 times more satisfied. Jake started laughing hard when asked if his mentor was beautiful because he realized that he was really new here. He didn't even understand how the owner of the fields could have such a beautiful daughter, and she was assigned to the fields, so she came to sneak in secret. He was confused when he was reminded that he could go wherever he wanted. Then he ordered me to keep it a secret, and if I kept it, he would get him a better place. Someone called out to them, and Jake looked happy to see his sister Morgana. The girl was angry that he had secretly entered the fields again, because she had told him about it more than once. She started shouting loudly that she was going to go and tell the head everything. Jake started to make up stories about the new guy getting lost and him bringing him here on purpose. She lowered her head a little and looked up to ask if he was Sebastian's student. He looked at her with surprise and greeted her for the first time in all his time there. She explained that the entire mountain belonged to the clan and asked not to inconvenience the elders, but Jake would be happy to bring him back if he got lost. Jake was puzzled when they thanked him for bringing the student back and told him to come back. He was mesmerized by her beauty and felt a little uncomfortable, so he didn't say anything. Sebastian looked at the older man and realized that he was deeply in love. Morgana asked if the funny elder had caused inconvenience only to him, but he denied it. She knew that her father was supposed to give him books and told him to come to her tomorrow to learn how to work in the fields. The girl looked serious, unlike her father, and the young man was happy to learn how to grow herbs, and he also thought that Jake was not his rival. He was about to return to his room, but was suddenly stopped. She looked at him with suspicion and asked who he really was. This puzzled him greatly, and he did not understand how she knew this. She looked angry and asked why he was hiding his abilities. He couldn't believe that she recognized the concealing technique and thought that her stage was higher than his, but he tried not to show anything. She started screaming and said that he was not smart. She asked why an alchemist of the law of spiritual energy would pretend to be at a lower stage and penetrate the fields. Sebastian was serious and said that he was here to learn how to grow medicinal herbs because he wanted to advance his training in such a quiet place. Morgana was furious, as he could have divided their clan and did not know how to believe his words, and asked if he could give a reason not to kill him. He asked if it was such a terrible sin that one should kill a person for it, and he also uses it. She shouted that she was different and was only hiding it to avoid complications. Sebastian also raised his voice and said that he meant the same for himself. She ordered him to prepare an apartment next to hers, as she would personally supervise him. She warned him that if she saw anything suspicious, she would tear his body apart and give it to the animals. Sebastian bowed down and accepted her conditions. He was pleased and analyzed that she was a good person and did not want to harm valuable people. The guy was in the house and looked at the books and was amazed at what was there. And I wondered how many alchemists had to be killed to collect so many soul stones. Although the manuscripts were unsigned, each contained someone's secret teachings and most likely left those that could be useful. He was interested in one of the interesting arts and thought about trying it at least once. He began to meditate, and he appeared in front of him, or rather half of him. But I was surprised that with just a little bit of soul power, I could create my own copy, and even at the stage of the sun's breathing, I couldn't tell the difference between the two. But I did not understand why the elder did not do so, and one of the disadvantages was the control of consciousness when there were cases of freezing in place, which easily gave away. And I decided to do it like in the technique of destroying evil, using an icy gust to divide consciousness. But it was perfect for those who had this icy breakthrough. And since he didn't know the name of the technique, he decided that it would be a manifestation of a double. He felt that Sister Morgana was tracking his ki again, because he had recently risen in the stage and wanted to practice another part of the formation that was not available all the time. Then Sebastian thought about it, because he would not be able to do anything because of her tracking, and so he had to try a trick. He came to her house and knocked, asking if she was home. Morgana opened the door and calmly asked what was wrong. The guy was impressed because she was completely different from that image of a woman completely consumed with the thirst for murder, and he understood why Jake was pursuing her. Sebastian explained that he wanted to practice, and the girl didn't mind, but didn't understand why he needed it. She didn't care how he honed his spiritual power, as long as he didn't steal the herbs, and he explained that he wanted to use a sword technique that could cause inconvenience. When Morgana heard about the sword technique, she was interested and asked what kind of technique it was. He told me that it was a technique of the Poison Clan, and therefore he could not disclose details and decided to warn me because she was kind to him. She couldn't do anything because it was training, but she had a condition. Morgana wanted to watch him because he might do something, and she couldn't let him swing his sword freely. He was confused, because if he objected, she would not give him permission, so she decided to provoke him by saying that he could not even do that. I asked him if he was afraid that she would watch and master such a great technique and be able to destroy something he didn't like very much. Sebastian didn't want to show the Poison Clan sword technique to the master, but it still can't be repeated without an icy breakthrough. But I still agreed to let her observe, but decided to warn her. He explained that the power of the equipment was very high and that she should be careful and not to get involved. Sebastian stood with his swords and tried to concentrate, while the girl stood behind him and watched. She was interested in watching him and seeing what he was capable of. The first formation of the sword technique of exterminating evil was the energy strike of a flying swallow. The drag formation is a reverse strike that crosses the creek and looked serious during this time. Then the entire impact went to the tree and damaged it. Then there was a wall that was supposed to connect heaven and earth. Sebastian watched as his two swords plunged into the ground. The girl was amazed because no technique of the blacksmith clan could keep up with this sword technique. The fifth formation was a flash of lightning in the darkness, and his hand began to glow. As a result, the two swords broke free from the ground and flew into the sky. And finally, there was a middle-level formation, the seventh, which reflects a touch of colored fog. And the energy of the two swords enveloped the tree, completely covering it, and eventually broke it into pieces. Sebastian was pleased because he had used a moderate amount of energy, but the effect was impressive. She was fascinated because the younger man had an unsurpassed technique, and although she had a lot of energy, it was unselfish, and she wanted to master this skill as well. He bowed down and apologized for blinding his sister's eyes with his poor abilities, but she disagreed, saying that she was amazing. Morgana smiled because she understood why he was so eager to train. He thanked me, but said that he was not worthy of it, because he was not yet halfway there and needed to practice to master it properly. She didn't understand what he was doing for a month, just locked himself in his room every night and that was it. Morgana was sad because she was trying to repeat her student's sword technique, but she was not making any progress and it was annoying her. She heard some sounds and quickly ran outside to ask the student if he was going to practice his sword technique. Sebastian laughed and said that this time there was something different that puzzled her. She didn't know what it was and thought she was going to watch him again, and he was happy because he had another request for her. This interested her, and she asked the guy what he meant. They showed the duplicate and the original together, and asked us to guess which one was the real one. He was very surprised and asked her how she knew so quickly. Morgana said it was easy and offered to make more clones, and she would guess where he was anyway. The guy did, but every time the girl managed to guess where he was desperate and asked how she had guessed, and Morgana explained that the technique was very raw and that he should concentrate on the sword technique. Sebastian was convinced that this technique was very useful and that he had to master it, so he practiced until he could fool it. She smiled slightly when he finished speaking and asked if it was possible. It was already night outside, and he warned his mentor that it would be harder this time, and he showed that he had created 2 clones that stood identical in everything, both in their stance and facial expressions. She didn't believe in him and laughed and said that he hadn't had a taste of life yet, and added that even if he created 100, it would be useless. Then one of the clones said that now they would check whether she was telling the truth, but she interrupted him. And the girl decided to make a deal, which puzzled him a bit. If Morgana betrays the real him, she wins. This behavior intrigued him, and he wondered what would happen if he won. She was serious and said she would like to learn sword techniques. He immediately began to deny it and say that it was impossible. She agreed that even 1 formation would be enough for her. Sebastian asked us to move away from the topic of training, because this technique with 1 formation is not effective, because it can only be used if you have mastered another technique. Morgana asked him to teach him an attack technique that would be ineffective, but not the creation of doubles. The guy was already thinking about it, and if he won, she would fulfill his every request. The girl agreed to anything as long as he taught her something about the attack. He realized that he could not arbitrarily pass on the techniques of his masters, but the fact that she exposed his concealing technique interested him. Sebastian smiled because he knew that the girl was not the type to lie. Morgana noted that he was the kind of guy who doesn't throw words to the wind, and was sure he would teach her useful techniques. All 3 boys in the character of Sebastian agreed with this statement. The girl was serious and said that if she made 1 mistake out of 10, he would win completely. The middle one pointed to them and told her to try her first attempt. The girl said that she was inside, which surprised him, and he couldn't understand how it felt. For her, it was very simple that she didn't even believe he was trying, and at the time, the guy was disappointed. He looked at her and told her that she had won, which did not surprise her at all because she was convinced of it. As promised earlier, the guy gave Morgana a book with 1 technique to learn, and she thanked him. But he didn't back down from finding out how she managed to find the real him and asked her to test her luck by creating 4 clones. She decided to take pity on him and give him 30 tries, but he shared the vortex bomb technique, which spins the spiritual force and places it in a ball. Because in practice, you can use up to 5 elements, so she has a lot of power and it looked good. He didn't want to back down from the idea and said he would definitely challenge her later. She was very interested in this argument, so she gave him a chance to win, and then she would fulfill 2 wishes. Sebastian was disappointed because 2 months had passed, and his sister continued to guess where he was. He didn't want to do it, but he gave her a new technique of binding seal. The guy was convinced that Morgan had a secret that helped to detect him, but he couldn't figure out what it was. 6 months had passed since they had been working in the field, and the girl suggested that he risk it again that night. He was very annoyed and didn't want to try it because at this rate he would be left with nothing. One of the students ran to them because he finally found them and asked what was going on. The guy bowed and said that he had a summons for Sebastian's student. The girl did not understand why the summons came to someone who was doing a great job. He explained that the whole of Yangzhou is now in a battle for power and that the conflict is getting more and more serious and that they are close to victory. He told her that she had nothing to worry about because she and her older brother were exempt from the war. But Morgana stood up for him, explaining that he was only in the developmental stage and would be of little use. The student said he had no reason to worry because he would not be sent to the battlefield. He explained that he would be in the group of the rest of the family from Tsuchan. And even if he meets with the enemy, they have already lost all their masters and are well exhausted, so there is nothing to fear. He realized that he had a duty to that family and was grateful for the chance to be on the land of the lonely spirit. So he agreed to go on this assignment. The student was pleased because these are the qualities a clan disciple should have, and Sebastian said he would go get ready. Morgana ordered him to return in one piece, and he smiled and agreed. Victor and Melissa were tired and angry, and it was hard to fight anymore. My sister was convinced that they were heading in the wrong direction. Their only hope was the land that had been prepared in case of an attack, and to climb the mountain they had to break away from the surveillance. The guy was exhausted. He had no more strength and wanted to take a break, but Victor realized that he could not stop. Melissa also asked for a break because they had been running non-stop for half a day and said that the forest was dense, and if they were quiet, everything would be fine. They finally decided to take a break, and just one morning, most of the descendants of the famous family died a horrible death. Victor was furious that they had been betrayed, seeing his relatives die at the hands of the Bohm and Mu families. Derek hovered over them and laughed a little. He didn't treat them well. The guy bowed a little in anger and made a gesture with his hands. He was angry because it was Derek Bohm himself and asked if they were waiting for him. Victor began by hoping that he remained a master whom they respected and that he would have mercy on them. But he just laughed at them and ordered them to stop talking because he was not familiar with such things as pity, especially for them. His brother promised to reward him generously if they pretended not to see them. He explained that most of their family was killed, and the stones they were going to rebuild are no longer needed, so they can give them away. He could not believe that it was so simple, and it was better for him to kill them and completely get rid of the dirty blood of their family. Victor was very angry and furious and ordered his sister and brother not to interfere in this fight. For Derek, it was boring and looked like a trivial thing to wave a sword that created fire. There was a powerful explosion, and Victor was lying on the ground in great pain, and not far from the wave, which also threw his loved ones away. The guy tried to fight and asked permission to propose to him before he died. Derek was surprised by such perseverance and resilience, but he was not interested in any suggestions and ordered him to die. He begged them to take his life and tell him that the whole family was exterminated, but to leave Melissa and Charlie alive and tell them where the spiritual stones were. The man stopped and said that he would fulfill one last request and ordered me to name the place. Victor asked them to come closer because they didn't know about the place, and if they heard, he would kill them. But he didn't understand what the guy was up to because he could just convey an idea. He explained that he had spent all his spiritual strength and was not able to do it, and threw away the bag of abundance. His clothes were torn, and therefore he had nothing to hide. Derek cautiously approached him, and the guy started talking. But then something black and incomprehensible came out of his mouth. The master was very angry, but he did not understand what the boy had done to him. He could not return. His body was paralyzed, and his spiritual energy was dissipating. He looked down and saw the girl and the boys running away as fast as they could. He took something out and said that he would not let them go and that he would catch them, even with help. People saw the Bohm family signal in the sky, but they didn't think it was worth going there because it was so far away. The students decided to think about where to set up camp first, and everyone agreed. Sebastian wanted to be in a hurry, so he decided to leave a double in his place. And he headed toward the signal because he really wanted Victor to stay alive. Melissa was carrying her brother on her back. It was very hard for her, but she could not pour it out. Derek started flying after them, and somehow he managed to recover and started catching up. He looked crazy and told them not to rush because it was all in the palm of his hand, and said that if they left Victor behind, they would have a better chance. They stopped abruptly because there was nowhere else to go but up against a large mountain. The girl gently put her brother on the ground and said it was for the best. Victor's body was paralyzed by that pillow, and he could have died without suffering. She was sorry that it had happened, but at least he didn't have to see her and Charlie die. Melissa got up and was furious, and though she would die, she would curse him. He did not care if there were 100 curses and threw his staff at them. He didn't care because he believed that he would join the saints and receive eternal life. The girl was serious, and he was happy that if she became a ghost, it would be funny to watch. But his staff was broken, and an elder from the blacksmith clan appeared before him. The man was furious because it was the first time he had seen an alchemist at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. He could not understand where he came from, and the elder turned around. Derek said that he did not know where he came from, but said that it was only the Bohm, Mu, and Co families. He said that outsiders could not interfere and wanted the man to leave them, but he saw that no one was listening to him. He handed them pills that would restore their spiritual strength and asked them to put ointment on their wounds. The girl was surprised and did not know who it was, so she thought it was her brother's friend. She sat down next to Victor and realized that now was not the time to deal with this. Derek noticed that the alchemist knew Victor and asked if he was a member of the So family. But the elder disagreed with him and said that he was a man from the blacksmith clan. This surprised me, but I didn't understand the point of helping people from the SEO family. He explained that he was not here to help, but to destroy the plans of someone like him. When Derek saw what artifacts he had pulled out, he was very scared and asked him what he had said. He noticed that the elder could control 5 artifacts at once, so I decided to focus on the spiritual barrier right away. He decided to ask for help from there because he might not be able to cope on his own. He found it difficult to hold back the attacks and saw his spiritual barrier begin to crack. Derek was furious that his barrier had been destroyed and couldn't let it go, so he pointed his staff. He was furious that this man had come out of nowhere and had decided to interfere with him. And his 2 swords felled the old man, and he lay on the ground, piercing the ground. The elder said that now he would not be able to demand a healing blade of grass from the younger ones. The man could not believe what he heard and that it could be the guy from the land. He recalled how they fought back then, and how lucky he was to be protected from complete defeat by Kevin. He exhaled heavily because this time he had used the artifacts and techniques of the evil fighter sword, and therefore had to use up a lot of spiritual power. The girl turned around and realized that he definitely belonged to the blacksmith clan, the main opponent of the official clans, and that he could get rid of them at any time. But he did not understand why he gave them ointment and pills. The elder turned and smiled and said that they were now safe. The disguise dissipated and Sebastian appeared, saying that it was him. Melissa was shocked. She didn't understand how he got here. He explained that he had some business and had infiltrated the blacksmith clan, and that's why he was here. But there was no time, and said they would discuss it on the way. They were moving on swords and heading somewhere. Melissa realized that the effect of the pill was great because she was able to jump on the sword immediately, and her brother's condition stabilized, giving them a chance to escape. She looked at him and did not understand how he had managed to rise to the stage of the law of spiritual energy, when she remembered that he was only at the initial stage. I assumed that he was hiding his abilities, and immediately the alchemist asked him to stop. He tensed up because he felt 5 alchemists of his own level approaching, and maybe even more because he had only just recognized their energy. The girl was very embarrassed that they were approaching at this level. She added that if 2 families unite, there will be more than 10 people there, and that most of them are now on this mountain. She smiled and said that they were already grateful to him and would not judge him if he left them now. She added that if he agreed to help them to the end and accompanied them to the mountain, they would repay him even at the cost of his death. And although those words were burdensome for him, he agreed to do everything in his power. The elder added that if his life is threatened, he will leave this body. He thought about it because he and his family are not so connected that he would sacrifice his own life for them. They stopped and everyone was scared because it turned out that they were surrounded. The man asked the unidentified men how long they would be watching and ordered them to show themselves. Then strong alchemists appeared from all sides and surrounded them. One of them said that the body of a great alchemist was found on the road, and he noticed that his flying sword was being used by Melissa from the So family. But he looked at the man, because even if all three of them united, they would not be able to cope with the great alchemist. The next question the man asked was whether he had decided to come to the aid of their family. The elder said that all this was true, but they also had their own accounts. Then I thought that I was greedy and made a lot of enemies, but none of them had a deep hatred and would not blame him for his actions in the past. The man said that he needed to restore the family's damaged reputation. Because they cannot but avenge the death of the elder, it would be wrong. And they all prepared for the fight by taking their artifacts out of hiding. He realized that nothing good would come of the battle if it dragged on because his spiritual strength was not fully restored. He could not have died this way. Even though he feels guilty about the CO family, the main thing is to avoid the alchemist at the middle stage of the law of spiritual energy. So I decided to focus on defense and then run in the opposite direction. And a group of 5 alchemists attacked one man and began to attack him. Sebastian was glad that he made the wise decision to exhibit the shell of a giant ancient turtle. The other alchemists were a little surprised that he was able to repel all attacks. The elder was a little uneasy that the alchemist did not take any action. The old man also bothered him because he would not let him pass with that Taurik. And in order not to let that thorny thing catch up with you, you need to shackle it and run away as soon as possible. He threw his balls at them and they began to blind their eyes, so they had to close their eyes. And then he threw an earth bomb, which exploded and produced a lot of thick smoke. He was making his way through the smoke when one of the alchemists suddenly appeared in his path. It was like some kind of water energy knocked him down and the man flew down. When the man opened his eyes, he saw sharp points near his throat. A senior alchemist stood over him holding a trident, and the elder asked how he managed to find the real one. The alchemist said he just put himself in his place and thought, because if he would have attacked the one who posed the greatest danger, and he would not have been able to just leave knowing that it was behind him. The elder said that he was right, and more importantly, that he was too careless because he hoped he could escape. His trident began to flow with energy and he wanted to get it over with. But I felt something coming at them very fast, something like a dragon. The alchemist was irritated and did not understand who dared to repel the enemy's attack. He was surprised and asked how he got here and why, and saw that it was Kevin. Then the man said that he was taking the children from the So family and the guy who was covering them, but asked if the man would try to stop him from doing so. The alchemist was annoyed because Kevin had gotten a lot stronger while they hadn't seen him. He started laughing and explained that he had spent 40 years in the land of the lonely spirit. And he suggested that they close themselves off on the big land for 100 years and concentrate on training. The elder was already standing behind him, and Kevin felt that he and Charlie could definitely handle them. Looking at the children, he asked if they would risk their lives for the sake of their destroyed family. The elder alchemist stood on the ground and did not know what to say. But after a couple of minutes, he agreed to his terms and allowed them to be taken away. And he added that they could not give the defeated alchemist at the stage of the law of spiritual energy because he had killed their family elder. And Kevin started laughing out loud and his birds started laughing with him. He changed his mood abruptly because he liked this guy, and if they couldn't come to a compromise, they would have to use brute force. The alchemist watched Kevin's actions in silence and even sweated a bit. So I gave it to him right away, and Kevin said he knew he would assess the situation well and make the right decision. And the 5 alchemists left them flying in the opposite direction. Kevin got a little angry and asked if he was going to keep walking around with this fake face even in front of him. Sebastian quickly dispelled the technique and laughed lightly as he greeted me, since it had been a long time. His mentor said that he kept throwing himself into battle recklessly. He thought that the boy was still at the stage of celestial birth and did not expect that he had already reached the law of spiritual energy. But the young man said that he was just lucky. Kevin explained that luck and ability are not compatible and that it was only because he tried hard. He thought he was an amazing guy because he risked his life for the sake of other alchemists, because everyone would have noticed that the powers were not equal. The alchemist really liked the boy with his character and abilities. Sebastian decided to ask how he knew it was him if he hid his face. because I couldn't help but recognize his shield, and besides, almost no one would rush to save other people's lives. He told me that thanks to the Niden of a giant ancient turtle, he had reached the last stage of spiritual energy and was able to leave the earth. But he looked at Melissa because after that he wanted to look at their family, but what he saw was simply beyond description. They were flying over the forest, and I thought that I had changed a lot, but I realized that the world had changed more since then. Victor was already in good condition, and said that they had already arrived and it was already dark outside. They were greeted by an old woman who came out of her apartment, and the children from the So family went to her. They bowed to her, and the woman said they had come a long way. I noticed that Victor was deeply wounded, so I decided not to waste time talking to him, but to let him rest and heal his wounds first. She invited 2 more alchemists inside the apartment with them. Kevin laughed and asked for permission to bother him, and Sebastian noticed that this man was also at an early stage of the law of spiritual energy. Victor explained that in a secret room under the hut, special measures were set up in case the family was killed. And since there are family members here, he will open the passage without secrets. He made a couple of gestures with his hands using his power, and steps down appeared. The guy was surprised, and the owner told them to come down. Sebastian was the last to enter and saw something very familiar on the floor. He realized that their measure was a traveling circle. Though it was no match for the circle in the demon forest, it was larger than the one in the blacksmith clan. He wondered where they were going to move to, but that was probably their secret. But he could move a normal distance. They were handed 2 bags with something and asked to take them. They said that compared to the mercy they had given them, this was just a handful of spiritual stones, and it surprised them. Victor sincerely apologized, saying that this was the only way he could repay them. Kevin was annoyed because he should have known that he would not accept it, but he offered it anyway. He couldn't accept it because it was meant for the restoration of their family, but the guy said it was a small part of what they had been saving. Kevin explained that they let him down to the land of the lonely spirit, and thanks to this, he rose to the final stage of the law of spiritual energy and saved only to return the favor. At first, Sebastian wasn't going to take anything from them anyway. And now, after Kevin's words, he can't accept it anymore. Victor was shocked to hear that the guy wouldn't take anything from him either. Sebastian explained that they didn't do this to pay for it, and that these spiritual stones would be of more use to them. Kevin started laughing at him for being such a human being because you rarely meet people like that, although he had anticipated that it would happen. Victor finally realized how cruel and heartless the world is after such a tragedy, where he had lived in protection and respect. And as long as there are people like Kevin and Sebastian Smith, we are not completely mired in darkness. He fell on the moving circle and bowed to them, which drew their attention to him. Victor cried and promised that he, Melissa, and Charlie would rebuild their family. Then they all bowed to them and promised that they would do everything to make sure that every member of the family knew their names. Kevin was no longer comfortable and told them to stop and get up. He said that he was more interested in where the circle was going and how it was going to help revive the SEO family. Victor told us that this circle is connected to the country of Taun, and Kevin asked if they wanted to leave Jianing altogether. This country is inhabited by alchemists of the highest level, and it will not be easy, but they will have a chance to explore the breadth of the world and accelerate their development. And when they reach their level, they will prepare the foundation for the revival of the So family. Kevin had heard before that they only glorify strength and do not put lives at risk, so there will be many dangers. My brother said that reviving the SEO family is not supposed to be easy, so it's not scary. Melissa, Charlie, and Victor were determined to do this and were not worried about the dangers. The mentor looked at them and said that they had grown up to be worthy alchemists. The guy was a little surprised when asked if there was room there and explained that it was designed for 7 people, so there were 3 more places. Kevin decided to use this place as well, which shocked him. He explained that he saw a country inhabited by occult clans, and that since he had already reached that level, he had nothing to do here. He said that an old lady would definitely go with them, but he could also help, and asked what they thought about it. Victor bowed to him and said that if he would go with them, they had never even dreamed of such help. Kevin looked at the guy emotionally and asked if he was with them. Sebastian thought about the people here and how well they treated and cared for him. He explained that he was really interested in this, but that it was not the right time. Kevin exhaled heavily because many people say it's better to break the bond before it gets strong, and who knows what the alchemist really needs. 4 days passed, and Victor was still hoping that he would change his mind. But it turns out that they will have to leave without him. His brother was very worried and asked him if he remembered how to open the secret passage and if he had kept the spiritual stones for activation. They all smiled and hoped that they would meet again if fate so desired. Then he wished them to be happy, and before they parted, he thought the bond was not strong, but he was so sad to let them go. Sebastian realized that he had done the right thing in coming to the rescue, and now he had to go back to the mountain. When he returned, he had to make excuses that he got lost in the forest. By that time, the clearing was over, and they decided that no one was alive. The girl was sad, even though her student had impressive abilities, but she was still worried about him. Sebastian flew over the mountain on his flying sword and approached the fields. Morgana could not believe her eyes that she was seeing him and thought it was impossible. The guy landed and told her he was back, and she was so happy. The girl did not understand why he came back so quickly, and he assumed that she was not happy to see him and said that he had to take care of business quickly. Morgana said she was very happy to have him back and said she had learned how to make a vortex bomb during his absence. It was great news, and Sebastian was happy for it and smiled. She immediately turned evil and said that he should test it and tell her which was more powerful, but he was better on the battlefield. A year had already passed at that time, and Sebastian was fighting with someone, holding back someone's attack. Morgana held a sphere in her hand and stood in front of the student, about to attack him. The guy bowed and said that she had a frightening ability because he could barely repel the attack. The girl also bowed to him for such kind words and for flattering her so easily. He also explained her vortex bomb amazingly, but could not prove anything about the seal that connected. Because he was interrupted by one of the students who ran right at him and shouted something about cursing. Then he stopped and tried to catch his breath, and the guy asked what was wrong. The guy explained that they were attacked by the Morning Star community and are now killing all the students indiscriminately. This news surprised them greatly, and they had to run away from here immediately. The girl did not understand because the community of the Morning Dawn was the same occult plan that they asked why they attacked them and what it meant. Michael could not explain anything because he did not understand, and while running here, he counted 6 masters of the law of spiritual energy, and therefore they had to immediately disperse and run away. Sebastian thought about it, and thought that it didn't seem like a lie to break the contract. But he didn't understand why the early dawn community would want to do it. Then the guy threw him a poison pill, and Michael was very happy. He said that he knew the terrain of the mountain very well and offered him to go with him. But his mentor refused, so he decided to go on his own and not waste time. Sebastian turned to his mentor and saw her running after his father, and she said that the words of that student did not sound like a trifle. He looked at her sternly and agreed because he was also worried about the owner. The master was lying on his desk when his daughter and student quickly ran to him and asked what was wrong. The girl explained that although it was unreliable information, they had been told that the Morning Star community had been attacked. But her father was somehow not very surprised and embarrassed by this and asked her if she had confused things. And analyzing her expression, he realized that she was not talking nonsense. They went out into the yard and followed the owner, who said that first they had to find Herman. There was a guy lying on the surveillance covered in blood, and no one could believe it. The father sat down by his body and decided to take care of his body when everything was done. But now it was best for them to hide somewhere. And judging by the ruthlessness of the massacre, they most likely watched them and occupied the moving circle. The owner of the field said that they would go down through a magical forest. A terrified Jake came running to them and began to say quickly and loudly that they and their sister had to run away immediately. She was very worried and started asking what had happened because she already knew that they had been attacked by the community. He was furious and said that they had been betrayed, and their plan was not to have an occult plan, but to have a community of the Morning Dawn. Jake said that their reason for official clans and neutrals joining the community was because they had an alchemist in the sun breath stage. The girl was shocked to hear about the alchemist at the stage of the sun's breath. This alchemist appeared about a year ago, and now the clan is facing destruction if they don't overtake the breath of the sun, so they all started running and thought they were building up their power. One of them said that they probably decided to get rid of them as soon as the war with the official clans ended. Jack said that he had to worry and spit them out because they would be few and far between. But the guy suggested that the alchemist at a high stage had already arrived. Then the oldest student stopped and bowed his head because it turned out that Sebastian was right. He told me that his father and several older men were discussing how they were attacked in a flash, and many people died in a split second, and he missed his father in a panic. The boy was worried and angry because if the alchemist of the sun's breath had appeared, he could not stay here because he could no longer afford to interfere in matters beyond his control. All of them ran continuously, and fortunately the level of all three was far from low, so they had to leave this mountain, and the old man said that they would come down and use their stirring artifact. Something surprised Sebastian when they approached the entrance to the magical forest. The guy noticed that it was a trap, and that the enemy had also detected them, but there were not one or two of them. Although they were flying fast, the speed of the pursuit was very high, and perhaps he alone could really cope, but they would definitely be caught if they continued in 4. The boy counted 5 stalkers and didn't know about his sister, but he was sure that his mentor and Jay were not helping. He had a picture in his head of everyone dead and him running away, and that it would be easier for him. But he looked slightly back and something else was bothering him. He looked at his sister Morgana, who was also a little scared. He was very sorry because he had spent so much time with his mentor that he had become accustomed to her. Although she had enough strength, she did not have decent artifacts or enough skill. He was frustrated because he realized that they could never defeat the alchemist at the stage of the sun's breath. A strong wind with dust was blowing at them and they had to cover themselves from it. But the old man could not stand up to him and was knocked down, which caused him to fall. At first, Sebastian didn't realize where his sister had gone, but she ducked behind her father. The girl tried to attack the man, but he just laughed. But then he saw how its lair began to break down his barrier and couldn't believe his eyes. Because I thought that Morgana was at the stage of celestial development, but she was already preparing for the next attacks. The man started shouting that she should be killed first because she was dangerous to them. The old man was angry and told them to leave, even though they were afraid. Jake was scared when he saw the swords near him, and the girl was alarmed. Sebastian raised his hand, and a large barrel of energy appeared. The guy was serious and pointed his swords in the direction of the enemy. The alchemist was confused because the two people were hiding their powers, and as it turned out, they were not simple. And he started shouting that there were 6 of them, and that they should kill them no matter what. He ordered 4 of his men to take care of the boy and the girl, and the rest to attack the alchemists of heavenly birth. Jake was afraid because he realized that he and the 6 alchemists would not have succeeded if his sister Morgana and brother Sebastian had not been strong. He was looking at them and wanted to run away, but he had a reason why he hadn't done it yet. Sebastian went on the attack and pointed his swords at the alchemist's spiritual barrier. He was afraid because his barrier had dissipated and was broken by the boy's swords. Then he moved to his friend and suggested that they attack together because they were stronger than they thought. Sebastian was angry because he lacked a little time to kill the alchemist. The father was sad because he thought he was bad because he couldn't protect his daughter and could barely stand up to one enemy. And I looked at the two of them, who had twice as many opponents, which was not fair. For the girl, her father was everything, but now she could do nothing to help and save him. Morgana hated herself a lot for that and saw the sword stabbed into her body and blood spurting out. When she realized what she saw, she had mixed feelings of anger and shock. One of the alchemists began to be occupied by a strange energy and did not understand what was happening. This energy was strangling and killing him, and the alchemist was in great pain. Another man who was nearby was shocked and asked what was going on. He was also badly wounded, and Morgana was furious at the death of her father, and nothing stopped her. They pointed a sword at the old man, but he asked them to stop and not to do it. He saw what his daughter had become and said that it was very difficult to hide it from everyone. Everyone was very surprised to find out that the girl was a Cheonin. As soon as Sebastian heard this, he thought that she was really a Cheonin. And I realized where she got so much spiritual strength from. Since she is the child of a human and a spiritual being, and her Naiden is organized differently. And this is an advantage for alchemists, and there are rumors that if you take away Naiden, you can use it for your own purposes. Or you can also get a spiritual power that enriches the blood, and so the sister lived peacefully in the fields. The alchemist and even Jake began to fear the evil sister and her magic. Jake was sprinkled with the enemy's blood and was shocked and froze looking at the picture. The other alchemists began to run away from there and said that they had to tell their mentor about it. The girl calmed down a bit and began to shrug off the difficult battle. Jake ran up to her and asked her how she was feeling, and Sebastian went over to her father. He analyzed his condition, and the wound was through and did not damage his internal organs, so with proper treatment, he will recover. The guy explained that they now knew about his sister and that they had to leave immediately because they would be persecuted. Jake agreed with the younger man and had to leave this magical forest. The man was annoyed when he heard that the girl was a Keonin. The alchemist told them that her eyes were white and her veins had patterns on them, which proved without a doubt that she was the Keonin they had heard so much about. So the man quickly got up and flew away because he did not want to miss this chance to catch her. Because in any case, he understood in which direction they would go. His goal was to catch up with the girl and take her away, and he did. The man stopped right in front of them and asked them to just give them this child. The girl herself was lying unconscious in the arms of her friend. Jake was scared because of this man and thought it was the son's breath. He was surprised when he saw that his sister had regained consciousness and called him. She asked with a sad expression if the situation had worsened. He smiled and said that everything was fine because he could not tell her everything. And just as he was about to tell her not to worry, an energy beam pierced his head. The girl got up and was shocked, and Jake started to fall down. And then the alchemist warned them that if they did not give him the Shionin, he would take it by force. She began to be captured by the black energy, and Morgana began to call the boyfriend for help. My father was very worried and realized that he had to stop that man. Morgana was his favorite daughter, and he got the energy balloon because he didn't care if it exploded or destroyed the Niden. He squeezed it in his hand, hoping it would help save his daughter. Sebastian was shocked when he saw the owner of the field start to climb up. He put a small ball in his mouth and asked me to take care of Morgana before swallowing. The old man turned into the state that his daughter had before and became very angry. The alchemist laughed a little and asked if he really thought he could stop him with a heavenly birth. It seemed useless to him, because even fate itself was beyond his power. The swords came at him, but he easily deflected the attack by drawing his daggers, and they continued to move toward the enemy, breaking his protective shield. And this provoked the old man to run straight ahead, even though the tree branches were trying to catch him. Then the alchemist used Samadhi fire and lit the staff, but the owner had no way to extinguish it, so he had to throw it away. He threw it away and went to the girl, but she screamed with all her might to stop him and not to do it. Sebastian was shocked when he saw that something had pierced his mentor's head. The girl was in a stupor from this scene, and her thoughts were only on her father, who had tried so hard to protect him. And if night was a time for demonic beasts, then dawn was the dawn of spiritual ones. Then Morgana began to change her account again. She gained great strength and began to tear the branches of the tree, and the man did not understand how it was happening. Her eyes were completely white, and her face seemed to be scarred, and the eyes of her soul were in unity with the spirits. The alchemist put up a barrier because he felt that this energy was dangerous. His mind was racing with thoughts that he was better than William, that it was all because of him, and that name alone was the reason. And William lost touch with reality, and Morgana began to fall down. Sebastian managed to catch her and held her tightly in his arms after asking if she was okay. The boy became alarmed because he realized that the older woman had done something to him. He grabbed her and decided to use this moment to escape. 3 days later, they arrived in Ligi County at the Jew family's home. Although he had no hope for anything, he saw that no one had been allowed in for the last 2 years, and he was lucky to see that. Sebastian put his mentor down and decided to check on her condition first. He was very surprised to see that her spiritual energy was completely normal. At first, he wanted to make a decoction to calm the spiritual force and then give a healing pill, and because of this, he did not notice Henry watching him. He felt very offended because he wanted to say hello after all this time, but the guy looked busy, although he changed his mood when he noticed him. He was very surprised and did not think that he would be gone for so long. But the young man did not think that it would happen and asked if anything had happened. Henry told me that the first young gentleman to pass the state exams and become a master of science, and that he had a big feast in honor of this. And Sebastian was surprised that the younger lady was upsetting their master, because she refuses to marry many people, even though she is of a suitable age, and she does not think about marriage. And Henry quickly ran out to tell the girl that he was finally back. The boyfriend gave Morgana a medicine to drink, but her body is still subject to residual effects. But this was not surprising, since she had eliminated 2 alchemists of the law of spiritual energy and was still fighting the breath of the sun. Sebastian was very happy when he saw Sophia at the entrance to the room. They looked at each other, and the guy was the first to ask if she was doing well. She didn't know what to say because it was both yes and no, and said that her family had been upgraded in status, but that everything was the same. The guy wanted to know the reason why she refused to marry the majority. Sophia lowered her head and explained that such a question tormented the young girl, and therefore she could not answer it. He was surprised and asked if he could stay here for a while. The girl laughed because all this time she'd been keeping the room empty on purpose. But he decided to tell the girl that he was now on the run, and the alchemist were checking all of Yangzhou in search of him, and that his eldest was injured. Sophia thought about it and understood everything, but she doubted that they would make it to the layman's home. He was sad when asked if his mentor was badly injured. Sebastian told us that the older one had lost her father and the person who cared for her the most. He added that his body had received deep wounds, but his soul was also badly damaged. Sophia walked into the room and looked at Morgana sleeping. She felt sorry for her. The girl said she was very beautiful and that she could stay as long as necessary. Although he was grateful, he realized that he would not be able to stay for long because the Morning Star community would continue to persecute him and it could affect them. He was looking at them and it would be good to get well soon and leave and not endanger the laity. One day Morgana finally woke up and lay staring at the ceiling. When Sebastian and Sophia came into the room, they were surprised to see her with her eyes open. At first he was very happy about it, but his mood changed abruptly to upset. They were going to her bed, and I didn't know what to say to her or where to start the conversation. Sophia sat down next to her and said that she had finally opened her eyes and told her that she had been watching her for 4 days. He looked surprised when the girl began to tell him about the wonderful day and the fact that the servant's son had broken the clay pot. She said that her brother had promised to send her to trade and did not know when he would come to his senses, but Morgana said nothing and did not react. The girl asked if she liked sweets because they had been delivered yesterday, and although she wanted to add something else, she decided to finish for today. After that, Sophia came to her mentor every day and told her something, and it was more than a week since Morgana opened her eyes. Sebastian was pleased that on the 8th day, the girl nodded in response and winked. And after that, she quickly recovered and sometimes started the conversation herself. The guy thought about the next 4 days, and although his face was still gloomy, he was glad that it was almost back to its previous state, which meant that he had to move out. But before that, he checked everyone in the family, adults, children, and relatives, but none of them had a perfect condition. And the last person he had to check was Sophia, so he felt her pulse. He felt very sorry for her because her health was not perfect either. Because if she had a perfect state, I would have taught her Qigong and given her some pills. Sophia also looked sad and suggested that if she had been an alchemist, her life would have been the same as it is now. Because her family is too precious for her to leave everything and disappear, and she probably wouldn't care about her development. The guy was serious and told her that she had to find her own way. She turned around and asked to confirm her opinion that he had checked everyone because he was leaving and would not return. The guy was lying on the ground and Henry was screaming. He should have done it years ago. Sophia realized that she could not convince him otherwise, but she could not stop being sad about it. The guy smiled slightly and reciprocated because he also felt sorry. She was happy and brought him to the vault, which surprised Sebastian. She asked if it was true that alchemists have a bag in which they can store everything and do not need such storage. The girl asked him to put all the dresses that were there in a bag. Sophia laughed a little because she thought that saints live quietly and fly in the sky, but he was constantly falling somewhere and tearing his clothes. And when he took his new clothes out of storage, he remembered something. He handed the girl a bag of pills he had specially prepared for her, which would help to increase her life expectancy and cure her of her ailments. He recommended that she swallow one and give 2 to her family at that time, and she could decide on the rest, but she was not comfortable taking them. Sebastian explained that they would not affect the alchemist and that he had no one else to give them to. Sophia was grateful to him and asked him to take care of himself. Henry was very upset that the boy was leaving them, although he was grateful for the jewelry and asked if he was going to a distant land. Sebastian reminded him that not long ago he had been very happy to receive treasures, but he only explained that it was human nature. And since he was grieving, the guy could not help but get it that the man's tears started to flow again. Sebastian explained that this is alchemist's nectar alcohol and that it does not harm health, but rather enriches it with energy. And then Henry offered to have a drink before he left and forget about all the disagreements between them. His mentor was waiting for him in the yard and asked them to go faster. Morgana asked him if he had any other business to attend to, but he had already decided. Even though he had put an end to everything that connected him with this county, he still felt homesick. He looked at the city and realized that he felt a little sorry for it. But he and his mentor had to leave Yangzhou for their own safety and the safety of others, and so they went to the country of Taiyun. They arrived in this country in the city of Voryan, where it was very beautiful. And to begin with, we decided to go where the people were. Sebastian explained that first, they had to learn how the people of this country were different from them. The girl and the boy flew on their swords to the city where there was a large crowd of people at the gate. The young man thought about the fact that the big gate was for alchemists and the small gate was for laymen, which he had never seen in Jianyin. He looked at her and thought that it would be better to pretend to be laymen using a concealing technique since the girl was not yet fully healthy. They were confused when they were stopped by the guards at the gate and did not understand what was going on. The man explained that they had to pay 10 low-level spiritual stones to enter. But I was distracted by the girl, seeing all the beauty on her face. But he turned away to recover and explained that since there were 2 of them, they had to pay 20 spiritual stones. They had one low-level artifact that cost 40 spiritual stones, and although it was a high price to enter, they had no other way out. The guard gave them the plaques and asked them to take care of them, because if they lost or misplaced them, it would be considered an intrusion, and they would be forced to pay 10 stones of the middle level. The guy heard and understood them, and they went through the gate into the city. They were shocked to see how many alchemists were there, and they were mostly flying around the city. The country of Taiyun differed from Jianyin in that it was strong in martial arts and Taoism. In them, lay people are well acquainted with the nature of alchemists, and rich parents check the physique of their children. And those who did not have a perfect body improve it by learning martial arts and dreaming of becoming saints. The girl noticed that the atmosphere was different, and Sebastian explained that alchemists and lay people coexist here and wondered if they also had their own emperor. Morgana said that she had heard that they had a mayor, but the emperor was not there, and that he was doing his own thing with the earthly officials. They sat down at a table and learned the rest of the information from the alchemists, which was a great idea. The guy noticed a waiter in the hall and asked him to come over for a minute. He was very friendly and polite and asked what they wanted. Sebastian felt that by the boy's development, he possessed a Nighton and handed him the spiritual stone, asking where they had the largest market here. And he immediately told me about 2 markets, one with very valuable things and the other with a lot of goods, and they were located on the high streets. He added that one of them was a famous Mars company whose motto was that there were no goods that didn't exist, and then the guy got interested in continuing. He told me that there is a secret company where you can buy very rare goods. Then we'll whisper to them that they can only be accessed by invitation. Sebastian drank a little and thanked me for the useful information about the trading firms. The waiter left satisfied, and the guy was already planning to visit Mansu's trading company and asked if the girl was with him. Morgana replied that she hadn't fully understood the abundance of the papers, so she wanted to stay in the room and finish the job. He realized that it was impossible for her not to have taken the 2 bags apart and assumed that the emotional wound of losing her father had not yet healed. He smiled and agreed with her and told her to take her time and promised himself that he would do his best to cure her. Sebastian thought that he had come to some earthly royal court, and since the deal would be big, he decided to hide his level and appearance. A man came up to him and asked if he was looking for something, so the alchemist replied that he wanted to buy some herbs. He was happy to hear this and invited his client to sit down. The elder was serious and gave him a list of herbs he would like to buy. The seller explained that each type of herb is rare and expensive, and also said that the company owns all the herbs except fig flower. He was sorry that he didn't have that flower, because he wanted to buy at least one and ask if he could see the prices. Then the man handed him a sheet with everything written in detail. I was very surprised to see a bag of spiritual stones on the table. The man shouted for a cup of spiritual tea and asked the alchemist to wait for all the herbs he had bought. Sebastian looked through everything and stuffed it all into a bag of abundance. Then he bowed and asked him to come to them next time, and he would show him to a beautiful room on the top floor. The man glanced at the seller slightly when he drew his attention with a cough. He added that he would waste his energy looking for figs in other companies because the 3 types of herbs could only be bought from them. The elder realized that the man was telling him all this for a reason, and he explained that there was only one way to buy that flower. For some reason, he was surprised that this was possible only through a secret firm of foreign traders. And it was true that you could get in only by invitation. And my husband was a bit annoyed that you need to have 1,000 medium-level spiritual stones to get there easily. He found this suspicious, even though Theodore's possession should have been enough. The man bowed and said he just wanted to establish a good relationship and did not ask for payment. For 5 days he dismantled unnecessary things and collected all the spiritual stones he had. And the main thing was that the secret company had fig flowers. A girl came up to him and bowed to thank him for visiting their firm. She handed him a mask and asked him to put it on and go with her to explain all the rules. If he wanted to put up a product, he had to pay a commission, and the purchase takes place through an auction where alchemists gather and take turns selling their goods. They came and the girl showed them where to go, wanting to make a profitable deal. They were sitting at a round table, and the guy felt uncomfortable because it was not usual for him. He noticed that the food was cooked over a fire and assumed that there might be an alchemist at the stage of the sun's breath. He could see the obvious difference because there was only one such alchemist in Jianyin who was able to exceed the weight. And as soon as he arrived, he immediately ran into a firm of foreign traders. A man came up to them and loudly began his speech, explaining that they were starting the auction since most of the participants were already here. The first man offered a soul ring that would increase the recovery rate for an artifact exchange or a higher-level 10-stone auction. Sebastian was shocked that the drachma treasure was so immediately exposed, because they are a threshold higher than ordinary artifacts, and its meteorite ring can also be called that, but it lacks spiritual power until it reaches the breath of the sun. Sebastian stood up because he was very happy, and it would be nice to get it if it replenished his mental strength. But he was immediately sad, even though he wanted a fig flower so badly. And the ring was bought for 17 spiritual stones of the highest level, and the man shouted for the next one to come. Various alchemists offered rare goods such as a spiritual beast egg or even a higher-level beast niden. The guy decided to put the juice of a shadow orchid on sale. He explained that it has a hateful aroma for demonic beasts, and that if attacked, the juice could be a lifeline. He said that he did not need spiritual stones, but was ready to exchange 1 bottle for fig flowers. One girl said that there is a sun breath alchemist here, but even so, it is a very specific thing, and it is very difficult to establish its value. Everyone wondered if there was an alchemist here who hunted demonic beasts, and if he was of a higher level, he would be able to evaluate the item. He was angry because he no longer had anything to put up for auction except the juice of a shadow orchid. Behind me, an alchemist started shouting that he was ready to exchange the flower in his hand, but only if it was real. The guy got used to it, and it was really fig flowers, which made him happy. He was very surprised because he no longer hoped to get it. The man smiled slyly and said that he had one condition for this deal. Sebastian started to get angry about it, and it worried him. He had a few questions about the product, so he suggested that we talk outside and then exchange. The guy suspected that the man wanted to reveal his identity because he offered to spend it outside, and he did not like it. As I was getting ready to leave, I asked the other alchemists if there were any people willing to exchange orchid juice. He was sorry, but there was no other option, and as soon as the auction was over, they were to meet at the permanent courtyard of Pogong. The alchemist asked the guy why he insisted on meeting in such a place. He looked at him and explained that he wanted to ask the owner of the goods something. Although he did not look special, he was surrounded by a powerful aura, and I felt that he was somewhere in the middle of the law of spiritual energy. He explained that almost no one knows about the shadow orchid, and he had never heard of the juice containing its flavor, and asked how he came by this thing. Sebastian asked if he really needed to know, but the guy immediately apologized and said it didn't matter. He started to put his hand in his pocket, so he wanted to get right to the deal. But the young man was very worried about this, so he concentrated on his actions as much as possible. And once the buyer dropped a dagger in his direction and was very aggressive. Sebastian had time to react and jumped away from the direction of the dagger's flight. Fire started burning in the building, and the man managed to get out. The alchemist was furious because he looked like he had barely reached celestial birth, but he was able to resist his attack. At first, I decided to calm down and make every effort to find the real one, because it would be embarrassing if the mayor ordered a chase. He remembered his face and would deal with him once and for all as soon as they met again. Sebastian sat in the tea room and reflected on what had happened and what he had done when he used the reversal technique just in case. And I started thinking about when everything went wrong. He assumed that they wanted to take possession of his sack along with the old man, but then it would have taken more than one blade. There was too little information for him, and he realized that he too had made a mistake by agreeing to an outside deal. But in that case, there were no other options to get that flower, and since that guy definitely has them, You need to find a way to get them." Sebastian got out of bed and didn't realize it was dawn when someone knocked. A guy came to him and brought him a spiritual time with sweets, and he said that thanks to him, he had a good rest. He drew attention to his palm, where there was a spiritual stone, and then asked if it was local. The boy was very happy and said that he had been living in the city since he was born, and that he had never had to leave. And he asked if he knew a robber who killed alchemists and robbed them of their bags of wealth somewhere on the outskirts or inns. The guy was somehow very excited when it was explained that he was supposed to kill with one stroke of a blade or dagger. From the young man's reaction, he realized that he knew something and asked him to tell him his name, if he could, his basic clothes, the area where he was operating, or any other thing that could be a sign. He was called the Nameless Killer, had a high level of cultivation and only attacks incoming alchemists, and no one is interested in his capture. He was disappointed that at the secret meeting he had rushed into something that knowledgeable people would not have allowed. The boy said that if he wanted to learn something else, it would be better to turn to a reliable community. They know everything in the world, although they often scold them for taking too many spiritual stones. Sebastian assumed that the news organization would operate in the shadows, but he was surprised that they were open during the day. When I entered, I said that I came to buy information, and the fact that they work like this shows that they have a lot of influence, so we can hope for reliability. He was met by an old woman who bowed and asked him what he was interested in. He spoke of a nameless killer, and the old woman showed him the way to go. Sebastian didn't know how secretive it was, because they had already passed 3 doors and couldn't recognize the feeling of key, which was like a radius restriction. The woman stopped in front of the door and loudly addressed the head of the village with the news that he had a visitor. A quiet and gentle voice came from inside, giving him permission to enter. He was very surprised when he went inside and someone caught his attention. There was a girl sitting in the middle of the room, with a little smoke and dim lights around her. She invited him to sit down, and he was surprised by her blue hair and thought that she had mastered a special skill. The beautiful woman introduced herself to Bonnie Smith as the head of the Secure Community Department in Evasion. He wondered what kind of delicate scent it was that had spread, but was fortunate not to feel its effects because of the icy gust. The girl asked him if he wanted information about the Nameless Killer. She asked him to tell her what exactly he was interested in, and then she could tell him the price, and she noted that they only accepted spiritual stones. The question was easy. Is there anyone who will avenge his death? And if so, who and at what stage of cultivation? She closed the book and replied that it would cost 5 stones of the highest level. Bonnie began to transfer them to her hand and said that no one would take revenge because she had no family, no teacher, no friends, and always acted alone. And the next information about his whole life also cost 5 stones, and then he realized when they said that you need a lot of them. She told me that they found out about him when he broke through the law of spiritual energy and killed alchemists for treasures in his hometown. He was careful to kill the alchemist only a few levels below him and managed to live without leaving any traces. Somewhere he was angry because he hid the records and the level of cultivation, so the killer took him for the perfect prey. And as soon as the nameless man arrived here, his time interval shortened, and he was not careful enough to ask if he needed more spiritual stones. Sebastian remembered his dagger, so the question was obvious about whether he had any particularity in the murder. The girl laughed and said that this was very valuable information, and that because of their past agreements, she would only take 10 stones of the highest level. She told me that she takes the life of the person who aims with a blade or weapon without leaving any traces. As soon as he was about to leave, she asked him to drop by their community when they learned about the death of the nameless man. He looked at her and asked what they would do if they were approached for information about the person who would kill him. Bonnie Smith explained that they sell information to anyone who will pay for it. But he realized that if he had come to check whether he had support, they would have been happy to tell him for spiritual stones. It took him 2 weeks to buy all the herbs he needed, and he spent more than 100 stones on a stove that would withstand the true fire of samadhi and a cauldron. I had a goal to deal with him with the help of these objects and get fig flowers by all means. The guy sat by the jade cauldron and kept the fire burning, which took a little strength. But I was very happy when I saw that I had finally finished my work. The waiter was excited to see him because 2 months had passed and asked if he had finished everything. Sebastian thanked him for his explanation because everything went well. He also asked if anything had happened to his eldest. He laughed at him because although he was still young, he spoke like an adult. and I thought about the fact that she had gotten into a couple of minor incidents, but nothing serious had happened. The young man laughed and explained that it was because his sister did not look like an alchemist, and there were those who started to bother him. He told me about one man who harassed and shouted that a laywoman had forgotten something in the alchemist's tea room and tried to kick her out, but nothing happened. Sebastian assumed that he could not recognize her abilities because of her beautiful eyes and asked if anything happened after that. He explained that his sister hadn't been leaving her room lately and that she had a black veil over her face. This aroused a lot of interest among others because a guest had already come before, so it was not the best solution. Sebastian agreed with him and told him to tell his sister the next time he came downstairs and asked if there had been any talk about the killer. He spun around and came closer, saying that there were 5 more murders. And because so many died, there are rumors that it was someone else, and all the blame is put on him. And all the victims were not below heavenly birth, and one was even a law. Sebastian thought about it because 5 people in 2 months is a lot, and just like Bonnie said, the guy said that this was all he knew, and asked if there was anything else he needed, and added that not long ago the alchemist of the Taoist temple had chased him. He became serious because if they kill him and take away the bag of wealth, he won't get the fig flower as a result. The guy got up and realized that he had to seize the initiative before it was too late. For 10 days, the guy walked around for several hours every day, but he didn't know if there was any point in it. Otherwise, the murderer would not have gone in pursuit with such ferocity. The man stopped in front of him and took out his artifacts while the nameless man was already landing. He was a bit surprised by the triple flying sword technique because he had never seen it before and hoped that he had not wasted spiritual stones wandering around the market. The man sternly asked if he needed his artifacts and spiritual stones. The unnamed man just laughed, saying how obvious it was and that he should have known what kind of person he was and what kind of methods he had. It had been more than 2 months since their last meeting, but he didn't think the alchemist would forget and haunt him. The murderer's face looked crazy. He grabbed his artifact and started spinning it in his hand and wanted to end the idle talk. He was a little confused as to why it was an artifact and not a treasure of drachma, because he must have collected many spiritual stones during this time when he emptied so many bags. He also wondered if there were any other weapons besides the 2 wheels, and in any case, he had to be careful with the alchemist who possessed the middle stage of the law of spiritual energy. Sebastian brought out his swords in defense, and they repelled the enemy's attack. The man was angry when he saw more wheels flying behind him. Therefore, in his defense, he put up a shield that restrained the pressure of the magical artifact. The guy had already realized that he was at the initial stage of the law of spiritual energy, but this did not change anything for him, since he had never been born in heaven. He began to get very angry, his eyes began to glow, and he held his flying circle above his head. But the elder was already waiting for them, holding a bottle in his hand. The killer started laughing that he decided to risk his life, but said that no matter how hard he tried, it would not work. The killer's blow destroyed his barrier, and a strong energy hit him in the back. A bottle fell out of his hands and rolled to the ground at the feet of the nameless man. He wondered what was in that face if he decided to approach him, and said that if he were a little faster, he could use it. But he laughed that in the world of alchemists, ability is everything, and that they would fail in something that would take his life with his weapon. As soon as he unscrewed the cork, some smoke started coming out and he was a little scared. Sebastian said that I was the lesser devil, and that despite his excitement, he had not wasted spiritual stones. While he was convulsing, the man explained that the brutal murders and caution had tightened the noose around his neck. His hand took on a different color and began to say something about treasures and their place. The nameless man asked to be pardoned, and he would tell him where the treasure was. He was going to pick up the sword, and as the master said, you cannot trust a thief even if he is 1 step away from death. And immediately there was a splattering of blood, because there was no guarantee that the treasures were there when the thief promised them to you. The boy looked at the body of the nameless killer, and analyzed that the lesser devil's poison was too cruel. And although there was a lot left, it was better not to use it in public and decided to go back and check his trophies. He looked at it with a bit of distrust, because there was not a single spiritual stone there, but only some lower-level artifacts. Sebastian thought about this, because he had little to show for his reputation as a thief, and assumed that he had indeed hidden everything somewhere. His attention was drawn to a bullet lying on the ground, but he did not know what it was. He sat down and took it in his hands, and then decided to try to inject some spiritual power into it. The ball began to glow, emitting bright red energy. Sebastian did not understand what was going on because it seemed to have absorbed his spiritual power without a trace. He was a little worried because he did not understand how much it could absorb. And when the balloon was engulfed in flames, he realized that it was not an ordinary thing, but he could not understand what it was for. At first he was afraid, and when the layer split, he was surprised, because of course it had to react somehow to the spiritual power it had received. He sat and thought about it, and then assumed that ordinary spiritual power would not work. He thought that this was the reason why he killed the nameless man. That's why I decided to give them a chance to absorb the higher-level stones first. It quickly sucked up all the spiritual power without a trace, which meant that he used most of the spiritual stones for this purpose. Sebastian began to get very angry because he did not understand what kind of treasure it was, and decided to give 4 stones of a higher level this time. He was disgusted that he had used half of his stones along with the ones he had already connected, and without any effect. Therefore, I decided to stop my studies of this treasure and concentrate on making a pill for my eldest to help with her progress. He was preparing the rainbow pill, and after a while he thought it was ready. The guy was happy that he could finally finish the treatment of the older one and knocked on her door to ask if anyone was there. But no one answered, and I thought that it must have worked, and it was better than sitting in a closed room. He went downstairs and thought that it was good that she had left the room and how she had spent her whole life in the clan, and noticed that there were more people today. The boy was happy to see Sebastian because it had been a month since they had seen each other, and he asked if anything had happened. He explained that he was a little busy at the moment, but as soon as he had a minute, he would tell him everything and asked for his permission to walk him to his place. He approached the table where 3 alchemists were sitting and talking about something. The man was angry with people because there had been a lot of them lately because of the rift. But they didn't care. They didn't listen to the guy and talked about their own luck that they would return alive, and now they had raised their level and became masters. But they were still far from that, and with their abilities they would not be able to reach the lake, which is located in the middle of the fault, even though there are rare treasures there. The bald man was angry with them because he said that they should have picked a healing pipe, and then they would have broken through to the level of the law of spiritual energy. The guy was thinking about what a fault was throughout their conversation, because it seemed to open periodically and was located somewhere in the neighborhood of this city. He stopped drinking his drink because it had become quite quiet, and did not understand why everyone was silent. A beautiful girl with a veil came into the room and everyone started looking at her. When Morgana started to climb the stairs, a guy called her. The girl was happy to see him as they had not seen each other for a long time. He agreed with her and suggested that they go back to the room and talk. Sebastian was a little surprised that she had cut her hair. The girl took off her hat and asked if this hairstyle suited her. Everyone was fascinated by her beauty, and the guy explained that he had also cut his hair and that by covering himself with a veil, he attracted a lot of attention. Morgana explained that she really liked her current hair length, and because it was in the way, she cut it. The guy had no objections, and she knew that he was not the kind of person who would tell her what was best, so she felt uneasy at heart as soon as she cut off the anxiety. I planned to resume training and went to go to Yangzhou, which sounded like a revenge plan, but the alchemist said that I needed to recover before training. He handed her a pill and asked her to take it because it had a good effect on her internal state. She was a little embarrassed because she was constantly in his debt and thanked him for it. It had been a long time since she had cleansed the spiritual force, but her breathing was still erratic, and he assumed that something had gone wrong. He was thinking of pouring in some of his spiritual power, but that could cause a conflict, and then he would not be able to check its condition. The girl began to vomit and vomited blood, which frightened her. Then she asked what kind of pill he gave her, and the guy told her its name. Morgana was confused because it was the first time she had heard of the rainbow pill and looked at it. It was a secret pill that the first master told him about, and it was made from easily accessible healing herbs that were good for treating internal wounds. The girl began to worry that he had tried so hard for her while she was locked in the room and missed that the herbs had cost him dearly. The guy said that she was the ambassador of his life in the magical forest, so let her consider it gratitude. She asked him not to be modest and handed him an unknown bag. He did not want to take them, and this situation put him in an awkward position, but it convinced him that he had spent a lot of spiritual stones, and that even this might not be enough. She said that she would feel uneasy if he did not take it and insisted that he do so. Then the guy told her to buy the wish artifacts and give the spiritual stones back later because they didn't have enough to suit her level. He explained that the alchemists of this country are much more capable than the alchemists from Jianyin, and although she would be accepted as a master with her level, it would be difficult without artifacts. She said that she had heard that there was a rift outside the city and that there were healing herbs and many spiritual stones, so she would pay him later for the herbs. The guy was surprised that she decided to go into the vault as well and explained that he had only heard a little bit and asked what it was. She told me that once every 30 years a strong wind blows, and if you go to that place, you can get into another space. They sat and discussed, and then I explained that this particular entrance is called a vault. Sebastian thought about it because it contained unique healing herbs and many spiritual stones and animals, so every year many alchemists gather there. He became curious and also reminded of the great lands of the Great Spirit and thought that someone could have managed this vault. But she said that she heard that no one controls it, so alchemists run here very quickly with fire in their eyes, and the difference between the Great Lands is that it is not difficult to get into the rift. And he remembered his enemy Jake, so he said he would go with her, since the killers could also go there, although he had to make sure they didn't do anything stupid on the streets. Morgana opened the window and said that she was already very worried to see so many alchemists of the law of spiritual energy on the streets, and that his decision is for the best, because he will be a strong support for her if he goes with her. Sebastian was walking down the street and still had time before the fissure opened to finish some more things. He first decided to go to the reliability community and was greeted by Bonnie. The guy sat down across from her, and the head of the department introduced him to baby Riley. She said that the girl had come from the residence and was staying with her to learn everything and asked her not to pay attention. For some reason, the guy was very surprised and asked what happened. For some reason, he couldn't take his eyes off her and thought they might have met somewhere before. Some energy from above began to penetrate his head, but it is unknown where it came from. She was very frightened when someone's hand pressed against her mouth, causing a couple of splashes of blood. He looked at her with suspicion when she started to cough, and Bonnie sat quietly. Riley couldn't believe that the unclean soul summoning she had trained so hard all her life had failed. The guy was surprised to see her coughing up blood so suddenly, and was glad that thanks to a human impulse, the enchanted technique did not work. All her spiritual strength has dissipated, and her insides are in complete irritation, so she will have to spend a lot of time recovering. Bonnie sternly asked her how she dared to use something that was strictly forbidden to their guest. The girl was very scared when the head said that he would pay him back with her life and asked her not to be angry. The shrapnel was close to her face, and at the last moment it was stopped. He realized that Riley had not planned it herself, and said that although he did not know what happened, he did not understand why he would kill a sick person who was vomiting blood. The head was not happy because if someone found out about it, they would be in an awkward position, so she planned to kill her, thus tying up loose ends. Then she ordered me to wipe the girl's blood and get out of there. The student quickly wiped everything off and was about to leave when she looked sternly at the boy who was watching her. Bonnie started the conversation first and said that there was no more news about the unnamed killer. Although he knew the truth, he made a surprised expression on his face. Then she asked whether he had left the city and moved to another place, or assumed that his body had already gone somewhere to be fed to spiritual beasts. The guy said he knew nothing because local alchemists couldn't even capture him. She agreed with him because she wondered if he had died or gone somewhere. And she became most interested when he showed interest in whether someone would take revenge for the nameless man. He smiled slightly and said that the information they bought was worth a decent price. The guy said that he knew that they not only sell information, but also buy it. The girl started laughing and said that it looked like he was looking down on the community. She explained that the information was very cheap because it was not in her personal interests, and she was just curious about the new alchemist who had arrived in their city. He got a little angry and sarcastically thanked her for her thoughts. Bonnie said that things are different now. If he really was a nameless killer, then she should behave accordingly. Then she offered him a deal. He would share information about the nameless man with her, and she would answer one of his questions. She showed me a book, and this deal was called Information for Information. The guy thought about it because if he told her, she could sell it for spiritual stones, and he didn't want to get involved. The girl realized that he cared and said that she would keep the name of the nameless killer a secret and sell only information about his death. He agreed and said that the killer was dead and his body was buried under a small hill of rice paddies north of the city. She was pleased with this, it impressed her, and now she was ready to hear what information he needed. The guy didn't know what was on her mind, and it gave him no peace of mind, but he didn't have the impression that she was going to do something unpleasant. He asked loudly with certainty how to get to the country of Yanam. The head hoped that he was not trying to play a trick on her because she knew nothing about a country with that name, not even in the books. Sebastian gave up hope, since even the most famous news organization does not know about it. He must be giving up. She realized that it was a prank and said she would send a person to the main residence to find information on this country and asked for some time. And he realized that he had hurt her pride and said that she was so far away that she could only get there with the help of a circle, so it was not surprising that she had not heard of him. The girl was not happy with this attitude, and he thought he had gone a little overboard. The girl said that there were too many alchemists in the city, and that he was probably going to go to the rift too. He was a bit surprised by this and confirmed her words and asked if the alchemists were also going there. She started to put the book back in the box, and you said that they are an organization that only sells and buys information, and does not send people into the rift. He noticed that she wanted to say something and asked her if she wanted to tell him something about the fault. Bonnie looked at him slyly and decided to make a substitution to give information on this particular issue. He went out of the room and asked if he could breathe some fresh air, and they apologized for a short time because they could not give him much time. He sat down on the steps and began to think about Bonnie's words, which made sense. His attention was drawn to a girl hiding behind a tree and watching him. When Riley noticed that he had seen her, she quickly hid back, only her clothes peeking out. He understood the system, that there were many incomprehensible and strange things in this city, and now there was only one thing left to do. He opened a small box containing an anti-aging pill. It will not restore the youthfulness that you had before, but it can prevent further aging of the appearance. Before entering the rift, he had to consider the nature of that treasure, and it took a lot of effort to make one such pill, and the initial price was one spiritual stone of the highest level. One woman was ready to give him all her treasures to buy it, but before that she wanted to check if it was real. The alchemist was also ready to buy it for a lot of money, but it was hard for him to believe that the anti-aging pill had suddenly appeared at auction. A man came out to the guy and said that they were the organizers and would check its authenticity, but the guy wanted to continue the auction while the check was going on. He just hopes that the alchemist doesn't take this box and disappear. The guy was showing different items and was ready to sell his sword for 4 spiritual stones of the highest level. The same man came out to them again and apologized for making them wait so long. Everyone was very surprised when he said that this pill was real. The bidding was very active, with alchemists offering more and more spiritual stones of a higher level. Sebastian was shocked because he did not think that anti-aging pills would cause such a stir. The price has reached one special level. The special level is 100 spiritual stones of the highest level. But other alchemists did not stop. They continued to increase the price, which angered their opponents. One woman alchemist raised the price to 5 special levels by raising her sign. He was amazed because it was many times more stones than he had collected in his entire life, and now he knows their value and will be able to use this pill to his advantage. The guy hesitated and did not know whether it would be right to let him approve a spiritual stone of a special level. He also suggested that it could be revenge without a name, that he had hidden the real treasures and he was simply deceived. So I decided not to use stones of a special level for now, but to use other stones. Maybe then it will give some reaction. He was very surprised and did not believe it was possible, and was convinced that it was a treasure. But when he looked closely, nothing changed and said that it was more of a monster, because he had eaten so many spiritual stones that he could not believe it. He realized that stones of a special level are very valuable, and that they can turn the life of an ordinary alchemist around, so he had to stop. Although it was a pity to use other stones, it was still interesting to see how it would end. He was still hoping that something would work out with the stone of a special level. And when he touched the layer, he felt that it was burning, even though it was just warm, so they must have changed something. Then he placed the last stone of a special level and hoped that it would help. The guy was shocked when the sphere opened and inside it was a golden pill. Although a pill fell out of the shards, he still did not know its purpose and did not remember such treasures as this. Van took out the pouch. He could recognize danger by the smell alone, and I thought that if I gave him a sniff of the pill, maybe then he would know something. And he was scared when he saw Vanvan bending down on it and warned him that he would be scared if he ate it because he had put a lot of spiritual energy into it. Then the guy threatened his pet that he would make cat soup out of it. But I noticed that he decided to eat at least some of the pieces, so I wanted to see what would happen. The guy has been watching his pet for a long time, but nothing has changed, only that he was happy with it. Sebastian did not understand what was going on. His cat seemed to be unable to contain its power. He was instantly transformed and assumed that it could be the legendary pill, but even the first master did not know how to create it. He didn't want to feed himself a lie, so he decided to swallow it and see what would happen. And since Vanvan had no problems, I didn't think they could happen to him. He did not know when he lost consciousness and whether it was the effect of the pill. At that time, the cat brought him to life. The guy sat up slightly and saw the older woman next to him, who turned and looked surprised that he had finally woken up. He felt a little ashamed that he made her feel bad. The girl explained that she was practicing Qigong when she heard the energy coming from his room and immediately saw that he had changed for the better. She explained that there were a lot of alchemists here, and as an experienced person, she could not let them interfere with him. Sebastian didn't know if there were any special results because he didn't feel anything, but he was going to find out. He thought that he had just swallowed a piece of metal, but rather it just turned into energy and spread out, although he thought that it would increase his strength or development. He was convinced that something had definitely changed, and the elders asked what was wrong. At first he doubted it, but now he is sure that it was a golden pill. It did not increase spiritual power, but developed Niden, as a result of which spiritual power became pure and its consumption was halved. He tried to keep himself in check because he realized that now everything would change, and he could only use a few artifacts thanks to the icy gust of wind. The girl noticed that something very joyful had happened to him, since he could not tell her about it. The guy saw that her eyes could not be fooled, and she explained that all his thoughts were focused only on promotion, and that he had definitely achieved great results. And then he offered to hold a duel after her full recovery because he wanted to test his own strength. While Vanvan was falling asleep, they were already preparing and warning each other that they would not have any indulgences, so they all had to get ready. Sebastian was on the streets of the city and felt a strong gust of wind, which meant that the vault would soon open. And since he had swallowed the golden pill, and his sister would be there for him, he could safely go into the rift. He recalled Bonnie saying that every 300 years, very rare treasures can be obtained from the lake in the vault, and that we will be 300 years old this year, so he had a chance. He wondered why the head of the department was sharing valuable information with him. She explained that they don't send people there to check because they don't have alchemists to bring treasures for evaluation and pay for them with spiritual stones. And because he had killed the nameless man, he had extraordinary abilities. And she knew that he had an extraordinary soul, and they were not the only ones who knew about the treasure. The guy decided to rephrase all her words and asked if they were offering him a job in a reliable community. And since he has such abilities, he will not be able to handle the treasures by himself anyway, so it would be better to accept her decision and receive many spiritual stones for it. And although the words were devoid of meaning, he did not plan to accept it, but thanked him for it. Because there is no trust in them because someone like Riley who can easily dump him and then ask if he can buy information about the landscape inside the vault. Bonnie smiled and said that alchemists tell only trusted people about the rift and what's inside because of competition. But if he accepted her offer, she would share the information completely free of charge, so she told him to come back within 4 days if he changed his mind. He was already on his way, and although he said he would think about it, he didn't want to get involved, but it was a pity that we couldn't get more information. While they were flying over the area, the older sister saw something down below and drew the younger one's attention. They saw how the rift appeared, and many more alchemists are already near it. He was already ready for this, and now he could only rely on himself and the strength of his eldest. He saw how the alchemists were blown away by the wind, and how it is difficult to fall into the rift, even at the level of heavenly birth. So I suggested that my sister speed up and get there the first time. He was surprised by the impudence of someone when they told him to step aside if he did not want to be trampled. A windy carriage from Pekka's apartment was heading toward them, and a serious-looking man was driving it. A certain alchemist was not happy with this because he hoped that this year they would not get close to the lake, and the guy noticed that their family was quite famous. He realized that he was not an ordinary man, since he was in charge of 4 red-winged celestial horses. They took the lead, and I wondered how impressive the person in the middle was. Sebastian was surprised that they were not affected by the wind, and Morgana said that they should go inside as well. But he didn't care about that man at the moment. He expected that they would split up, and he was warned that if the group left together, they would be scattered in different directions. He was unfamiliar with this landscape, but they agreed to meet at the lake, where the exit would open in a month and stay for another 3, and they agreed to meet when everything was ready. And since it is strong enough, there is no need to hurry, but he was more interested in the treasures of the lake. Sebastian sensed that there were 2 alchemists of heavenly birth nearby, and therefore they did not foresee danger, and asked Vanvan to lead him to the healing herbs. And I was glad that after he ate the golden pill, he started to behave and obey so I could rely on him. Vanvan helped him a lot by bringing him to healing herbs every time, and it made him very happy. He was delighted with this because Vanvan had helped him in the land of the lonely spirit. And here he was even more useful because he was able to gather herbs and Niden in 2 days. He saw his pet start to run somewhere and thought he had found something else, but he didn't see any more grass. Vanvan started circling and immediately found an ancient ginseng that was very valuable and noticed that the ground was damp. He was surprised when he saw a branch in the valley and thought about going in. Then I noticed that water was leaking through the cracks in the walls and wanted to break the wall. He assumed that when it rains, the water level rises and the water spills out. And it seemed that no one had ever come here, so he thought that at the bottom he might find spiritual stones or healing herbs that grow in the water. He formed a barrier and ducked into the water and placed his pet in a bag of wealth. In the depths, he saw a green light that looked like stars. The guy did not understand what it was because it was still approaching him quickly. Then I realized that these were the eyes of a green flounder. These fish were very angry. And because they are underwater, that's why their name is known, but they are medium-level spiritual beasts, so it's better to just observe. They began to release energy currents, and it was clear that they were hostile, but they did not threaten him while he was in the spiritual shield. Although it is difficult to resist 30 people in the water, he wanted to try and pull out his artifacts. Before that, he couldn't just leave so many Nidens of mid-level beasts. But he was convinced that they had more power than the beasts of the surface, and thanks to the golden pill, he reduced the consumption of spiritual power. All the fish tried to break his barrier with any attacks, but it only made the guy laugh because after so many years they didn't realize that neither the green light nor the scales could pierce his shield. A certain sphere began to unite all the fish in the water because it didn't want to drag it out for a long time if they were not dangerous. He liked such a catch, so he placed them one by one in his bag of wealth. Sebastian saw that the green flounder's corpse was being dragged into something and disappeared. He didn't know if it was possible to have a fault in a fault because this place is not ordinary, so he was not surprised. If it came back unnoticed and did not stop feeding on spiritual power, it meant that it was not under space and that even though I sent it very far away, nothing happened to it. He thought about it, and if it was going to happen, it was better to check once. The guy was shocked because the rift was indeed an incomprehensible place, and he could not have imagined that another space was hidden under the lake. But he noticed that Vanvan did not react, which could mean that there were no healing herbs. He wondered what this space was for and decided to take a good look around and saw that there were only mushrooms and moss everywhere, but who knew what might be next? There was a lot of red moss with black spores on crimson flowers, and when I analyzed all the characteristics, I realized that it was a red miracle tea. Although not as valuable as red humus grass, Thai grew only at the right temperature and humidity, so it was hard to get, and if you took it away, it could make a pill for bruises. Sebastian felt something and grabbed his sword. He was convinced that there was something here. He noticed someone who looked like an alchemist eating red miracle Thai, but he couldn't figure out his level. The guy was alert and looking closely, but he could not figure out what it was. I thought about pretending that I hadn't seen anything, but I was too worried about his behavior. Kevin had also spent decades on the big land and was somewhat similar to the alchemist there, so he assumed that he had been in the rift for at least 30 years. So he wanted to try to get closer, but a strange alchemist noticed him. He was very disturbed and looked directly at the boy holding the taya. Sebastian bowed his head because he had never seen a man with such a pained expression before and asked him if he was okay. But the old man continued to look at him silently and seemed to be an alchemist. I could not imagine what this man had to go through to get to this point. This place is not so easy to find, and there was an interesting reason, and then he asked permission to see if he could cure it. But the old man began to make loud noises and scared the boy a little, but he tried to assure him that he would not harm him. And I didn't know if he understood him at all, because he seemed to be looking at a wounded animal and seemed to have experienced a strong psychological shock. Although it's not certain, it looks like he has a high level somewhere between heavenly birth and the law of spiritual energy, but there were no artifacts, only medicine. The man was very anxious and did not want the boy to approach him. He was covering himself with his hands, so Sebastian decided to treat the open areas while he was scared. He managed to put ointment on his arms and legs, and only his body had to be treated. The guy explained that the pain would go away and asked to finish his treatment, and convinced him that he would not do anything wrong. He looked at his hands and seemed to calm down a bit when he saw the result. 4 days passed. Sebastian continued to observe him, and although he fed him a pill of pure white dew, his condition did not improve, and I wondered whether it was worth going that far at all. He exhaled heavily because he could not get rid of that painful face of the old man in his head. The strange man began to cry loudly, which alarmed the young man, and muttered something under his breath. He started shouting at him not to open the stone chest for any reason and repeated it over and over again. But Sebastian did not understand what the old man was talking about and explained that there was an unclean spirit in the chest and that it had ended up here during the escape. Sebastian was shocked that he had been driven here by an unclean spirit and asked what it looked like and where the chest was. He saw that the old man was very much afraid of something and that it was the spirit that was disturbing him, and he thought that it could be somewhere nearby. The guy tried to calm him down and explained that the fissure was open and he could come out now, but he said he couldn't come out. Sebastian was worried about him and asked for his name and who might know him, and then he would take him out, because you can't live here and eat only moss. He stammered a bit and said his name was Ernest from the Evans family in Anaheim. The guy realized that it wasn't that far and they could find the shitty residence. But the man grabbed his head again and repeated that he could not leave. Sebastian did not understand what was wrong with him and asked why he could not leave. Ernest was very frightened when he spoke about the spirit he had encountered, and the young man asked if he was talking about the spirit in the stone chest he had mentioned earlier. He noticed that only a part of his consciousness had returned, even though he had taken a pill of pure soul, but his mind had not fully recovered. The guy consoled him, even though his condition was not good, but if his wounds were treated and he was cleaned up, he would be as good as new. The old man began to shout that an evil spirit had caught him and consumed him, and if he left, the evil spirit would go with him into the world. The guy was impressed and realized that it would be difficult to convince him, but he had no more time to waste. He thought that Ernest was going to attack him, so he ducked back, but he continued with the same tone and explained that thanks to him, for the first time in a long time, he was able to recognize who he was, and he realized that the young man thought of him as someone who had gone mad. But he explained that the spirit had passed through his body and therefore could never leave this place. He asked the young man to go to his family and give him the jasper headband and tell them about him, and he agreed to do all this. And he warned him that if he managed to get close to the lake, he should never open the chest. Sebastian hid the pendant and said that he had memorized his words. Then the old man handed him a sack, but he explained that he could not accept anything that belonged to him. He couldn't get out of here, so he gave it back and walked in the opposite direction without responding to his calls. The guy realized how horrible his death was and burned the body and collected the ashes because he needed to pass them on to his family. He found a bracelet in his bag of wealth and was already thinking about where it could be used. The rest of the artifacts and pills were useless and unused. For now, he decided to leave it for later and set off on his way, because it had been a whole Sunday since he got here. He also decided to postpone the search for healing herbs and spiritual stones for a while to get to the central lake as quickly as possible, because it was unknown what else could have happened, so it was better not to leave the mentor alone. He arrived in the central part, and it was quite hot, and it took him 5 days to get there. Because of such a large territory, he did not know where to look for his older sister on that endless shore. I decided to reconnoiter the situation first and try to meet her, and try not to meet the other alchemists, and only now I realized how vague their agreement was. Then he remembered Van Van, who was sitting on his shoulder eating a fruit, and asked if he remembered Morgan's smell. He hoped so, and he remembered his beautiful sister, who had a pleasant scent. Then the pet tried to concentrate and quickly found the direction of movement. And since the lake is too wide, it is impossible to find the east, so he first walks along the shore. He was curious to find out what treasures were at the bottom and wanted to dive down there too if it wasn't dangerous. Van pointed in the direction where a huge paw of a beast could be seen in the forest. His feeling was that the alchemist did not see the alchemist as equal to the law of spiritual energy, and asked if the elder was surely in the right direction. But I thought that my sister has special abilities, and if it is impossible to reveal her level of cultivation, then the sense of ki may not find her either. And he saw his pet start to fly somewhere and decided that now it was best to trust his gut. He finally found the girl, standing next to a man in a cart. He recognized the windy carriage of Pecta's mountain home, and although it was not an easy task, he had to get closer as soon as possible. The guy was anxious and landed not far from the girl, who saw that he had finally arrived. The man was skeptical because he felt that one was in the middle of the law of spiritual energy, and the others were only in the beginning. Sebastian suggested that Morgana leave if they were done talking, and she agreed. The guy became very alert when the road was blocked and asked why, and assumed that he was waiting for the person in the carriage to give an order. The man looked serious, but it was clear that he had no right to make any decisions. Then Sebastian bowed and said that he did not know who the gentleman was, but if he wanted something from their elder, he should say as he was. A girl came out and introduced herself as Victoria from Peka's family. He explained that they had recently arrived and apologized for not coming to bow in the first place, and analyzed that he could not determine its level, but apparently it was no less than the sun's breath. Then the girl bowed and said it was a great honor to meet her. Victoria looked at them with disbelief because she did not believe their words, and they could barely contain themselves. She was angry and not going to talk to them and asked if they were here to get to the bottom of the lake. The girl treated them with contempt and said that with their abilities, it would be a miracle to find the treasure and survive in the lake. Because a lot of really strong chemists came from Voryani, and she said it would be best for them to go with her. He was surprised by her selfishness. If he refused to do so, it could come back to haunt them. He bowed and said that it was a great honor for them to go with her, but before entering the lake he was determined to take one treasure with him. Because I know that if I go with them, it would be right to give her all the treasures, but then he would not be able to keep his promise, and she asked if he thought she was selfish. Victoria said that she would not let them go without the treasures, but they would choose the first ones, and no matter how many there were, they could only take one at a time. He didn't plan to pounce on the treasures, and I understand that with such a chemist they will be less dangerous and more likely to find something. Sebastian thought about it and how she decided to take them with her, as long as they find something they are safe. But the question is what happens once they get the treasure and get to the shore. Morgana was a little uncomfortable and apologized, explaining that it was all her fault, but the guy just laughed and said that everything was fine. He thought they could handle his sister's abilities and the lesser devil's poison. But the girl misunderstood and thought he was thinking about possible benefits. She was living her spiritual power and wanted to make sure that he didn't need to make calculations if they didn't join her, so she threatened to kill them on the spot. They looked at each other and realized that they had no choice. Then they bowed and said that they believed her, that she would keep her promise and that they would follow her, and she felt sorry that she had not done so immediately. They dove into the water and used their spiritual barriers to save the air. The boy wanted to get out of there, but that might have made him angry, and he liked the amazing carriage and the shield made of wind. But I note that they are undoubtedly diving deeper and have accurate information about the location of the treasure. If you looked closely, you could see a man watching something. In his hand was a large compass showing the direction of their movement and where they should go next. He didn't know what kind of mechanism it was, but if it was pointing to a treasure, it must be unusual, and I think he could see their power in the lake. But none of the alchemists attacked them. It seemed to him that no one could match their influence, and for some reason Victoria needed to take them with her. He was strict because they were completely alchemists from the trusted community that Bonnie had invited. Then Sebastian threw a couple of pills into his mouth to support the spiritual barrier because he was exhausted and did not know how long they would last because half a day had already passed. But I noticed that the carriage was in darkness on all sides and I could not see anything, and I wondered why. The wind carriage arrived at a large pavilion that was also in the shield, and it surprised the boy and the girl. The man assumed that this was what they were looking for. because it was pointed to by the spiritual compass. The guy felt a great spiritual energy from the pavilion and realized that the compass showed places filled with it. And he realized that without it, he would have sailed past because it was completely dark. He hoped that the treasures they were talking about were there, and a girl came out of the carriage and praised Noah for his good work. They entered that land, and the man said that water did not flow in, which was very good because they did not have to put up a spiritual barrier. She ordered everyone to go inside and search the rooms for treasures. Noah said he had found a box and was holding it in his hands. When he opened it, he saw that it was empty, and it made Victoria very angry that someone had already been here. The girl was furious and ordered to search the rest of the rooms because the treasure could still be there. He was a little disappointed because he thought that as soon as he rose to the level of the law of spiritual energy, everything would work out. He began to actively sort through his belongings because he needed to get out of Victoria's nets as quickly as possible, but he could not count on escape because of the carriage. She would pass by and order him to look for something better, and that made him angry because he didn't know what her weaknesses were because he had never seen her abilities. Everyone stood there with a disgruntled face, and no one said that there was only one such building in the lake and that it was impossible to know what the treasures were. She told him to get out his spiritual compass because he needed to find a new building before it was too late, and Noah obeyed the order. After that, they found a new pavilion, and it turned out to be a lot smaller than the apartment, so they couldn't find a single box in it. Sebastian was actively searching for him, and Victoria's mood was a bit alarming, so he had to be more careful. Because if they find the treasure, the girl will be able to come up with many excuses not to share it with them. He also suggested that they could have simply been killed, thus getting rid of them and not sharing them. The boy thought that she might consider them useless, and how no conflicts with other alchemists had arisen along the way. Sebastian didn't understand why, because they had already gone through 10 rooms and found no treasure, although the entire pavilion was filled with spiritual energy, so the compass was not effective here. Victoria thought that even in the density of such spiritual energy, the compass leads somewhere, and told Noah to follow it. And then they all followed the man with the compass and stopped at the door. It was the last room, but there was nothing in it either, but Victoria thought about it. The man sat down and said that it was here, and he was not told to break the floor because there should be either a door or a passage connecting the room to another place. Then Noah took out his whip and began to beat on the floor, causing pieces of concrete to fly off. He saw that she had a lot of experience as an alchemist because she was able to immediately figure out what the action on the spiritual compass meant. All of them activated their spiritual barriers and the bright light in the floor began to expand. The man asked if they would go inside, but Victoria explained that he didn't have to be the first. And then she looked at the boy and the girl and told them to go ahead. Sebastian said that there was no need for them to go down together and decided that he would go first. Victoria didn't care as long as it wasn't her person, so if he wanted to do it, it was his own initiative. The guy landed on the ground, which looked like it had been densely built up before, and it seemed that the house and the pavilion had been there before. He looked in front of him and all that was left was this building. It radiated bright light and was very beautiful and large. Then he noticed his sister and a girl with her maids appearing behind him. Victoria was very surprised and could not believe her eyes that this was possible. She was very happy and sure that this is where the treasures that appear every 300 years are located. She changed her face in a moment and quickly jumped up and flew towards the yard. The guy was surprised because he was checking for alchemists nearby, but it was too much to rush forward and he couldn't imagine how much she wanted it. The alchemist's attention was drawn to the structure in front and he assumed that it was a ceremonial hall. A bright light appeared in the sky as if someone unwanted had entered this space. And Victoria felt it and became alarmed because she did not understand who dared to do it. She was stabbed in the back, even though she thought she'd gotten rid of everyone who could interfere. She felt a great power of this level and was convinced that it was him. The girl tried to defend herself and immediately attacked the enemy with the help of the mountain's own earthly fire. While in the sky, she saw a couple of alchemists and one of them asked her to dispel her anger. She was angry because old man Pietro had appeared. He was a worthless man. But he showed himself to be an important person because he was at the level of the sun's breath. The man said that he knew she would make Noah her lover and take him everywhere with her, and noticed 2 other people behind her whom he had not seen before. She threatened him that she would tear him apart if he said something untrue again, and explained that she had brought these children from a vacation home. Behind him were 5 other people, and she called them a bunch of garbage, and he just laughed, explaining that the location of the treasure concerned only them. Victoria angrily asked why such a person did not enter the ceremonial hall but stayed at the entrance. It was as if he wasn't going to kill all the competitors before coming out and attacking at a lower level just to test the waters. Sebastian noticed that as soon as the conversation turned to treasures, the tension increased, and it didn't matter how many people were on the level of the law of spiritual energy. The 5 of them said that they shouldn't take it so seriously, since the treasure was not right in front of them, and told them that there were several buildings here, and if they divided the spoils, they would have enough. She wasn't interested in hearing this, and didn't want to waste time on unbelievable stories, so she asked him again why he didn't go into the ceremonial hall that was right in front of him. Then he told me that the building was protected by a very strong barrier, and even the younger ones joined forces to break through it, but were defeated. The man knew her abilities, but said that she would not be able to go inside, pointing to the lock. Victoria decided to test his words and used a couple of spheres as a barrier. He sarcastically told me not to lie to a lady like her. Pietro lowered his head and said that he was sure she had already guessed what he wanted. It was a bit expensive for her, but she knew it would be difficult since she saw the old man on the lake. Those who understood that he wanted to join forces to break through this shield and asked what would happen afterwards. He didn't want to reveal these secrets and asked why complicate things. The alchemist pointed to the buildings that needed to be cleared, and even if we split these treasures in half, they would be enough for everyone. Although she didn't like it, she agreed to join forces and break through the shield together. They went inside the building, which was large and spacious, with a big green dragon hanging from the top. The man knows that there are a lot of statues, caskets, and other things to see. The 10 alchemists barely managed to break through the barrier, and the girl was convinced that with such protection, there was something to be gained. She was angry that she had twice made a fool of herself because of that heart, and wondered what she could do to take all the treasures for herself. The alchemist realizes that they are at the same level of cultivation, and therefore he will have to bet his life, and even if he wins, he will suffer great losses. In addition, he was hired by a trusted community and would only be able to get 1 treasure, so he didn't have to act quickly. Then her husband suggested that they meet as soon as they had collected everything they could think of as treasures to look at and share. At first, this was completely satisfactory to Victoria, so they decided to do so. They managed to collect a large number of them, but even if half of them are treasures, each person will get 2 or 3. Victoria and Piero looked very cunning and each had a plan in mind, and the guy realized that he wasn't even sure he could get any of it. His attention was drawn to the discovery of other alchemists who were loudly surprised. He was surprised and saw for the first time what the stone box looked like. Or you are convinced that you are the box the old man was talking about, and that he just didn't open it carefully. Piero said that everyone had collected something useful, and now it was time to look at it. But first, we had to see if it was a treasure to share. She looked at the boy with anger and ordered him to go and look for treasures among the piles of things. He agreed and went, but he felt uncomfortable, so it was better to stay away. The man was delighted to see a shiny ingot among his belongings. He had heard of it before, because if it is used in the creation and settlement of a drachma weapon, it can take on more spiritual power and also increases strength. The man admired it all and decided to take it with him and check out all the precious-looking boxes. One of his younger siblings brought him the box, but explained that it was closed and that to open it, he had to give it spiritual power. This surprised the man very much, which meant that there was a high possibility that there was something valuable there. A woman ran up to them and told them not to open as soon as possible because a lot of people were waiting. The guy was wary because if it was closed, not because of the price, but because there was something inside that could not be released, because the rest did not have such a seal. The box began to open and I heard the sound of something snapping inside, and it was a great impressive energy. Only Victoria was very happy, and red balls of energy began to come out of the box. And she was very frightened when she saw that the room was turning a different color, and she kind of assumed what it could be. Everyone was frightened when they saw an evil creature come out and said it was the first baby. No one could believe how this could be possible, because it was like the soul of an alchemist with a high level of cultivation. Victoria was sure that it was the shape of the first baby, and her husband asked her to be careful and not to give him her body. The kid looked very angry, enveloped in evil red energy and laughing strangely. Everyone was shocked by his laughter, as if it sucked the soul out of him, and as a result, this laughter made one of the alchemists go crazy. The first baby tried to take away the physical body, and assumed that the man had seen his companions' bodies taken away, so he was afraid that his body might be taken away when he escaped. And the guys wondered if a person could stop a baby and were almost convinced of it. The alchemists were in a panic and asked their mentor what they should do to stop the first baby. The man was puzzled because he could not be stopped by ordinary drachma weapons or other artifacts that do not affect the soul. The old man said that they had no way to stop him now, and it worried the boy a little bit because even he didn't know. Sebastian decided to take his hiding place, because if it was locked up, it must have been useful. He tried to capture the body of one of the alchemists, taking his body into his energy. When he moved in, he said that he did not want the body of an alchemist because it was at the level of the law of spiritual energy, and they were all terribly weak. The baby did thank him for opening the box, and as a reward, he would quickly deal with them. The old man realized that he needed a level to match the first baby, but the sun's breath was no match for him. The girl was thinking about the course of action, because now he was in the body of the law of spiritual energy. They could resist him, but if they did, he would find a new body, so it was better to leave it that way. But these two had one thing in common. They had many treasures that they did not have time to share, and they could not return empty-handed. The baby stood in front of them and reflected that there were only two alchemists at the stage of breathing the sun, and that one was an old man and the other a woman, which was not suitable for him. His true face began to show, and he decided to simply suck out all their spiritual and vital force. The baby began to come out of the body of the murdered alchemist and fell to the ground devastated. Victoria was very angry because at this rate, all but one of the vessels will go to the next world, and if so, they will have to give up their treasures. They began to run away and didn't care about the treasures anymore, as life came first. Morgana said that they should run away too, and Sebastian agreed with her. Pietro was furious. He couldn't understand why they couldn't get out of there and was screaming a lot. They were banging on all the doors, but they would not open, and the baby was circling around them. The guy also started with something about how he had used some kind of a belt to put a seal on the ritual hall, so he had to find a way to break through or delay him. Victoria didn't know, but she hoped that the flame under the mountain's own earthly fire could work on the soul and released it. But those attacks did not affect him in any way. He just said that it was not effective. He was pleased to absorb the spiritual power, but he was not yet satisfied, so he thought that the alchemist of the sun's breath could satisfy his hunger. The old man drew his great sword when he felt attempts to take possession of his body and said that he would not give up easily. And he was very shocked at how easily he destroyed his treasure of lower-level drachma. He was scared when the baby approached him and told him not to waste his valuable spiritual power. The guy was even more angry when he knew that all the things in the alchemist's bags of wealth had fallen into disrepair and did not understand how the satellites brought everything back. Then the first baby took over Pierre's body and told him that he was weak, and that with you, he had only a treasure of drachma of a lower level. For him, this body was a real garbage can, and he didn't want to use it, and asked if any of them would show him something interesting. His eyes stopped on Sebastian, who was watching him and was very angry with him. The girl fell to her knees and bowed and introduced herself as Victoria from the mountain residence of Pekta, the fortress of Voryon. She said that he hadn't been in the yard for a long time and that he would need time to get used to it, so her family would be happy to accept him and solve all the inconveniences until he got used to it. He thought about this suggestion because he had never heard of the place, but it seemed to have a special influence there. She explained that her husband was the owner of a mountain residence and that he was a 300-year-old alchemist of the sun's breath level, and said that he would do anything to survive. In addition, it was a hidden blessing, and she could look after it, and perhaps it helped to break through the current progress, and so offered her husband's body. He liked the deal and laughed a little at the girl's expression. He didn't care about any of this, but he remembered the name of the residence, so he said he would visit, and Victoria realized that he was even crazier than she thought. He laughed evilly and said that he would devour all those who gathered here. Only she, Sebastian, and Morgana survived, and around them were devastated bodies. She was very sorry that her Noan was among those who were there, without whom she did not go anywhere. The first baby started laughing and said that he would make an exception for the three of them, and not kill them. It grew several times larger and leaned over to ask if they were curious why. The girl became very nice and assumed that he was just being generous and letting them live a little longer. He looked at Sebastian and explained that he had kept him alive to become his new vessel, because he has achieved a lot in his years and has many years of life ahead of him, and with the help of all this he will be able to break through to the saints. He was at a loss for words, but he thought that this was his only chance, and when he wanted to move in, he could try to use the box. And Morgana and Victoria will be allowed to live a little bit only to restore their young after the body's occupation. And he added that when it was over, they would turn into old people and nothing more could be taken from them, so he would not kill them. The first baby hovered over the boy, already preparing for the process. But Sebastian didn't understand how it would fit in a box of that size, but it was worth a try. He used the technique and quickly moved away from the enemy, but he just laughed and wanted to see how he could dodge. The guy was scared when their faces met and they were a short distance apart. Holding the box in his hands, he opened it and a bright light came from it. He was furious and asked how he got that box. Sebastian hit the box with an energy pulse, and this confused the monster even more. He started to get sucked back in, but he still couldn't realize it. Then he began to put a binding seal on it, and golden lines began to cover it. He tried to escape and did not understand how that alchemist dared to lock him up again, because he had spent more than 1,000 years there and did not want to go back. It was hard for him, and he realized that as it closes, the suction force increases. I had to do anything to close it. The infant tried to provoke him and weaken him, saying that he was not stopped by his weak abilities. He was shocked and did not understand, but the box took him with renewed vigor. The older woman started helping him, and although she didn't fully understand it all, she realized that she had to just close it. The girl asked him to trust her because she was more confident in her spiritual strength than he was. He began to appeal to Victoria to stop them, and then he would share various techniques and the ability to gain immortality. Sebastian asked her not to dig it for him, but then he could not open his mouth while he poured spiritual power into it. She was very angry with this attitude and asked if he really thought she was so simple-minded. And she began to pour in her spiritual strength because she had no intention of helping after he wanted to burn down the mountain village. He swore with his life that he would do everything he could to help her raise the life force of yin and yang, and if he didn't, he would be reborn as a pig in his next life. He begged for help at the last seconds and realized that no one would help him, and the box closed, falling to the ground. Sebastian pressed the box with his hands because the spirit could be released from the unstable seal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief because the horror was finally over. Victoria was angry because she had accumulated a lot of experience in her life, but she had never experienced something so dangerous. She noticed Noah on the floor and decided to wrap him in silk and take him with her. She put it in a bag because she had to hold a funeral upon her return. She realized that if it wasn't for the guy who used the box to close it, she would have been dead. But she said that he was cunning because he used it only when he was in danger, and if he had done it earlier, Noah would have been alive. Then she turned to him and said that her husband had lost his life because of his selfishness. The guy was shocked by this and asked how she would compensate him. She thought it wasn't so bad because now all the treasures were hers and she just needed to teach this guy a lesson. They stood in front of each other and he asked her what she wanted from him, even though her statement was brazen since he had saved her. Victoria replied that his debt was too high and she would not be able to give him anything, and asked if she recognized that she had no right to take possession of anything. Sebastian bowed his head and said that he would do as his mentor wished. She asked him sternly if he dared to add anything else as a culprit. He asked whether the older one could take one as agreed, if he could not take it because of his misdeed. She looked at her with anger and thought that it made no sense to let them live, because if she let them go, they might tell about the treasure. And if there is also a scandal that she did not share her treasures, this can greatly undermine her reputation. A spiritual force was spinning around her, and finally she wanted to tell them that the dead do not speak. Sebastian had hoped that it was over, but there was another problem on his mind. The guy asked her not to make stupid decisions because of his momentary greed. This made her even more angry at his teaching, because he had no right to teach her anything. Morgana saw the boy trying to fight her and stand. So I decided to help him and unleashed my power to attack. But it didn't affect her or her barrier, and she said it was nonsense. Victoria noticed that they were not going to die obediently, so they were only suffering. The girl asked him if he was okay, and it was thanks to her that she stopped the enemy's attack. She felt that he was already well exhausted, even though he was hiding behind a shield. So she decided to kill him later, and the first to go would be the girl, and rushed to her. Morgan's dress was smoking, and her wounds and blood were visible, but she was praised for holding out so long against the flames of the mountain's earth fire. I laughed that the younger one didn't even try to resist, but just watched from behind the shield all the time. It was difficult for him because of the spiritual barrier, he could not use the poison of the lesser devil and could not hope for a breakthrough of the greater one. He reached for the bag and he had only one way to solve it and said that her greed was making him make the worst decision. She sent him a big jet of energy because she was sure he was tired of it too. And as soon as she wanted to end it, something distracted her. When she saw the guy, she was very surprised because she thought he was on his last breath. Victoria was terrified and ordered him to stop, but the guy was approaching her with a box and she asked what he was going to do. The first baby was desperate and angry because it was the first time in so long that he had come out into the world, and they sealed him up again. He was very angry about it, but he immediately calmed down because he felt something. He was angry when he saw Victoria because she did not help him to free himself. The baby called her ungrateful because she dared to turn away his mercy and sealed it, so he would never forgive her. The first child broke out again and knocked the girl down. He asked if he had released it, only hoping for the box, because now it would not let itself be closed so easily. He concentrated because he didn't understand why they didn't lose their minds at his laughter, and the guy said that killing them wouldn't do him much good. He explained that being tempted by a little can cost you the most precious thing and asked them to let go so that everyone would benefit. The baby laughed at such rudeness, but the boy was right that he would not care what happened to them. He was angry because he didn't like the box and ordered them to leave it here and then he would let them go. Sebastian saw that they would not come to an agreement, and he had nothing else to do. So I decided to fight him hoping for this box and was ready to open it. The spirit just laughed, because what could change if he confronted him with just a box? So he decided to show that life is not so smooth. And he decided to absorb the spiritual energy of the treasures, because then he would increase his spiritual strength, albeit not for long. Although the rare treasures were a pity, the priority was to destroy the box. Sebastian saw that the baby had become even faster, and now he was not sure that he could predict the right moment to pull it into the box. But the guy could not give up, because for him, it meant dooming himself to death, and so he could not back down a step. He thought it was the best time and instantly tore off the box. But the demon threw stones at him, saying that he would not fall for it twice. Because the stone hit his hand, the box fell to the ground, and the baby was about to occupy his body. And as soon as Morgana saw it, she was very scared for him. He covered his hand with the bracelet, and it began to shine brightly. The guy brought it closer, and was told that it was a protective, shiny bracelet, and asked where he got it. The demon was furious, and asked how he was related to the one who was a couple of 100 years ago. And out of 8 crystals, 2 went out, so those 4 protected Ernest's body from the first baby. The guy thought about it because the bracelet wasn't that simple if it could stop him, and so this was their chance to escape through the door. They tried to open the door by force, but without effect, so they had to completely strangle the first baby. And he wondered if 6 crystals would be enough to keep the baby strong, because if he could activate it at will, he could be sealed. He thought about the fact that when the bracelet was activated, he felt spiritual energy coming out of it. And since he needed a lot of spiritual strength, he would use up all the pills. The guy looked at his hand and didn't like the fact that he could only activate 2 crystals. The girl took his hand and said that she had already told him about her confidence in her spiritual strength. He saw all the crystals start to glow brightly, and that was enough. The first baby didn't know where to go and held his head because he felt his strength draining away and had nowhere to hide. He grabbed the box, and now was really the last chance he had thanks to the bracelet. And although it was dangerous, his sister was there. The baby threatened him with how dare he do this when he had already jumped in front of him. The demon began to take all the demonic clots into his lungs because he did not want to let him defeat him. He blew as hard as he could on it, forming a large red skull that caused his sister to worry about the smaller one. Sebastian was in shock. He could not move and was sure that he did not have such a lack of energy, so he assumed that it was because of that skull. The girl was calling him, asking him to move away and dodging, but he was unable to do so. Morgana ran ahead of him and activated the spiritual barrier, but something was wrong, and he collapsed. And suddenly she was behind the skull as it continued to approach the young alchemist. Death burst in with all its might, and Sebastian watched in fear as it approached. The girl asked him to teach her different techniques that he liked. Even after everything that happened, he stayed by her side in all her states, healed all her wounds, and saved her life. And because he contributed so much, she could not stand aside when he was having a hard time. Now everything is different, because she can think about how to help him and what to do to start a baby. At first, he was a little happy that the light was a little more powerful, but he didn't understand what had happened. The girl stopped the skull and realized that she was a Keonan, a hybrid of a spiritual creature, and a threat to drink all the blood and take the Niden. Although he has no more strength left because of the bracelet, if the skull absorbs it, he will win. She felt that the force was slowly pressing down, but in the skull it was unlimited and still able to hold back the physical and spiritual power. While she was restraining him, the boy finally managed to move and thanked the older woman for this act. Sebastian rushed forward because it was his only way out to seal the baby, and thanks to the elder, he regained some strength. The first baby was confused when they saw him because they thought he could not move. The guy expected this result because he is now slower and he can chase him now. The baby was furious but still wouldn't give up. He threatened to take his body from him before he opened the box, but it didn't scare him at all. He realized that he was as fast as him. A couple of boxes opened and began to suck him in. He screamed that it shouldn't be like this. Sebastian was able to seal only thanks to the elder, and also rewound with a higher level artifact, so everything should be fine now. The girl was fine and fortunately was not injured and will feel better when she gets some rest. The guy said that although everything was fine, he could not help but feel bad because he had to go through so much that it looked like a nightmare and that he could not accept it as true. The girl looked at him as if she suspected something and pinched him, and she started laughing that it didn't look like he felt anything, and they laughed at that together. The guy wiped his cheek and said it hurt so much that he almost cried, and now he feels that it was not a dream. Morgana was happy too, because it was the first time she had ever been useful to him, and it would have been a shame if it had turned out to be a dream. She offered him to recover first and was ready to share her pills. They were shocked because it took them half a day to recover and another half a day to divide the treasure. They discussed how much they had spent to divide everything from the bags of wealth, but there was nothing left. He caught good items like a shiny ingot, a spiritual compass, and there was also a windy carriage and 4 red-winged celestial horses. It is best to know about the 2 Dharma weapons. The first ring, which increases spiritual power, and the second silk belt, which creates a shield. The guy wanted to get a jasper ring that looked like a ring of a clear soul, and for Morgan, there was no such thing as a mediocre thing. She realized that one wrong step could ruin the relationship, and she doubted that he needed a belt like she did, because he had a shield, and he would find a way to give in to her. The girl decided to take the belt back and asked him to choose the one he liked, but he decided to do as the older one wanted. He was delighted because he thought it would be most useful to him. He pulled out a shiny ingot, and with it, he can upgrade the Sword of Pleading to the level of the drachma treasure, so it will be more useful to him. The boy noticed that she was worried about him, and thought that it would not be difficult to divide the rest, and wanted to take the ring and give her the rod of earthly fire, because he uses a sword and doesn't need it. And she didn't have an attacking Dharma treasure, and because she has a lot of energy, and the ring is useless, unlike him. According to Victoria's eldest, the things are very famous, so it will be difficult to use them, but they are wonderful treasures. He would not have felt comfortable if he had not given her half of the amulets and asked her what she was doing. She gave it to him, and the guy was surprised because she gave him high-class talismans. She explained that the day would come when they would be needed, and the girl would be happy if they helped him. He bought a lot of sealing talismans on the market and pasted the box, so he was done with the urgent matters. The guy also processed all the herbs into pills, and only a shiny ingot remained, and it is difficult to handle, so it will take a lot of time. He owes everything to Ernest, who warned him, gave him a bracelet, and now he has to meet with his family to give them the jasper bandage, the ashes, and the note. The boy was very happy to see Sebastian back, because he hadn't seen him for a long time, and the alchemist asked if there had been any interesting news about the rift during this time. But he said that the guests talked more about Madame Victoria and Elder Pietro, because it hadn't happened in a long time that 2 people couldn't return in the breath of the sun, and he said that they had recently asked about Madame's whereabouts. The boy was calm because no one knew about it except him and the eldest. Only those who saw them in the carriage could report to the residents. The guy jumped off the topic and asked if he knew Ernest from Annam and that they were prominent alchemists with a rich history, so they must be well known. The boy was very sad and covered himself with a tray because he had never heard of them and apologized for that. He offered to ask the elders, for which the mentor was very grateful, and it was unexpected for him because he was sure that such a smart guy must have known something about them. After a while, the boy came to him sad and said that the elders had not heard anything about such a person either. Sebastian smiled and said that it turned out that their family was not as famous as he thought, and praised the boy for his good work. The boy felt uncomfortable because he considered him a good guest who always gives spiritual stones, and here he could not help him. The alchemist was surprised that the waiter jumped up so abruptly and ran off somewhere asking him to wait, so the guy thought he had something on his mind. The boy brought his grandfather with him and pointed to the guest he was telling him about. The old man asked if he was interested in Ernest's family from Annam. The man explained that he only asked because he had not heard about the family for a long time. Sebastian smiled and looked at him, asking him to tell him and express himself. He started with the fact that the family was one of the most famous families in Annam, and its alchemists wore clothes with cabina patterns on their shoulders. And as they passed, many alchemists watched them go by, and he was one of them in the crowd. He asked about the name of the Keben, or whether he was referring to a spiritual creature whose ability to destroy evil energy was often used in ornamentation. I was surprised, so I asked why no one knows about them now if they used to be so popular. The man explained that they began to collapse 300 years ago, when the alchemist did not return from the rift, and then he lost many talented people. He does not know what happened later, but only that there were several large battles, and the family fled the area. He was no longer comforted by this information, and asked if he knew where they were going. The man assumed it was in Emson County, but he had lived in Anaheim all his life, and was not interested in anyone, and there was no news that their family had been restored. Sebastian thought about it and thanked him for the information, so he wanted to visit Emson first. The man added that many alchemists envied them because their bodies were filled with pure light energy. He was shocked that the family practiced a righteous movement and that it was rare to find someone with pure energy. But the man hoped that he would not look down on them, even though they were nothing now. The boy assured the man that this would not happen and bowed to him. There was a marriage tournament in the Emson County town of Yunmun, organized by Ernest's family. The man expressed his gratitude to the valiant soldiers who had gathered on the square for the tournament. He introduced himself and began to explain the rules, and people listened attentively. And he offered his niece as a wife if someone was ready to go up to the arena and prove their abilities. Someone was excited about the competition for the heart of the famous beauty and wondered who would take her away, and Sebastian understood why there was such a stir. The elder warned that they would be different from the usual format, that the level of cultivation of the uniforms was not high, and that there were many of them, so it was difficult to identify a man. That's why today there will be special sparring matches between the participants, and the one who wins will be able to take Madeline away. The guy realized that Yunmun was paying a lot of attention to the prepared arena, but a marriage tournament is rare, and this was the first time he had ever seen one. A guy shouted out from the crowd and said that he was a volunteer, and that for the sake of the gentleman's victory, it was better to check everyone in this small town in advance. There was a man from the Bond family, and they were amazed that it wasn't a lie, and he went up to the arena. Sebastian analyzed a guy of the middle stage of celestial birth, and said that by his self-confidence, we can say that this level here makes you a strong man. He quickly dealt with his opponents and waited for the next ones. The host turned to the crowd and asked if there were any other speakers. Sebastian had fun, because there were many cases when the difference in levels played the other way. He had heard that they had lost their power, but he didn't think they had gone as far as holding marriage tournaments. Usually they are held so that a woman can find a man she can recognize, but now it's more like selling the weak to the strong. They froze when the voice said that today he was lucky to have won. The guy folded his arms and thanked us for the valuable lesson he had learned. The man was fascinated by Heart and Bone because he was in the last stage of celestial birth, and his family was one of the most noble in Yunmun. Madeline didn't want to marry someone she didn't love, but Mr. Bone was from a good family, and there were no bad rumors about him, so it was better if he won. He started shouting that he seemed to have no more volunteers, and the man was already eager to finish as soon as possible. The host said that today he had an epiphany because he saw the outstanding abilities of the glorious heroes. While the alchemist was coming down, the man wanted to declare Hardin the winner and end the tournament. The old man interrupted them, saying that he would also participate in the sparring. Everyone had a confused look on their face, because they hoped that there would be no more participants. People in the crowd began to say that it was Harvey Mitchell who had risen to the level of the law of spiritual energy. The man was furious because he could not imagine that a 300-year-old man would compete in a marriage tournament, and if his concubine was not happy, she would be kicked out. The boy began to talk about how he knew that his mentor did not bother to marry, because if he defeated him, he would have to make the virgin his wife. The old man was bold, because the family had to thank him for taking her even as a concubine. Hardin could not accept the fact that she could be treated as a concubine, but he did not dare to object. Harvey was annoyed and was waiting for an answer whether the boy would fight or give up. He recalled how he had accidentally bumped into her on the street and developed feelings for her, and therefore could not allow her to take Madeline as a concubine. And although he had no chance of winning, it was a sparring match, so the old man would not dare to kill him. He decided to risk using all his talismans and asked his mentor to teach him a lesson. The coach laughed a little and told him to do what he wanted, and that it would be better if he lasted longer, because he was already bored watching uninteresting sparring matches. Hardin laughed and rushed into the fray, firing coupons at him. Harvey used protection, and there was no effect from those talismans. The guy was angry because it was his last talisman, and there was not a single scratch on the man. His mentor considered him untalented and unleashed his magic on the attack. He began to gloat as the winner was obvious, and asked if there were any more volunteers and promised not to take lives. Madeline was sitting on the sidelines watching the battle and felt very sorry that the guy lost. Harvey came up to her to look at her and lifted her chin, saying that she was pretty, and he promised that if she became his concubine, she would live singing along. Behind him, the old man heard a noise that a new participant had risen, and everyone was surprised that he had risen against the law of spiritual energy. Sebastian smiled on stage and said that he wanted to take a chance. Harvey looked at him with some distrust because the young man looked so young. But something surprised him a lot, and he felt that the guy was almost on the same level as him, even though he looked young. Although he didn't want to show enough respect, he would have to restrain his power. The mentor was puzzled and asked if Sebastian was practicing. But the guy didn't see the point of this question, because he was just passing by and came here purely out of curiosity and asked if they had any rules. The presenter said that there are no such rules for being a participant in the school, and that everyone can take part. He didn't know who he was and didn't want to lose to the young alchemist, and the guy stood there a little surprised, but thanked him for the chance. The man was looking at the enemy angrily and watching his movements, and he was ready to see what he was capable of. Everyone took out their artifacts and was ready to spar. The crowd had already started to like what was happening on stage and was very interested in who would win, although most hoped for the young man. Sebastian looked down at the crowded floor and realized that he could not use the Pasha's fencing in front of them all. So this time he decided to do without it and turned to the enemy. The man swung his chains, asking if he would fight without protection, because then he would finish him off quickly in a matter of seconds. He threw his mace up, and the guy watched and did not understand what kind of attack it was, and it hit the shield directly, creating a lot of smoke from the collision. People were alarmed. They did not expect it to happen so quickly, and said that he deserved the nickname Meteor. The guy watched calmly because his attacks did not frighten him much. He compared this attack to others, and this one was nothing compared to Victoria's blue flame, so it posed no danger to life. Harvey started to get very angry and shouted how long he would block his attacks, because he was not even in a hurry to defend himself. Sebastian wanted to confuse him with an imitator, but he noticed that it was not necessary. And then he himself attacked him. A bright light blinded him, and the man did not know what it was. Harvey was angry that he didn't have time to use the aura, even though it seemed like a normal light aura, but in the end, his barrier failed. The guy prepared the attack and launched it, but the enemy had already used a barrier. It was very difficult for him to resist it, and he did not understand how he had achieved such power, because he could not concentrate properly to defend himself, and his ki was already running out. He was very angry and worried about Sebastian because he could not imagine how much spiritual power he had, and that it was somehow impossible, and he wanted to destroy him, because a man could not lose in front of so many people to some boy. The mentor decided to suggest that we finish because he could not use all his skills in front of many people because he might hurt them. Sebastian bowed and thanked him for his time. And when he was about to leave, he added that next time they would do it right in a deserted place. The host said that it was the best fight he had ever seen in his life and asked people if there were any more people who wanted to participate. It made me laugh that the old man ran away so quickly and was so reserved, but he was interested in who such a young guy was. Sebastian was surprised and pleased that there were no more applicants. Everyone began to praise him and called him the strongest and that he was handsome and congratulated him on his victory. The man was a little uncomfortable with the hut and decided to take him inside. The alchemist exhaled because he didn't want to be in front of the public anymore, so he came here. The girl was happy, but Sebastian needed to explain everything before there was a misunderstanding. And just as he was about to tell, the man interrupted him because he realized that he might have questions, since he was about to become the husband of a young girl. Sebastian explained that he had entered the arena only to stop the old man's actions, and that it was not because of the marriage, and apologized for ruining the celebration. He was shocked because he didn't understand how he didn't want to and wondered what was wrong with him. His father was furious and took him by the hair because his Madeline could have married a good man by now and would no longer suffer from loneliness. Then I calmed down a bit and realized that I could not be so rude to someone who had won all the candidates. I was shocked when the guy showed me something explaining what he found in the vaults. But when I saw the house, it was obvious that this was something that had been passed down from generation to generation. The old man was amazed because it was his master's metal and asked if he had really found it in the vaults. He asked us to tell him everything we knew from start to finish, and he was ready to spend all his time on it. The man told me that he had heard about his family and that it was all destroyed. They suffered a very sad fate. He told me about a man who had excellent leadership skills and was a very intelligent and strong head of the family. And as soon as he paused in his story, the guy remembered something and reached for the bag. He gave him the bracelet, saying that he had received it from him, so he thought he should return it to them. He couldn't take the crystals his grandfather had used as he had given them to someone else. The guy was ashamed to return them because he had used them all himself and said that he was grateful to him because he had saved his life, and therefore he felt ashamed for it. I asked him to contact me if he needed help, but he refused because he thought they should be the ones who should be grateful and asked him to stay for a couple of days. He looked out the window and wondered how he had become a guest and tried to recover from what he had heard, because that thing was more important than he could have ever imagined. Sebastian thought that the relationship was not the right place to create an alliance, and the two Romans are hired to hide it. Sebastian and his husband were sitting and discussing something, and the topic came up about the purge order. Because after the fault incident, they had to move to Annam, and so they established themselves here. Although some people were at war with each other, after 100 years peace came to Yongmun, but it was not clear why the Huang family decided that this was their land. The man was depressed then, and when they told him that they had found the buried traces, he asked them to return only the medallion. Sebastian realized that the treasure had not been found, even though the imperial family had ordered the thief to be caught, and all the families had abruptly cut off all ties. So it is clear why they wanted to extradite the girl. To be able to find allies and somehow secure protection, because you can expect anything from that family. He had heard that the imperial family had only one middle class and two upper classes, so it was time to find a daughter-in-law. The man was shocked that the alchemist was up to something regarding the Hyen family, because there was a thought that did not give him any peace. Although he was told not to worry about it, he was persistent, and they were ready to listen to him. Then he suggested that they stay with them for a while, because there would be rumors about how some stranger had defeated Harvey. And then they will say that he became a son-in-law and a potential groom for that daughter, because if the truth is found out, chaos will begin, and now they are in a difficult position. And when the man wanted to say something, the guy convincingly said that he was sure that the emperor had ears here, and that the messages would definitely reach him. And only when he knows that the most respected master has been defeated by some boy and become a member of the Yiga family, he will be furious and try to interfere. Sebastian wasn't sure if it would work 100%, but he was sure to gain some time. And my husband was very surprised by this attitude, because despite the situation, he was trying to help her. He bowed his head and said that he had already done a lot for them, and it was very inconvenient to receive repeated help. But for the sake of the family, he would accept his offer. He was very surprised and asked what happened, and I told him to be careful. He realizes that they will have to follow the boy's instructions, because even though the marriage is not valid, rumors will circulate, and even if he explains, they will suspect something is wrong. The father explained that this was no different from simple judgment and evil tongues, so he had to talk to the girl first. Sebastian smiled and agreed with him, and thought that the people would accept the fact that there would be no marriage, and they would not have to feel any guilt. They continued to sit in a room together and discuss this topic in agreement with each other. The guy was holding his sword in his hand and was pleased with what he got out of it, since he could not use it fully due to the events of long ago. He remembered his sister's words, how she had said that he would need it again, but due to the restriction of ki, he could not use it at first, and thanks to the amulet he was able to release the ki. Now he was convinced of the elder's words, because it was a useful thing to have done, because if it wasn't for those two, he would have had to return to Hojiang. Madeline came up behind him and asked if he had already finished his business. Sebastian turned to her and agreed with her statement and asked if he could call her Miss. She explained that when they are alone, they shouldn't talk like that because 6 months have passed. The guy agreed with her and said that thanks to her, he would be able to finish his planned work safely, and he thought about the choice all day. But in the end, he agreed. Madeline bowed her head and said that it would be nice if he became their son-in-law or guest, and that she would follow Sebastian's instructions. They even went so far as to organize a fake wedding, and it would be nice to go out in front of the people and ask if she was free today as if nothing had happened. For a girl walking through the streets of the city, it was strange but fun at the same time. Madeline said that when she was in Bimachochin, it was not so easy to go out, and they suddenly told her that Jeha was the main family of Yongmun. The guy looked at her and said that the rosary had even been distributed outside the city. But he was glad that the imperial family was in no hurry to do something and thought that there was no family that could have power. They were a little uncomfortable when they had to pretend to be a man and a woman in front of everyone. They approached the counter, and the guy said that even though they were married, they hadn't exchanged gifts yet, so she could choose whatever she wanted and consider it a gift. The girl started to worry because she couldn't do it, but the man reassured her and said that she didn't have to worry about payment and prices because he would pay for everything. She bowed her head and thanked him for his concern, but explained that she really didn't need anything. The awkwardness between them only grew more and more. He did not understand what the oppressive atmosphere was. Sebastian didn't realize it when they entered the arena. There weren't many people there, and they were watching the fight. He was quite amused and curious about the dishes, and something caught his interest. He was very happy that he came, because there were free competitions everywhere, so it could mean that there were other participants. The guy noticed a girl who supported her brother and told him to keep going. Melissa turned around at the stranger's words and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and was surprised. The girl came up to him and could not believe that it was really her friend. The guy said that he did not expect to see them coming and that it was a great luck. And Melissa explained that they had been dreaming of meeting him for a long time. And Madeline was a little surprised because she thought he was reserved and wondered if he always talked to other women like that. The girl explained that everything happened very quickly because when she first heard these rumors, she did not even pay attention and turned her gaze to the girl, asking who she was. And it was a little sad when the guy didn't want to tell his girlfriend about it. They were sitting in some establishment and he said that he had said it many times before and greeted them both again. While the guy was not giving him a drink, he said that he had not felt this way since the battle, as if he had been born again. And when others heard about his engagement, he could not contain his joy. Sebastian was surprised and realized that he had to explain everything because he would not get into trouble later, and he tried to say something about it. Victor drank the drink and said how he had grown up so fast and how he felt so old now. Madeline started to laugh a little and said that he was talking nonsense because it was the other way around, because she was starting to feel old. My brother was glad that the boy decided to share this with him because otherwise he would have fought Harvey himself because he deserved more respect. Madeline began to behave strangely, which surprised the boys when it came to Harvey. The girl was very angry because if it weren't for this dynasty in the empire, she would have married of her own free will, and in general she planned not to do it so early because she wanted a free life. And then he started to smile and asked if it would be for a while, because he assumed that it would be until the people calmed down. And the girl was furious and said that she would never do it, that it was impossible because she didn't like it, and that person showed no interest in her. Madeline admitted that she was not interested in all this luxury at all, and only under the new rules, hundreds of men fought for her hand, and even 3 descendants of Wanga almost won until he intervened. Sebastian listened to all of this and laughed a little, and decided to change the subject by asking how they were doing. Melissa said that she did not expect this from him, and added that they were doing well, and that her brother had been like this since childhood, so she should not be angry. He didn't like the fact that they started discussing his childhood like that, but he wished they had met like that and asked if there was anything else he could tell. His brother and sister and his wife got drunk and were already sleeping on the table, and he was alone as usual. A woman came up to the boy and told him that the Lord had arrived and she wanted to see him. He realized that as soon as the rumors got out, they came here and were curious about him and whether he had anything to say, and he realized that they had put a lot of effort into finding him. Someone said for Yeonam because he was asked to pass it on to him, and the boy looked up at him. The girl said that he was married for good and congratulated him, but she was still curious why the Lord decided to visit Yeon Moon in person. She explained that of course she would meet with him, and that he had asked how to get here the other day, so it was not difficult to find him. And when she arrived at the meeting and heard all the answers, she realized that there was nothing to worry about. The guy was interested in the meeting she attended and asked what she had received. I didn't want to ask questions that were interesting before she answered. She looked at the reserved guy and asked what kind of person he really was. Sebastian said that she had already asked others about him, and he was sure that she had gathered enough information and asked her the same question. Even though it was a difficult question, she said that Sebastian was a person who was getting a lot of attention now, and she was curious about what he was up to, so she followed him. The guy heard her and understood something for himself, but said she was wasting her time. Bonnie thought about it, because he was right in some ways, but she also saw her own merits, and he was definitely up to something. She hoped that she was right after all, and that she had to travel such a long way to get here for a reason. When he heard, he was surprised that Yeonam was on another continent. Bonnie smiled slyly, saying that this was the country, and that she had to ask a lot of people to help her get here. He was incredulous because he didn't really understand why she had come all this way for this, but she still had questions, and he thought that she would share information about Yeonam only after she received a response. Bonnie said that he was right because the council had sent mercenaries to take the hidden treasures in the rifts, and that there was an old man, a radiation safety officer, Yanan, and an officer, Tyler, and neither of them came back alive. For him, it was just their assumptions because the version was that they drowned. And because there were many such cases concerning the treasures of the lake, some families did not send officers. And on Mount Becky, they testified that Miss Victoria also entered the lake and never returned. Bonnie thought that the old man's departure was related to his family, so the investigation stopped. But they never came back, so it's strange to think that it was all because of the lake. The girl opened the scroll because she too had done her own investigation. She said that someone saw the two enter the lake, that it was Sebastian who went there with a beautiful woman. The guy did not understand the girl and asked what she was trying to say, and she started laughing at the fact that neither old man Pietro nor Victoria returned, but he somehow managed to get out of the lake alive. The girl said she was going crazy because she wanted to know what was going on there. Bonnie didn't look natural, her eyes spoke of madness, and she began to beg me to tell her what was going on. The girl was shocked because Sebastian had nothing to say to her, and she was angry about it, but he explained that he was not obliged to report anything to her, not because he didn't want to, but simply didn't want to remember it. Because if you think about it, they have 2 pitchforks of ki, and Sebastian also had the ability to move in the middle of the lake, but even so, he could not do it on his own initiative. And she emphasized that only he and the crew that was with him were able to return alive from there. So she was sure he was hiding something special because she could feel it. Sebastian was bored listening and said that she had a great performance. Bonnie told another story about Victoria, who was in a bad relationship with Hunter Yepon because she acted in her own way because of her ki. And now the boy understood why the old man repeated the words of his beloved. And after that, when his wife did not return, the husband ordered to wait for her. But it was a lie. But it was clear that she did not come here to ask about her whereabouts. Bonnie looked at him slyly and realized that they were all in on it. The guy came back and was shocked by what he saw there. Madeline and her brother and sister looked at the boy, and he saw that she had a very curious expression on her face. Sebastian sat down next to her, and immediately the girl blushed and turned away. Madeline was very worried that she had said too much, but she couldn't remember and was shocked at how she appeared to him, so she promised never to drink like that again. He was laughing at how freaked out the girl was and was sure that she didn't remember anything. He decided to accept the fact that Melissa is closer to Madeline than he is, even though she is his wife. Victor started running and saying that they were not a real couple, so he still had a chance. He explained that he hadn't talked to anyone else but her, so he always felt comfortable with Madeline and decided to stay at Yen's place for a while. He said that his aunt and uncle lived not far away and was thinking about visiting them. The guy thought he felt a sense of camaraderie, so he would stay as a guest, and the disagreement could be avoided in the family. Sebastian went out into the street at night. He was used to living here. The guy was happy that the old man's condition improved when he met Victor and his family. A man came up to him and said he had received the news. He looked at him sternly, because he had been told that Pecky would not pose a threat until the council's decision was finalized. Bonnie told us that Victoria is the daughter of Gary Jew, and that she grew up in the Way family, and that one of their people had just joined the council and brought many spiritual stones with him. She noticed that the guy was behaving strangely and assumed that this was the case. But Sebastian did not trust her, and said that it did not matter whether her words were true or false. The guy said without emotion that she would never know what really happened there under the lake, because only he knew the truth. He asked her not to interfere with his plans, which surprised her, and she did not understand why. He explained that after 2 key radiations, he barely managed to get out of there alive. Bonnie thought about it, and was sure that there would be something that hadn't been revealed yet, because everything he had said and done in that family didn't sound convincing enough to hide the truth. Sebastian explained that his wife is beautiful and strong-minded, so it's no wonder why he fell in love with her at first sight. The girl lowered her head with her arms outstretched and asked if he really thought she would believe it. And he doubted that this was a way to obtain valuable information because it was more like collecting facts, and the task of an employee is to draw conclusions, not to predict and guess. Bonnie started to smile and said that they had misunderstood each other, because before that, she could not get close to the truth and was making guesses based on some facts. She seemed to go crazy and said that she had been too soft in her negotiations with him, and that she had to report to the council that he and Morgana had returned alive from the lake. The boy got up and bowed to her, because if she had nothing to say to him, he would have left as he was expected to. But Bonnie did not understand how he could leave so easily when she had not yet told him about Yenam, even though she had made many concessions to him and told him that she was on another continent. He looked at her sideways and explained once again that he had to go back. She smiled because she knew he would come back for more information. And at that moment, the guy felt that the enemies were getting closer and closer to him and that their meeting would be soon. The man smoked and said that Antonio, who was proud of his valor, had fallen under such oppression and that time was fleeting. The boy was interested in hearing about his valor, and after the attack on him, their family lived in complete prosperity. The man quickly got up from the table because he had completely forgotten something about those cases. He smiled and said that he had come here to discuss something. Sebastian did not quite understand what he was talking about and asked him to explain. The man laughed a little at that, but agreed to explain everything, so he asked me to listen. He started by asking if he knew his wife from Baker's proud house, because he had heard that he had already been there. He asked me to tell him how I managed to get back from there alive. Sebastian explained that his wife didn't have enough key with her, and it just so happened that he was there. The man continued to talk and hoped that it was about the essence of the question, so he asked to continue talking. After that, he met an old man at the bottom of a lake, where he and his wife were quarreling, and because there was a lot of key there, he had no choice but to retreat. And because they were busy with each other, he managed to survive and said that was the end of the story. I didn't like it because it sounded like a cheap story, because it was too stupid to answer. He started to behave aggressively and said that Pietro did not fight for nothing, and if there was a fight, they would not let him go. Sebastian was tired of it and said it was his decision to believe him or not. He was angry because he did not believe it and thought that no one would believe it, and if he continued to tell it, he would be considered a liar. And if he doesn't stop saying this, he will have to prove that he is right, and that from now on, he is responsible for Pietro's death. The guy smiled because, as he had predicted, now they wanted to prove that he was being accused of nothing. But he didn't know how to do it, and the man said it was a pity, and that he would tell him later what would happen to him, and was sure that he would come to an honest and fair decision. He added that, by coincidence, he became the son-in-law of a family with a less than stellar reputation. He insisted on this schedule and asked what they had to do with this story. He told me that he had heard that the Huang family in Jawan had strained relations with Yeha, and that they even thought about starting a war with them. But because they did not find a particular reason, they never did. He suggested that in this way they would be able to increase the number of the imperial family, and asked if he was not worried that they might attack. The boy realized that the Wei family would support the imperial family's army, and if he did not reveal his identity in this way, they would attack. The man was sure that they would face very difficult and fierce battles, that many people would die at that time, and that no one would care about the disappearance of the Tequenga who suddenly appeared here and became his son-in-law. The guy said that he was aware that no one knew anything about him, and that's why no one would care about him. The man told him not to be afraid, because they knew each other, and he was sure that they would not hurt each other. Sebastian wondered whether it was necessary to involve the Ye family, because it would be burdensome to start a war between the two families. The man exhaled a thick smoke and said that it was not about that, because this family had always been an eyesore, and thanks to him, he had the opportunity to get rid of them. Because no matter how hard we try, people who say that Wei is inferior to this family will not disappear. Sebastian tried to provoke him and asked if this would hurt them even more. He explained that this would become one of the most provocative rumors because 300 years ago they were supposed to be destroyed, but public opinion changed. Sebastian laughed and said that it was a waste of time, because if he went with the people of Jeg, he would be caught within 2 weeks. And if there is one, it will be a hard and tiring battle, which was one of the most exhausting options of all, so they should not worry because he has nothing to run from. The man banged on the table and said that only one attitude would give him the right to live in peace and prosperity, because he was sure that he was not a bad warrior. The guy wanted him to leave and worry about his future, so it was a pity that they didn't manage to get closer. And he agreed that he was burdening him, and since no one was connected to anyone, it was time for him to leave. He left to avoid burdening himself with the presence of these people, and waved and said he would see them later. The guy thought that Bonnie had sold the information too quickly to the higher-ups, and now I know that he was not alone. But he realized that those people could find her and hurt her, so it was best for them to stay together at first, so he needed to meet someone. David was sad when someone approached the imperial family with such an absurd request, and he had only 3 months to give an answer, and if they did not, war would break out. Sebastian explained that he could not agree to such conditions, and that the war would happen anyway. He laughed because the guy wanted to start a rumor, and maybe because it was too tempting, it spread quickly around the city. David said that it was not surprising that a man from another country managed to become the son-in-law of a beautiful girl in a couple of minutes, and the guy laughed and asked if it was not a good topic for rumors. The guy thought that if the man did everything according to plan, the rumors would spread in seconds, but he didn't know if all the residents would come here. He suggested that all the residents should be on the square and that the Lord should also come. A lot of different people were in different cities, and the senior one was David, who was sitting across from them. He had something to say to the boy, but he didn't know if it would help them, and he didn't know how to present it properly because he couldn't satisfy them, and the war was inevitable. And when the man said that they would have to deal with 3 clans, the boy raised his hand to object. People were shocked that there would be no 3 clans and could not understand what he was talking about. Everyone was shocked when he said that the Wei family would support the imperial family, and that it was correct to say that the number of Tequenga would increase by 4 or 5 people. People stood up and came closer, asking if it was true, and the guy confirmed it because Onbangsa himself had told him about it the other day. The man asked why they were helping the imperial family and why it wasn't enough that they had been attacked twice already and that they liked the way they were dying. David shook his head because he didn't understand how this was happening, because they couldn't do anything if there were more of them. It was very sad to watch the family die soon, and so I had to tell everyone who was ready to fight. Victor was surprised when they told the women and children to prepare to escape and said that there were several clans abroad with whom they used to be friends. Sebastian was surprised by this and did not understand how anyone could give up so easily. But the man said that he was not giving up, because soon an irresistible force would arrive, and those who managed to escape would survive, and the dead would be considered the will of heaven. The guy asked him how long he had been living here because he was a little annoyed by this attitude. He turned around and looked at the ground for what he assumed was more than 100 years. The next question that followed from Sebastian was how long he has been the head of this city. The man was angry and shouting because the boy did not know what he was going through. The guy looked at him calmly and asked him to tell him about it. They were shocked by the guy's attitude because the head said it was hard and he had given up, and he had to watch others die, which they didn't like at all. The guy said that if he were a nobody, he would not pay attention to anything. He asked if the man was still the head of the family, because it was not enough to be, because he did not disclose his accounting. He asked whether he recognized or rewarded her for her efforts for the sake of the family. Sebastian explained that the one they consider the head does nothing, and not only they will end up like this, even though they used to be considered the best in all the Annam districts. He turned to the people and asked why the head was just sitting there and doing nothing about it. All the people bowed their heads and thought about the alchemist's words. He added that he would continue to destroy and watch the family. The guy was annoyed and started to speak even louder, asking if no one had more confidence to become a better head. And he shouted that they were just like him because they let everything go and did nothing. David lowered his head and added that when there are more than 5 Takanga fighters, nothing can be done. He recalled the words of a man who said that Wei's fighter would kill everyone and leave no one alive. Sebastian continued to address the crowd, saying that there was no going back, and decided that he would also beat them, and asked if they would continue to say that they were weak and powerless. There was silence in the hall. No one knew what to say, and the guy went forward to the exit. The head, his father, and Madeline arrived at Sebastian's apartment and asked if he had time. He came out and looked at them, asking if something had happened. The man surprised the boy when he said that for many years he had been suffering because of others rather than receiving help. He didn't know, but he assumed that this was why he wanted to help Yegi, but he still asked why. Although he was still in shock, he was glad that nothing was said for him and Wei. First, he thanked him because his father had given him the Hoyong, because he would not have been able to do it himself, and then he raised his hand. He was surprised, because he could have avoided talking about it and made sure that no one else knew about it, and he did not understand why he personally came here and told about it. Sebastian smiled and explained that the world is a very big place, and he didn't think it was strange that they met someone like him. They were happy that it was like that because they thought he was pursuing some kind of goal and said he was a strange person. But they asked him his opinion because he could not trust him completely, because he is the kind of person who finds it difficult to trust anyone other than his family members. He also decided to tempt fate because the war was inevitable, and this surprised the guy because he thought he had come to him at night for this reason and could not fully understand what he was talking about. So he decided to ask for an explanation, and he showed him the jade that Confucius had brought and that had long been faithful to his family as proof of identity. He couldn't figure out what he had to do with it, because it was engraved with a different name, and the jade plaque of the chapter has a special role. He explained that his father's jade, which he returned, served as a key to open family notes that were prepared just in case, and that 300 years ago, 2 people entered it and were unable to return, so since then this place has become a place that cannot be opened for centuries. It was not surprising that most of them were cooked by such prestigious families, and it was even more surprising that for 300 years they had not been able to open that place. The boy didn't think it was a special key, because he had heard in the past that Jeha boasted of his prowess, and that there must be treasures inside that would help in the battle against the imperial family. The man looked at his father's medallion and completely agreed with him. The guy said that there was something he still couldn't understand, because he had given him the sign more than a year ago, and he hadn't tried to open it. Clutching the medallion in his hand, he explained that he had not only not opened it, but that he could not do so. He explained that the jade was an object that functioned as a key if it had spiritual power, and although they tried, the jade did not give in. The man laughed because his ancestors could not have imagined that the influence of Takenga would not remain in their time. He thought that behind Jeha's desperation there was a helplessness of character, and he was bitterly desirous of correcting this. He looked at this man and did not know whether he was doing a good or bad job, because he could not understand half of his frustrations. Sebastian bowed his head at the story he heard, and it was very sad. They both overcame the period of Cheongtae and decided that one of them would achieve Takuga and then open Vigo, because if you ask someone to open it, something can happen. It is clear that a battle with the royal family is coming and that Wei is trying to harm them, but he cannot do it. And the guy finally seemed to understand why they came to him at night and asked if they were ready to trust him. He explained that he trusts Damon the most, but that Confucius deserves it too. The head said that among other people, it was the boy who was most trustworthy. He was pleased to hear this and asked them to let him know when they were ready, because then he would help them open Vigo as well. Madeline didn't know whether Confucius could be trusted, but she didn't think Sebastian was a bad person who could deceive, and she was waiting for the day when the secret would be revealed. The head changed his mood for the better and said that they were ready and that they could start any time. For the first time, I saw emotions on his face, not because of joyful events, but because of the increased difficulties, and he offered to leave at that very moment. And they set off on their flying objects. The guy looked at the girl and realized that when she refused the gift at the market, he liked her. They had almost arrived at a stop in front of a giant rock on the mountain, which was just what they needed. Sebastian didn't feel anything, which was strange at first, but then he realized that it was hidden. He felt that everyone was worried and looking up. The head said that there was enough space in front for the jade to fit in. They explained that if the jade was placed there and filled with spiritual power, the Vigo would open and the medallion would go to the boy. He looked at it closely in his hand, and it didn't seem like anything special to him. But now that he recognized it in his eyes, it was different. But he realized that if he was a Takengi, they would not be able to fight him, so he was worried that they might run into a bad guy and would not be able to do anything with him. He came closer and didn't want to waste time, because he had to open the vault quickly. The guy pushed the medallion further, and his hands were cut off by a small spiritual energy. He was angry that nothing was happening, because if it had been a different subject, he would have broken down from such spiritual energy, and he decided to try everything together. He pulled the medallion out of the gap, and a wider passage appeared, and he was glad that he managed to open it. The head looked at him sternly and said that outsiders could not enter, which surprised him. But he immediately smiled and said that it was strange to open the door to a stranger, so he invited him in. They wanted him to enter whenever he wanted as a sign of trust, and Sebastian understood that there were precious treasures belonging to their family. But he realized that there were 3 people here and they could not harm him. He glanced at the chapter and clenched his fists, hoping that he was not blinded by greed. Then I remembered Brian's words, who said that people who take other people's treasures and just walk away are fools, because you can't trust anyone, especially since good people won't do it. The master explained that this is their nature, because it makes no sense to give away treasures and tell everyone about connections, and then asked the master if he was not too trusting. Sebastian remembered that day as if it were today, and wondered if he was living a good life, and if he was not putting himself in danger when he offered to help. Since no one can compete with him, he doesn't know how to behave properly, and assumed that he was doing it only because he felt stronger. He thought about it and heard the 5th master calling out to him, and then he said that the boy had always been trusting and friendly to others. And he said that he knew that they were the reason he grew up the way he did, so he warned him. Sebastian listened attentively, and the master asked him to think about those who had helped him. He remembered all his good friends, and the master told him to bring good to people and evil to those who deserve it. The boy looked down and realized that he had fallen out of reality, and that his greed for treasure had summoned the Sima. And I realized that I was just trying to find a reason to harm them and take their treasures, and I forbade myself to do anything stupid. Sebastian smiled because the head was eager to go inside but was still waiting for his answer. They entered the room and walked through the corridors, and I was surprised at how much there was because I thought everything was put in a bag. These treasures will help them when they are able to overcome the crisis, and then they will accumulate a lot of strength, and they also have cool potions and elixirs and various items for combat. The guy thought about the fact that in order to get used to it, he needs a lot of training, a lot of time and spiritual strength, so it is difficult to predict what kind of fight it will be. He noticed a large block with mascots and realized that if they were not used, they could be more effective. He sat down and began to examine them, noticing that they were of different species and that a first-class talisman would be useful. Approaching the shelf, I saw many different books describing great magic and that they would be very effective even if you didn't study much. The girl sat down by the chest and opened it. There were many Confucius beads, but most of them had lost their light, so she decided to set aside 24. The head said that all these treasures could be used only for family purposes and asked Sebastian to understand them because they could not share them with him. At first he was surprised, but quickly smiled at her and told her he knew what she was doing. But the man was surprised that the young man was just looking at them without a glimmer of greed, because he thought he would change his attitude and want to steal them. Later, I started to thank him a lot for his help in opening this place, and I couldn't just let go of his help, and told him to let me know if he wanted any treasures. The man smiled and said he would not let him leave without a couple of things. The guy started to think that he could take all the treasures, and he hadn't practiced much lately, so if this was what he needed, it was easy. Sebastian said he wanted an elixir that would increase his spiritual power. The man heard him and agreed to do it, but asked him to wait for him. He opened the box and there were 2 pills and said that it was Tahan Bachantan. He was amazed because this particular elixir did not require much practice to increase spiritual power and that it had become even more powerful during his stay there. Yeha is preparing for his heyday and thought that he could use a counterattack in the battle against the Emperor, and in 3 months he would fully master the spiritual power of Teknon. Someone knocked and Madeline entered the room and asked him for a Confucius bracelet. It surprised him a lot. He did not expect anyone to take it, but he handed it to the girl. She told me that there is a secret spirit named Grey who has the ability to repel evil energy, and that he helped one of her ancestors win a long time ago. After the battle was over, he gave me the beads, and at that moment they suddenly lit up with light. He laughed and said that as soon as he saw them, he immediately realized that they were not ordinary, and that thanks to them, he was able to win. The girl said that Grey had helped her ancestor, a beautiful girl, because she had never needed help before. And during that period, Grey's secret spirit visited her ancestors until her death. And that even when the beautiful girl became a blind old woman, he still came to her. And I thought about Morgan, who was born from a union of spirit and human, and wondered if that spirit Grace had feelings for them. Madeline thought they just had a close and warm relationship, but not love, and felt gratitude and respect for the spirit. She showed what she had done and asked her father's permission, and gave him 12 beads to use when the bracelet went out. The girl was very grateful for his help and efforts for her family, and added that she was grateful that he did not steal their treasures. It takes a month to master a single Tahan Bachantan bead, and even with just one, he can increase his strength sufficiently. He was thinking about his actions when a man appeared behind him and said that he had guests. He was expecting someone and was very happy when he heard that and said he would be out soon. He came out of the room and thought it was time and asked if she was here. The guy was very surprised when they greeted him and asked who he wanted to see. A joyful Kevin stood in front of him and asked if he was waiting for him. Then the guy invited him inside and asked him why he had come, but the mentor just wanted to talk because he had heard that he had gotten married. I asked him if he was crazy, but the guy just laughed and said that it was all rumors and lies and that he didn't even think he would come here. Kevin said he came to ask if he wanted to see him and if the rumors about his marriage were true. I couldn't even believe that such a serious guy got married, and again, they were interrupted by a man who said that he had a guest. Morgana was shocked when she flew into the room and said she had heard about his marriage. She thought that he liked boys, and that's why he was so polite to her. But Sebastian insisted that it was just a rumor. Kevin said he was the same way when he was young and wanted to see that document. At first he said that he was behind an iron door, but he realized that he could not take them there because it was impossible and wanted to change the subject. Kevin was pleased to meet Morgana and said that she could just call him Kevin or whatever she wanted, and she asked him to speak more simply because he was older and more senior. They started whispering, ignoring the guy, about his marriage and the fact that he didn't seem to love his wife very much. Melissa and Victor appeared at the door and were very happy to see them all. Victor said it was an unexpected meeting and offered to have a drink, and everyone agreed. Then he suggested that Morgana go out and talk while everyone was drinking. She thought about it and asked who he needed to uncover the truth of Victoria's death, because their cases were intertwined, so she thought she could help. Sebastian thanked her and asked about her successes since she had been practicing for a long time. Morgana said she had them, but it was a shame she couldn't use them in front of people. Edgar had been asking him to solve this problem all along, and in the end, he had to accept his offer. Even though there was no reason to kill now, because it only limits the amount of radiation and does not allow a person to die, it nevertheless received 4 stars for its use. In addition, he supported dozens of stronger amulets and then apologized for not being able to help because he could not leave his family. The head started screaming and seemed a little scared and said it was him. Sebastian stepped forward and used his sword to cover the other soldiers. The man was ashamed even because of how determined he was to use the amulet. At first, he told them not to attack and to concentrate on defense, and they succeeded in Chiontegi, but could not go even higher due to lack of time. Those three were Jehovah's Sharp Ones, and their task was to resist the attack and suppress it, because this time it was easy to block the attack, but we had to be more careful. They saw that there were 3 Ki and Kengi up ahead, which on the surface they considered weak, but with that aura they were probably twice as many as the previous ones. Because judging by the previous attacks, we can assume that it was easy to deal with them, and Sebastian flew at them, but he noticed something from below. He saw one hiding among the titans of the imperial family. He probably thought he could divide the Ki into 2 parts and suppress them simultaneously. The people below were shocked to see them being attacked and moving fast. The guy smiled, and although he did not know whose decision it was, he did not want to leave it alone. And after moving there, thanks to the amulets, the government gained enough power that it was possible to resist the Khan family for a very long time. But they were lucky that 8 Takenga fighters did not attack them, because if there were 5 of them, they could have quickly subdued the enemy and destroyed each one individually. An enemy was flying at him, and despite the fact that he was a mid-level Takenga, he was fully capable of dealing with him. Although Sebastian brought 2 such fighters, it will not change anything. The man asked if the woman was with him when they entered the lake. The guy looked up at him and asked if it mattered now. He held up a ticket in front of him and said that if she came here, he had to grab her. These words made the guy very angry because this will never happen, so he doesn't need to know her identity. He tried to attack the spiritual barrier, but nothing happened, and the man said that the attack was weak. But a moment later, the sphere began to break through the barrier, which frightened the Takenga. He was shocked that some guy downstairs could break through his barrier. He was a little nervous and decided to calm down and decided to attack now rather than concentrate on defense. Besides, Donjum is his favorite lair, and he will not forgive such disrespect. The man wanted to go like this, but then he saw something down there and it scared him a lot. The guy moved very quickly. He did not understand what kind of key it was, and he did not understand which of them was real. Literally, every one of them was him. He was angry at how such a young boy could use a technique that even experienced people cannot master. The guy used a lightning attack, and the number of attacks he could handle was reduced by 20%, so he needed to end the fight as soon as possible. The enemy was very frightened. He did not realize what the guy had done. He was feeling exhausted since all the clones were a parody of the original, so he used his water needles and tried to hit the real thing. The man wanted to respond to him with that, even though his opponent was talented, and after all, he was only at the first level of Takenga. If Sebastian continues to throw such punches, his internal ki will be exhausted, and his current attack is just an illusion, so he needs to focus on defense, because his turn will come soon. The guy asked him if he was waiting for his spirits to drop, because usually that's the right thing to do, but the whole situation doesn't suit him at all, so he's not going to give up. He used the Hurricane Storm technique, and his sword of fire rushed towards the enemy. I wanted the whirlwind to take that man with it somewhere into oblivion. Sebastian felt pain because using 2 elements at the same time weakens the ki, and he was not going to spend all his power on one unhappy person. The man was shocked when he saw that his barrier was broken and felt that a guy was standing behind him, telling him that he had only 2 options. He offered him to die here or to drink the acid poison he would give him, at which time the poison would dry up his spiritual power and he would live a death not a life. So it was up to him to decide. They put about 3 blades to his neck and surrounded him so that he could not move, and then chose the option of acid poison. The old man was furious and did not believe that he had really defeated him, thinking that they would do the same thing with 1 or 2 fighters, but there were more of them. They were a little worried that there were 5 of them, but only 3 people were capable. Then he started shouting to Homer to send the entire Takenga fighting force here. The man was annoyed by the amulet, but without it was difficult, and he was sure that they could resist. They just had to put pressure with attacks, and then they would be able to destroy Jeha. The men arrived, and one of them said that they would be busy defending, so they would not be able to counterattack, so something else had to work. The head pointed to the 3 Takengas and ordered them to attack now. Some fighters from that caste were already tied to a tree because they could not withstand the attack. Their leader was angry because he realized that the accomplices should not have any special significance, only the early fighters of the Takenga. The man was shocked when he saw 3 swords begin to destroy his spiritual barrier. It was a nightmare for him. The old man was amazed that his swarms were able to defeat him, and he did it alone. Kevin and Morgana were struggling downstairs, with 5 Takenga on one side and 3 on the other, and it was not what they had planned. The alchemist felt a lot of oppressive ki, and it felt strange somehow. He was very scared and did not understand what kind of force was acting on him. From above, he saw Sebastian and couldn't believe that he could release so much. Before, he thought he was just a jerk, but now he was able to break the whole barrier with a single shot. The man started yelling at him and asking where he came from. Sebastian realized that he had almost exhausted himself and had no time for chatter now. But he also realized that he had to end this battle as soon as possible and began to quickly strike at the old man. But I was already sitting on the ground, tied up, and he was told that this would happen to everyone he caught. Kevin said that if they released a member of the Imperial family, they would get a big reward. The guy smiled and said that it was all thanks to their elders, although at first he wanted to bring an old woman, but it was not so bad. Sebastian approached the chairman and asked what to do next. It was strange for him to see them tied up, and a Takenga master at that. He realizes that so far he has only suffered defeats, but soon he will become Mr. Annam himself. Then he asked Homer what he planned to do, because if he was ready to die here with his family members, he would do it. But he started to make excuses that they had a quarrel. David lowered his head and said that dinners don't just happen between families. But nevertheless, he told him to bring the family's masters here and try to kill him and his family members, so he will be punished for this. But I tried not to give up. He asked for mercy and said that I would accept any of his conditions. The head had already raised his sword when he said he could offer him the family soul stones in exchange for his life. His enemy was right in front of his face, and he saw that he was ready to do anything to stay alive if he signed a document admitting defeat. He would regret it. The man had no other choice, so he agreed to it and said he would sign it. In fact, he did not intend to kill him, because they only needed to stop their attacks without any conflicts, because his family had always been equal to the imperial family. But he noticed how much he praised him, that his fencing skills had improved, and he didn't think he would be able to prove himself so soon. The man was pleased and promised himself that he would build a new foundation for the new generation anyway. Sebastian lay there thinking that his mission was complete because the battle between the families had ended safely. But he was worried about the girl's words that Yenam was on another continent. He also assumed that she had only answered him to confuse him, but he did not believe that she could lie so vilely. I understand that there will be difficulties because the country is on a different continent and the language and writing will be completely different. Because only one Teunguk has a large territory and most of his time will be spent there. So I was thinking about how to get there. He felt that some of those who arrived were excited because they should have done it long ago. All the people of the Great Ataman gathered here and he met them with Kevin and Morgana. And it seemed that everyone felt their presence. They looked stern. Sebastian bowed and said that he had been looking forward to meeting them and apologized for meeting them under such circumstances. The old man said that he had been told about 5 of his family members in captivity, but he had not seen them, so he asked where they were. The guy explained that they were in a special place for prisoners, so they hid them. The man snapped his fingers and said that now no one could hear them so that he could speak in peace. He began by saying that the man should have already known the last conflict, which began with the fact that he was caught on purpose and asked for a woman, Victoria, and that is why he became poor, only by the intention of it. And since he had already told everything, he added that the head did not believe him, so he had to take extreme measures. My husband was wary because he thought everything I told him was a lie. The guy was pleased to be told that his skills exceeded expectations and would accuse him of something else until he found a reason for it. He said that he was going to conduct some investigations to understand the reason for what was happening inside the house, so no one would accuse him of being guilty or not. Sebastian said that no one from the imperial court survived in the lake except him and his daughter-in-law, and that the entrance to the lake would open only in 300 years. Of course, they will find some bodies, but they know one thing. One of the yen has brought disaster to everyone, and no one will be able to find it. The guy was surprised by this conversation with the senior officer, who ordered him to release the prisoners immediately because they seemed to have agreed on everything. Then he started to get angry when the guy apologized and said that he was misunderstood because he meant that it could happen again, and it was not a condition for the release of the soldiers. The old man was focused and said that it had to be solved and asked what he wanted. Fortunately, none of them were injured, so we can say that the above strength was not lost, so it is not surprising that there was nothing wrong with losing. The older man started to get angry and asked if he wanted to be thanked because he was being presumptuous. Sebastian smiled and said that his terms would be simple, 20 soul stones per person. And if he wants to take all 5 of them, then the stones of the soul will come out of him, and only then will they return them safe and sound without any damage. The man was very surprised that this price was for 5 people. It seemed too much. The guy thought about it and said that there might be disagreements, but he thought it was a completely reasonable decision because all shamans have dharmas, and they are valuable. He asked how much he wanted for the Takenga fighters because he believed that stones were the best exchange. Sebastian smiled and said that he had lowered his requirements as much as possible, given his status and the family's reputation, and that they would not change the terms if they gave him lower quality stones because they needed high quality ones. For them, 100 stones of soul was not a small sum, but it was still better than losing 5 Takenga fighters. The guy managed to sign the document in the presence of Dokwan, and everything about the Wei and Wang families was agreed upon. And since everyone was playing a role, he believed that they were playing the biggest game. So he was glad that he took 40,000 because his eldest and daughter-in-law will be 30. I also praised him because it was quite a good thing to get into such a situation, and if I ever get into such a situation again, I would not forget to invite him with me. Sebastian said that the job was very dangerous, and it would be harder if there were more fighters, so next time ask him for help. Kevin liked this attitude because all the dangers were still ahead. Then his mentor said he would go to the market since he had received the stones, and the young man was interested in using high-quality equipment rather than the basics of his elders. And his daughter-in-law went to study in a neighboring apartment, so he didn't even do that. He buried the desire for death deep in his heart forever. And now he's left completely alone, so now he wants to start the original plan. There were many different pills, but he chose the medicine that was most valuable. And the seller said that high-quality medicines would be more expensive, and some of them are available, and the rest will arrive later. Sebastian was upset because he thought he would have enough stones to make a suitable potion, but it turned out that they were much more expensive. And he was going to leave the store thinking that he did not need this medicine. He wondered whether it was possible to make a potion for complete healing, because they required a lot of stones, and if you take too much you can die, and there is a chance to increase your spiritual strength. He received some knowledge from the second master, so there were no problems with the choice. After each pill he took, his strength grew, and he wanted to become as strong as Kevin. And to tell the truth, watching him collide with one of the Takenga was spectacular. He saw the same woman from the arm shop, and she bowed to him and said that the lady wanted to see him. They met, and the girl said that he was an amazing person because the more she looked at him, the more she wanted to know about him. Bonnie doubted that he would be able to defeat all the Takenga fighters. The guy noticed that she already knew everything, so he asked why she called him. She answered honestly that she expected him to be caught and questioned because he had attracted a lot of attention and therefore could not stay away. Although the young man thought she was lying, Bonnie was serious because his abilities exceeded all expectations. He looked at her seriously and said that he had managed to do it thanks to the help of a master who turned out to be an old acquaintance of his. The girl slyly asked that it was just that his skills were really too good for such a large audience. Therefore, the mid-level fighters turned out to be a warm-up for him, and he showed his best abilities. So the question arose whether he could capture the older Takenga and Homer. He did not understand whether she had called him to tell him how he had managed to defeat the enemy himself. Bonnie opened the scroll and began to read, for she had something else she wanted to tell him. She said that she had gone to the place he was talking about and found a hidden body that had been lying there for a long time, and that they had found something else with it. It was a poison, and we thought it was very strong and difficult to obtain because it was made of quite rare materials. And if we assume that he could have poisoned the Takenga with such a strong poison, it is quite possible. The guy listened to her attentively, and when she quieted down a bit, he asked her to continue. She found it funny and interesting how he managed to become strong in such a short time, because he had only one thought. Bonnie suspected that he had found something at the bottom that gave him power, but she didn't understand how he had managed to take it away after defeating two strong opponents. She was thinking, and different options came to mind, one of which was that they fought to the end until their ki was exhausted. And another option was that the incident that happened 300 years ago was repeated, and he managed to avoid it, which is why he survived. And she said that thanks to the pills he managed to become strong and had nothing to do with the lake. Sebastian was a little amused to hear all this, but it was not like that at all and thought it was quite close. Bonnie exhaled heavily because there were still 300 years left before the gates opened, so she would have to wait, even though it was so hard. She was sure that the only clue was him and that woman, because only they knew the truth. But he was tired of it, because he had already told her everything and did not understand what else she wanted. The girl replied that she was also an honest person, although he probably wouldn't believe her and was interrogating her out of curiosity, and even if he found out the truth, he wouldn't disclose it. Then he asked if her gun shop was a place to buy valuable information, because it was her job after all, and then she said that he was one of the frequent visitors there. The girl only wanted to get the treasures from the lake, because she knew that with their help, she could hunt very rare animals. And she often sent people there to find treasures, but no one came back alive, so these missions were unsuccessful. Sebastian was not happy and said he did not like working in a team and did not trust anyone but himself. For her, it was unusual to hear about trust, because she was driven only by the desire to cooperate, and now she likes him in terms of partnership. Although it may sound rude, she wanted them to be on equal footing and tried to assure them that she would be very helpful. Sebastian understood that everyone wanted to get the treasure, but it was another matter to cooperate with the most suspicious person. The guy didn't want to argue about all the standards she listed and wanted to leave, but she started talking in yen, which goes far beyond the measurable. He was shocked and looked at her, who was holding two figurines in her hand, and asked if that was all she knew. She asked him if he wanted to know more because she was a very valuable person and could give any information, but not just because she was trying to get him to be a partner. The guy was already a little annoyed by the way she spoke to him and asked what she wanted from him. Bonnie didn't know it herself, but she knew that he valued people he could trust and wanted to be that person for him. He left the room and realized that this woman was not the type to become a partner on a whim, so he thought it was better to leave right away than to drag it out. And although she gave him some information about Yemen, he could not just take off and go to the east. The history there began a long time ago on the continent where Yanam was located and where a traveler went. After he got there, he began to travel to different countries and got married in Donguk as a mere mortal. Later, he wrote several memoirs that combine all the records he collected during his travels, but because it is written in ancient hieroglyphics, no one knows the content of the book. And this book was secret to the inhabitants, but the nobility bought it for a high price, believing that it would be very useful in the future and were looking for someone who could read it, but without success. And then they were hidden in the basement of the library because they lost interest in her. And when she finished, the guy asked if that was all. Bonnie was irritated by his reaction because she had already told him so much and asked if he realized what it cost her to tell him. But Sebastian didn't stop making her angry and said that it was really boring. She started laughing and said that she could tell that he wanted to get the book just by looking at it. He thought that the hieroglyphs that the people of Daeun could not read most likely belonged to the Yens, and he did not want her help. The guy saw a medium-sized book being found and was told that if he wanted to take it, he would have to pay 8 stones of the soul. Sebastian said that he would wait for him at the nearest diner and to call him when he found it, because now his main goal was to find the book and get it at any cost. In 2 days, all 8 people gathered, and I heard that they were all high-ranking people, because even their clothes have patterns in the form of clouds on them. These were the saints of the White Mountain School. He looked at where the strongest factions seemed to be, so they were not such fair warriors, and they seemed to be deliberately different in strength, ki, and the nature of the fight. If I may say so, at first the head of the family was a hot-tempered scoundrel. And on the other hand, my daughter-in-law was the most gentle creature that existed then. Therefore, I thought that the ideal decision was to stay, and both elders are in the middle and early stages of Tekenga as those Chontes, and hoped that this was a comparison. Sebastian was already impatient and was waiting for the other 3 to arrive, and one girl was surprised that he could be a Takenga because he looked young. They laughed at him and were sure that he was still a beginner, and one of them hoped it was just a bluff. 3 more people arrived, and the man was very angry when he saw some people and someone thought they were late. The guy saw them start running and assumed that they were afraid when they saw the White Mountains here, and thought that this was the power of real power, because even ordinary soldiers were afraid of them. They approached the circle, and it was time to activate the seal. The guy was standing over him all glowing because he wanted to catch a chickadee. He wandered through the forest and spent 5 days looking around to make sure everything he saw matched the description. He thought that it was an ordinary forest that was no different from any other, and he wanted to find what he was looking for faster and needed to attract the attention of the animals. In addition, it was like an additional training session for him with the help of Chanjins. A giant snake appeared behind him, and to be honest, such deals annoyed him. The snake was surprised when the boy jumped up the mountain. She wanted to catch him, but nothing happened, and she was even a little upset. After that, she hissed at him aggressively, and this time he was a little surprised. He jumped up and started shouting at her not to spill his poison, and immediately cut off her head. The boy collected in a bottle the poison of the hexagonal urinacea, which can instantly paralyze the body and stop the heart. Bones and silver scales are also of great value, so he realized that he had to collect the poison. But I was a little scared when I saw the activity of her pupils and the moment she opened her jaw. Since most amphibians can move even after their heads are cut off, he managed to put up a barrier aura in time to prevent this. Since he had to get rid of the body, he burned it and flew away, believing that the snake had died with honor and dignity. When he was flying past the mountains, he saw a cave and thought that this was where the fox lived. It looked small up close, but he was surprised because he did not feel the presence of animals, so he decided to hurry up and make the potion because the materials were gathered. Gathering the main ingredients was not easy, but even the silver fox's skin was stronger than the snake's metal skin. Since he still had time, he started cooking and would be able to create enough potions in that time. He was amazed that the creation of the drug turned out to be easier than using Chiantega radiation. He first created a medicine with his spiritual power, and since he had to take 5 first, he called Vanvan. But I noticed that she had already gotten into the habit of checking every medicine. He was amused by the animal's reaction to the smell, because it did not arouse desire. Then he decided to treat her, because he knew she was afraid to eat, but he assured her that after that her appetite would improve, because all the herbal medicines are very good here. But Sebastian did not know if the animal understood him, and Vanvan looked at the medicine with sadness. She didn't know what to do with them because she didn't want to eat them, and the owner said he wouldn't insist if she didn't want to. Then she was a little surprised when the mentor started charging for the medicine and said that if she didn't eat it, he would throw it away. But Vanvan pushed his hand away and started eating pills. He was amazed by the enthusiasm and realized that he should have done so from the very beginning. He had about 10 more of these pills and another pill that was made inside the altar, and he thought that if he took them all at once, he might overdose. He watched the changes, and although some time passed, nothing seemed to change, and he thought it was a failed experiment. I wanted to give the others as my body accepted them, but I decided to give it some time to digest them. To do this, I decided to wait a week and then give the rest of the money. The boy looked at the last remaining silver leaf pill, one of the most expensive ones, and was sure that Vanvan had never seen anything like it. The moment the animal jumped on him and ate the pill, the guy was shocked and asked if he realized what he had eaten. After that, Vanvan fell asleep sweetly, and Sebastian watched him. And he decided to focus on the poison he received, because it is the most powerful weapon of all time, and he has the strongest one. One person would have died from 1 drop, but for himself he diluted it with water and put the knife to his hand. He looked at his hand but felt nothing from what he had injected, because he felt that it would not be enough for him, so he wanted to add more and put poison on the needle and put it to the wound. He felt pain and thought that everything had worked out and he just had to wait a little longer. The boy felt like he was going to sleep, which was bad, and he fell asleep next to his animal. He woke up and was wet because he was being licked by Variant, and it seemed that this had happened to him before. The guy realized that he had been exposed to the poison again, and his head hurt, but he was fine, because it only paralyzed him, not more. He didn't even realize when he fell asleep because he rarely sleeps, and now he had a good sleep. Sebastian believed that he could not expect any problems because the poison only paralyzes and he was stretching his muscles. He looked at his pet, who was scaling the wall, and realized that he was already sad. But I noticed the wall and the areas that were white there and did not understand whether they had always been so deep. He saw his animal climbing the wall and thought it was the effect of the drugs, which was completely logical, and asked him to come to him. The beast began to scream, but the alchemist restrained it with magic and asked it to answer whether the medicine made it strong. Sebastian liked it, because judging by his wrestling ability, he became much stronger. Since he had tied his paws, he asked him if he wanted to be free, and to do so, he had to show his strength. Then Sebastian decided to give him a little more medicine to cheer him up. But the beast did nothing but stretch out, and the boy did not understand this gesture. But he saw the cat start to change, getting bigger and glowing and becoming more aggressive. And I saw what I was waiting for, because it was dangerous, and if I hadn't dodged it, I would have been wounded, and it seems he got stronger, so he attacked unexpectedly. The guy was scared when the beast started attacking. He did not understand what it was. But he saw that the sword that was coming from him had changed shape and color. He liked it, and no matter how you look at it, he had to use a sword because it has no real power, but it has enough mass. Then the coach praised him for being smart, but he couldn't handle the barrier. But the attack was strong, and if this was his maximum, they had reached a high level. Sebastian didn't think it was the best result, but considering that he is young and inexperienced, it's a great level. I decided to feed him these pills to be useful to him, and it was kind of funny to imagine that this ball of wool could become stronger than him. They flew over the city, and he was even surprised that he had just finished his experiments and was already moving forward. This compass was a real treasure, because where the aura is strong and where the arrow spins in a circle, Enko, Ensok, and Ensu were finally located. Victoria is still in the lake where no one has swum since the tragedy of 300 years ago, and she has taken the risk to find the treasure with only a subordinate to rely on. At first he thought it was an unreplaceable thing, but now he realizes that it is actually a treasure, because he finds places with a lot of aura. He seemed to go crazy and said that he would take care of all the precious plants that grow in this forest. But he apologized to the local population in advance for his invasion and wanted to start with the land of Woolum because the land there is better than Anam. He was happy when he found plants, and thanks to some of them, he improved. It was even better for him because most of the grasses were young and fresh, and he felt that there was a struggle going on somewhere. He climbed higher and saw that there was a whole group of people trying to resist the attacks. He noticed that they were more focused on defense, and he didn't want to be involved in that battle, but he doubted that it was good to watch and do nothing. The enemy was monkeys, the strongest animals in the forest, and if they attacked along the path, you would not survive. The guy thought he could handle Takenji on his own, but he was more defensive than offensive, and even if I quit, he would still be the loser. He analyzed that he would not engage in combat, and if there were several masters there would be no problems with the attack, and although they could escape, the students were not that experienced. The student asked the master to leave them so that he could fight, and they could cope on their own. But the man explained that if he did, they would be badly hurt. He pulled out the coupons, and they started spinning because he had a plan, so he hoped it would work and release them on the monkeys. There was a big explosion, and monkeys were heard screaming, but this made them even angrier. But since they are not supporters of white supremacy, they may retreat. The man ordered them to turn around and open the seal of the palace treasures. They took hold of each other and began to give their energy to the oldest. All the power went into the staff, and a strong energy exploded in the direction of the monkeys. And to increase his attack power, the elder sent his ki throughout his body, and at the same time spread his aura among the barrier to protect all four of them. Sebastian was thinking of joining the fight himself, but this technique was great. It put a lot of pressure on the body, but thanks to it, the ki will become even stronger. The monkeys were angry and surrounded the barrier, although the boy thought that the strong aura would scare them away and they would retreat. For him, it was a disappointment because the enemy was ready to fight to the death, and the man's body could not withstand it if he continued to use his body as a weapon. Then he ordered his disciples to gather together and destroy the remaining ones. All four alchemists stood unharmed in front of the corpses of monkeys lying on the ground. Then the master was asked how he was doing, and the man explained that after returning to the temple, he would have to take Taekwondan and restore his body. Even though the boy was starting to get nervous, the master still looked tired, and Taekwondo is a medicine for eyesight, so students take it. The man handed him a pill and said that since he was a master, he should take care of his students first. He didn't want to accept, but the master insisted because they were their future, and they had done a good job. They were grateful to the master, and he did not want to become a bad teacher because if something happened to them, he would be responsible for them. Then he turned to Milana and said that she should also take it, but she also began to refuse. She was convincing in this, and it surprised the master as the girl never accepted that she was an amazing child. Everyone was shocked to see that a powerful force struck the master, and he fell to the ground. And the guy stood there calmly and looked at him, covered in blood. They asked Lori what he had done, and he stood next to them with a spear spinning in his hand. Then he decided to strike the man, but he was protected by a barrier in time. He was bold and said that a man would do nothing with such a weak ki, unlike him, who did not waste energy in battle and took Taekwondo. Lori said it would be a sad ending for two great masters and that he would inform his students how they died in battle. Milana was shocked to see that another master had fallen to the ground without signs of life. She was furious and was already forming a sphere, but the guy asked her not to do anything stupid. She started shouting at him and said he was blinded by greed and asked why he would go so far. Lori laughed at that because he hadn't even thought about it at first. But his face looked crazy because they already had more than 30 corpses of strong beasts, and he considered it an expensive pleasure to share them with everyone. Milana was angry with herself for not recognizing his true aura because she had thought he was talented and asked if he was going to kill her. He wanted to do this so as not to leave any witnesses. But then the church would have many questions and suspicions about him. Having stepped on one body, he said that if he did not return there, everything would turn out differently and thought about what to do. The girl calmly replied that murder is the worst sin no matter what the reason. He said that he was acting in his own interests and that those people were acting too high and considered themselves gods. He kicked one body and asked what happened and whether it was necessary to endure those humiliations any longer. And the girl's conversation made him think that he didn't need to go back to the temple, but could simply enter another one and start a new life there. They realized that this was crossing the border and that he could kill her now. She was sorry that she could not recognize him earlier because now 2 wonderful masters had died, and she wanted to avenge them, but she didn't have it in her, and Lori was already going to end it. His hand was already energized, and he laughed and said that it was time for her to die too. He was shocked when he was hit with energy and flew away from the girl. Nearby, Milan saw Sebastian, who was very angry with the guy. The guys didn't care if they died like this or killed each other, but this was a different case, and he had to intervene. Then he reached for his bag of fortune, and the girl asked what it all meant. She was shocked that he had sneaked up on her so unnoticed that she didn't see him and killed the guy, and that person scared him. She began to worry that a new, strong opponent had appeared. Milana decided to find out who he was because if he wanted to kill her, he would have already done so. After she asked him a question, he stepped on the boy's body and said that he had killed him. The girl was very worried and asked what she had in common with him. Sebastian explained that he just hates traitors and scoundrels. He said that it was not bad to have 30 inner altars, but the water of Kita King was more valuable and asked if there were any other disciples in the vicinity besides the one who was killed. The girl said no, because one master has one student. Then he asked if he had a family, but the answer was also negative. And the boy asked what they were going to do with the loot, and she thought that they should give it to the church. He asked if he could take something away and sat down next to the body, and when the girl reacted, she asked him to wait. She thought that he needed the body, and if he took it away, she would not be able to prove what happened here and how to explain it to others. He paid attention to her when she started to justify herself that if he took the body, she would be suspected of stealing it. The girl began to think because if he kills her, no one will know the truth, and she will become food for others, so to survive, she has to agree. When he started to take the bag of wealth, she said that she did not mind, and that the master had told her where to find herbs to make these pills. She explained that the corpse could be dedicated to a monk, and the inner key could be given as a gift to the students, and said that he could take the body and the key, and she would say that Lori was a traitor and had killed the master. Sebastian did not understand why she was giving away what was left of her. Looking at her expression, he assumed that she was doing this only because she saw him as a danger. In reality, he was just angry that the boy had killed his master, and somehow the conversation got to the body and key, which turned out stupidly. The guy decided to agree to this and take the body and key, but gave her one because it was originally hers. He turned around and said that he was going to take the body with him, and the girl was glad that he wouldn't touch her. She felt a very strong energy coming from him, as if he was not human, but at least he was much stronger than Lori. But she did not understand his true purpose. I decided to ignore them and pretend that they were the only ones who had been betrayed by Lori. She remembered the words of a master who said that the more you practice, the easier it is to enjoy the heavenly nature, and he wanted to teach her Takanga first. When he was about to leave, he saw in the grass a heavenly sphere of spiritual energy. So he decided to come back and asked if she had found all the bodies, but the girl was crying. He said that it was the spit that wanted to eat her studio, and she realized that her spiritual energy had not yet fully recovered. She really wanted to get out of this forest, so she had to accept it. The guy noticed that her ki was running low and decided to share it with her. He handed her 2 more pills and asked her to take them. She hoped that these pills would not harm her, because if he wanted to kill her, he would have done it long ago, but they still looked suspicious to her. She immediately felt a glow when she took them and was surprised by the result, which was that it increased her ki by a couple of times. She thanked me and then fell to the ground, and Sebastian was shocked. He picked her up and immediately began to check her pulse by feeling it on her arm. Sebastian was angry with himself because he had given her a pill and was sure that now she was in a lot of pain and was breaking her body. Due to the large amount of spiritual energy, her ki is unstable, so she feels pain. The boy realized that he had to fill her spiritual strength as soon as possible and began to do so. And first, he had to concentrate his power to be able to stabilize it. Milana was in less pain, and the boy took her in his arms. He was glad that everything worked out, but the side effects of the pill are life-threatening and will continue until the carrier stabilizes the condition. There was a forest full of different animals around, so he had to find a suitable place to put it in good condition. The girl woke up in a cave and did not realize where she was, so she was a little scared. I immediately remembered the last time I was with the man who gave me the pills. Milan was very scared and hoped that he hadn't done anything bad to her. Then she felt that her body was normal, which meant that he had saved her, and she thought that she should thank him. And she thought that she should tell Bexon everything, because everyone in the temple should know about Lyra's betrayal, and I had a picture in my head of her closing their eyes. She came out of the cave and looked to see if the guy was there, but she didn't see him and thought he had already left. Milana was surprised by this and realized that she had to get out of this forest as soon as possible and hoped that she would find her way back. Sebastian came out of the woods and saw that the girl was already on her feet and asked if she was okay. She explained to him that she thought he had already left and left her here alone, but he did not pay attention to what she said and assumed that her body had already recovered. Milana started asking him to take her to Bexon, which surprised him a bit. He began to think about it, as it was not part of his plans to go to Bexon. Before Lori died at his hands, he could have been accused of this. It was also a problem that 2 masters also died, although a detailed investigation could have been conducted and the true motives for the murder revealed. It was a pretty good idea for him, at least he told her so, and she was very happy that he was going with her. She began to ask him if he had ever been there and said that he would really like the place. Milana told them that on their way they would come to picturesque snowy mountains filled with the spiritual energy of their ancestor, and there they wandered around the Volyasan fortress. And after all that journey they will arrive in Bexon because they have already set out on a journey. He was surprised that it was their ancestor and added that he had come from Yenhega. She added that he was such a great man that he asked the sages of all living things. One guy at the entrance got very excited when he saw the girl and said that they had already arrived. He saw that only she and a guy had landed and asked where the other 2 masters were. The girl didn't know how to report it, although the guy was puzzled, but said that she was going upstairs and would tell everything there. He said that almost everyone was there and that one man met them and greeted them. He told me that no weapons or martial arts could be used inside and that this was the only rule. After that, they began to climb upwards because the hall was built at the very top. At that moment, we landed in front of the entrance, and the girl started shouting that she was asking for an audience with the head. The door opened and an older man could be seen sitting next to a couple of students. Sebastian also made a courtesy gesture and greeted him. The man introduced himself as Simon, the head of the Bexon faction. He looked at the man carefully because he had a suspicious aura about him, and he didn't know if it was something that Takenga radiated. Simon was very strict and asked them why they came to him. Milana looked very sad and explained that something terrible had happened in that forest and that Lori had betrayed them and killed 2 masters. Then he asked where their bodies were, and she replied that they had left them there, so he had no reason to believe them. He wanted to know how they could prove it, and someone said that they had checked and found out that Lori had definitely killed them. The man also added that they were very tired before they died because of the lack of their spiritual energy. They added that there is a high probability that many dangerous people want to destroy the Takenga fighters. The man turned to them with a serious expression and said that the first problem was whether they were liars or fraudsters. The girl started shouting to him and said that it was all true because they were suddenly attacked by monkeys, and Lori waited for the right moment to attack from behind. She explained that he was waiting for the masters to be tired and to kill her so as not to leave any witnesses. And pointing to Sebastian, she added that thanks to this man she was able to survive. Simon asked if it was true that Sebastian had killed him during the attack, and the boy confirmed his words. The reason was an attack on that girl, and he added that his compass led him to them. A man came up to them and said that they had managed to find out that there were no internal injuries in Lori's body. Then the head understood everything and bowed down because he said that he had managed to stop the criminal's actions and saved one of their students, and thanked him for that. And secondly, to make a preliminary ruling, but there must be a full explanation, so George has to confirm it and invited them to delay. The guy looked at them and was happy that they finally believed them. He looked at the anxious girl and thought that he was already here, so he could do Qigong. A man came to Sebastian and said that he was wanted. But when he came to that room, he was asked at the entrance to leave his weapon outside. After that, they cleared the way and told him that they were waiting for him. The guy came into the room and saw the man and greeted him. He was very happy to see him and introduced himself as Charlie, an elder in Beksan, and invited him to sit down, adding that he had wanted to meet him in person for a long time. He was pleased to meet the man who had killed so many Takenga fighters, and he realized that the battle was not a secret and wondered who had told him about it. Then Charlie started screaming and said that he was excited to hear stories about that battle and his exploits, because they did not believe that such a young warrior managed to conquer 4 Takenga fighters, as the enemies could not even manage 2. Then he asked him to remain vigilant because the other person was not very reliable, and the guy thanked him for his concern. The man analyzed him, and he did not look special, but the fact that he was able to defeat 4 fighters was suspicious, and he was very modest. The boys were surprised by the question of how he managed to master this ability. He smiled and said that he did not know because he had been taken by a master since childhood and taught ki and martial arts. This pleasantly surprised the man, and he asked if he had ever had a master. He said that this was true, but since he was not from here, his name is not well known, especially since the master died, so his memory is barely alive. Then the old man didn't decide to change the subject and said that he had been here for a day and asked how he liked the place. Sebastian said that he had already heard about this place a couple of years ago, that they teach great masters, and added that he liked it. He said that in recent years the school has not been very promising because of the Takenga and now the traitor, and this affects morale. And he said that another reason was the Sokdongban criminals near Voljansen. And if a person like Sebastian enters their school, the school's reputation will quickly rise. Simon said that they had good relations with the Bonpan and asked if he had worked for that faction. And after that he said that we wanted to offer him to become a student at Beksan, which shocked him. He said loudly and clearly that they need such people very much. He began to lure him by saying that if he joined this faction, he would have a lot of medicinal herbs and live in prosperity. And when he reaches the end, he will be able to get the position of an elder. The man started laughing and said that he would not have to wait 100 years to become a master, and asked me to believe that he would do it. He was surprised because he came here to establish a relationship and did not plan to become their student, as freedom and independence are much better for him now. But he thought that if he got the support of such a school, it would have a good effect on his investigation. Simon started laughing when the guy said it was an unexpected offer. He said that it would be difficult to make a decision, and that there are 3 members of the Yangguangha in this school, and 2 of them do not often go to training, but 1 is in the Sangcheon Palace. He said that he could ask him to help him with his studies. Sebastian began to think about it, and although it sounded tempting, he could not stay there for long. At first the guy thanked me, but explained that he could not stay long, that he would leave, but did not know when. He explained that if he became a student of this school and attracted its support, it would be a bad idea to leave this place. The man began to think about it because even what he said could change at any moment. And when he finished speaking, the elder had something to say that surprised the boy. The older man did not suggest that he become a foreign student so that he would have no problems going abroad and they would continue to support him. He told us that they are now actively accepting foreign students, doing everything to make them live well and teach them martial arts. And he said that he could try to help him become a formal school student, and later, if he wanted to become an elder officially or immediately, an elder. The guy looked at him seriously and asked if he, as a foreign student, could stay outside of Baeksan for a couple of years. The guy drank a little of what he was given and said he would think about it. And before he could say anything, the man handed him a small box. When the guy opened it and saw the glow and asked what it was, Simon said that it was a small gift to him for saving their disciples, and that when he reached the last stage of Tekenga, he would still be a disciple, and maybe an elder. Although the solution is very quick, it is also very tempting. He liked this arrangement because as much as he trained the Tekenga fighters, he received as much good from the Baeksan school in return. Milana felt a great deal of pain from the fact that the masters were not alive and thought that it was better to die at the hands of Lori. The girl was very frightened when an animal jumped on her. She was surprised because there were no animals here and asked if he had been hiding under the snow all the time. I was surprised to see a hand holding boiled eggs and being told that they were his favorite and asked to cut them and feed them to him. She turned around and saw Sebastian with his hand outstretched in front of her. She started laughing because at first she thought she was attacked by some robbers or thieves, but it turned out to be a cute animal with a cute name. The guy explained that he had run away from him somewhere, but now he was found. I also decided to ask her if she would continue to sit idly by. She explained that Scott had reached the 5th level in martial arts and was the first student to do so, and that he had become a living example for them. The guy listened to her attentively and added that there are rumors that he could become the first young master of Yangguang and that she could not cope with such a level. She was very surprised when Sebastian explained that she knew everything she needed to know and that her level of spiritual energy was also high. He did not understand why she was humiliating herself and said that he would make pills for her that would help her with this. And he asked if anyone asked about her that she said he did it himself, because he was planning to make it for Vanvan anyway, and it would not interfere with Milan, to the point where he felt sorry to leave it in this state. The girl came closer to him and thanked him for what he was doing for her. He explained that his father also died when he was a Chontegi, and his father gave him roots, so he had to sprout and bloom. Sebastian stood up and said that he got strong roots from his father, and with a lot of effort he could achieve a lot in life. This was the Baeksan treasury, and all the records and reference books left by many masters were kept there, and they asked to stay a while before reading them. Sebastian came to the treasury to wake up one guy and asked if foreign students could also read books in the Shansagak. The guy said he could, but it was forbidden to go into the archive, so the alchemist asked if he could take the book and read it outside. Then he said that you can take up to 100 books and read them wherever you want, but you can't take them outside the territory, and if you spoil them, you will be punished separately. Sebastian said that he would go and see and come back, and added that he looked so busy that he was afraid to tell him. The guys were surprised by this because newcomers usually train, but it was not surprising that he showed interest in reading. After a while, Sebastian returned and said that there were exactly 100 books, which shocked the guy, and he added that they should be returned within a month. So he asked him not to worry and said he would return them on time. He was glad that as a foreign student he could read their records, so he could learn new techniques and assumed that he might find more valuable treasures. Because this place was filled with secrets, and he looked into the fire, which reminded him that he had to read everything in time. 2 weeks later, Sebastian returned to the treasury and surprised the boy by reading everything he had taken. He assumed that Paul did not believe that he had read everything, but that the books were written in easy-to-remember language, and it was a pity that he could only take 100 books. He was shocked when he started reading that someone could not trust a man named Charlie, who was a great master with a long history. Charlie was the strongest master to emerge from Voljanson, and that many envied his power. And after his appearance, he founded the Baeksan school sometime later. And it was also a fact that he defeated the best dog in Voljansoni. And I wondered why he came here, whether he wanted to create a school that would be one of the best in 10,000 years. I was constantly shocked that it was the end and didn't understand what was wrong with those books. He closed it and realized that he had to finish making the pill for his pet and girlfriend. They said that after the taste of the books he had read, an unpleasant feeling came over him, and when he came to the treasurer, he said that Paul had fallen asleep again. The guy was shocked to see him again and asked why he was here. Sebastian was looking at something and asked him if he knew the name of the master. But the guy didn't know. He just said that he looked like a student of one of the masters and asked if he had come for new books and said that he needed a book that the older teacher had left behind. He added that it took him a while to finish reading it, and Paul quickly left to find it. Sebastian looked at him when he said he hadn't found her, but he didn't really believe it. He was very surprised and said that it used to be there, but now it is on the list of archival books. He explained that it was the Order of the Head, although there were no obvious reasons for transferring her to that department, and asked if it was the current chairman. If he did it, then there was a reason for it. The boy asked if he really could not go there as a foreign student, and Paul explained that only senior students could go there. And because he could not see them and enter that department, he decided to leave, but Paul tried to stop him. The guy explained that the librarian opens the archive every month and there are no guards there, so if you get in unnoticed, you can take one book. Sebastian said that he likes people with big mouths, but the guy said that if someone knew about it, he would be punished severely, and even worse, he could be killed. Then he stretched out his hand with the stones of the soul and said that he would give me the first one, and when I got the book, I would get the same amount. The boy was surprised and added that the soul stones would be enough to buy a special weapon that lets Ki through. Then Paul said he would do his best and bowed down to him. On the full moon, Sebastian received all 3 books and was very happy about it. He started reading, and it said that after the fight against the soldiers, Bexon's fame reached a high point and that someone was there. A whole decade had passed since the war. And then the man had some free time. So he returned to his native place of Huanggan and had to go to the gates of Sansan Moon and check whether these guesses were correct. But he found it because one of the masters killed his brothers, including the eldest of them, and disappeared, but he eventually managed to catch him. He did not understand why the man did this and assumed that they had found a valuable treasure. The man walked confidently and asked one of the passers-by where the head was. He was told that he had left the city, which surprised him, but he did not know why he did it. He was very angry that he had left to become a master, but at the time he did not understand why it was necessary to create the Bexon school. Although years have passed, the issue remained unresolved, and a person who killed his comrades out of greed would have done something different. He was wondering why he left the city and set up the school, because it was all going beyond the bounds of what was permissible. And there was also an unknown number of people like Charlie who were students at the school. Even so, he created a beautiful shrine that still holds its status. And he always came to this place when he thought he had lost his way and it had become holy, and he assumed that the reason was something else. He went on to say that decades had passed and that he was severely blinded by his suspicions and terribly regretted the time he had lost. And so before he died, he decided to leave something behind, but he still didn't believe it. He finished reading the book and said that these events were written 7,000 years ago, and that the truth is still unknown. Sebastian also had these questions in his head, because if all this was true, why did he create the school and kill his brothers? And even though he was forbidden to go there, he had to find out the truth. He flew to the place where the school's archives were kept, and realized that this was what he needed. When he came in, he was surprised at how the securities were kept and called his pet, saying that he had made special pills for him, and that he needed his help now. Van Van immediately started running to him, and the boy asked if he smelled something strange. When he saw his reaction, he thought it was nothing special and assumed that he should have gone back and not wasted his time. Sebastian began to look at the portraits and how many there were, and judging by what the head told him, he was a good-looking man, so he assumed that this was the one on the right. After that, he thought that something was hidden behind the altar, but then he spent decades trying to figure out if there was anything there. Then he began to look and listen to everything, but unfortunately there was no effect. He started knocking on the door and listening, hoping it was there. But all his attempts were ineffective, and he wanted to try to use Ki because he assumed that it would help him find something. But then a new idea came to him and he took a compass out of his pocket, because it was even used in the faults to find the entrance to the lake, and there he found the passage of the old Imperial parade ground. The guy watched where the arrows were pointing, and it was a creepy place. And then I thought that the secret could be hidden not in the temple, but throughout the territory. And it was at this very spot where Sebastian was that the compass hands were turning very fast. So he flew forward, jumping off the mountain because he said it was time. He was waist-deep in snow and realized that he had to move slowly and quietly so that no one would notice him. The boy learned that all the power of Cheon Seongbok was under a ban, so no one could find it, and it was completely ice, because over 7,000 years it had formed an ice field. So the guy tried to break the barrier with his sword. He made a big hole in that ice field, but that man decided to do it himself. He saw something strange at the bottom and realized that there was something there. The guy sent the shining threads there and was happy that everything worked out, and it seemed like he tied it tightly. I started pulling it, and it was very heavy and big, so I had to make a little effort. Sebastian went down there and saw that there was some kind of space under the rock. He put the fire on the ground and noticed that it was an artificial cave. I started to examine it and for some reason was convinced that something was hidden there. Later, he began to feel cold but did not understand why. And I remembered that when I was a child, I had already experienced similar cold. He realized that the man had thought of everything in detail, because the deeper he went down, the lower the temperature got. He prepared his shield and looked at everything, so he decided to return as there was nothing there. But his attention was drawn to a giant rock with a man standing in it as if asleep. He noticed that it was the same master as in the photo, and the teacher also said that he had a very handsome appearance, so it made him think that it was not him. He wondered who he was and whether he was connected to radiation in the same way as the other masters. After looking through all the ice sculptures, he noticed a plant and asked Vanvan to come over to it. The little animal looked at the earthy plant on the ice in surprise. But it looked like he was very cold, so I asked him to climb back down. But he began to think, although he was sure that the ice cube was the cause of the dark key, and began to think about how to release it, because one wrong step and he would be stuck in the same way. People started coming to him and asking what he was doing here. It scared Sebastian a bit, because he hadn't noticed them behind all those thoughts. The man looked at him and said that it was a restricted area and that he could not enter. The other looked at him angrily and asked him sternly what he was doing here. And Sebastian reacted quickly, making a gesture with his hands and greeting the elders and the bishop. Simon said that he hadn't been here for long and didn't know much about Mungu, because not only the students but the bishop himself cannot visit this place without an important reason. And then he asked the bishop to tell him what kind of punishment awaited him and began to talk about how they would first take out his insides and then cut off his limb. He added that he would keep his mouth shut so that he would never tell anyone the secret of this place. Simon then asked whether there would be a punishment if the trespassing happened by accident, and was told that the level of cruelty could be reduced due to extenuating circumstances. And the man started laughing that his life was now in his hands. But the guy was very surprised when he was told that the man wanted to reward him, not punish him, because Sebastian solved a problem that had been bothering him for so long. In Sangasoki, some students are given secret assignments, and if someone shows interest in the manuscripts, they are to be informed. And there were many of them, but almost all of them gave up the investigation and did not get to that point. And he started shouting that Sebastian was different and wondered how he had found this place because no one had ever come here. The man turned to him and told him to stop talking because he didn't understand how much longer he would be discussing, and it was better to look around the cave. The man began to interrupt the elder, explaining what the head was saying, but he did not want to listen, and thought he was wasting their time, and asked why he had called them at night. Another man approached them and said they should go treasure hunting, and Simon agreed to explore it first. The elder was very annoyed that they were gnashing their teeth without knowing anything, because it was very important for him to figure out the punishment for Sebastian. Then the man said that he understood him, and said that they would get together and solve the mystery, because first they had to find out what he left for posterity. And then he turned to the boy with a displeased expression and warned him that if he ran away from the cave, he would become a real criminal. They walked around the whole cave but did not find anything of value. But there was still one ice flower, but unfortunately no one knew what it was. And the elder said that anything can seem like garbage if you don't know its purpose. Then they looked at the man in the ice and wanted to see if he had anything. As soon as he wanted to touch the flower, he abruptly took his hand away, not realizing what had happened, and said that he would be grateful if there were really treasures here, and asked if they existed. The head said that he had read about them in books, and that it was just his guess based on what he had read. They started to mock him because it turned out to be just a guess, and said that he had given up training. But this made him very angry because they found a cave that was created artificially. Then the head began to speak to Sebastian, saying that he had learned something about the old man from the ice because he had found a hidden place. They all looked at him seriously and ordered him to tell them about the man. The guy said that it was a lucky thing to get here, and if they try to fill it with spiritual energy, maybe they will achieve something and find out the purpose of the crystal. He agreed to try it, and since he didn't know how it might turn out, he decided to use only a third of his power. He directed his spiritual energy to the flower, but nothing happened. The elders and the head were surprised that the crystal reacted, but the boy could not show his full power. Sebastian explained that he didn't have enough energy, so he couldn't do it anymore, and the head agreed with him, saying that he didn't have much either. Then one of the elders came out and said he would try to do it, and no one objected. He began to feel weak and was stopped, explaining that he needed to rest, and ordered the others to use Sahapangun. They stood in a pyramid, and their energy flowed to the oldest one, who in turn sent it to the crystal. They were shocked because the ice didn't even crack, so it looked like it wasn't made to be destroyed by the spiritual power of a Buddha. The head started laughing evilly because he was attacked by 4 masters and he didn't even crack, so he could become more valuable than the manuscripts. The elder said that it was dangerous to continue and that it was necessary to stop, and they saw an ice flower begin to bloom with a transparent bead in the middle. The man felt a terrible cold that pierced his entire body and thought that if he touched it, something would happen, and he had never heard of such a pill before. His feeling told him that he shouldn't have touched it, so he decided to put it there and decided to check on the old man. He was bound with ice, and he may have touched the bead and suspected that he was from Beksan, but there was no proof. The man was not even wearing clothes, so we had to cover him. When I started to cover him, I saw a change of facial expressions on his face, which meant that he was alive. The elder said that this was for the best because they would be able to interrogate him, and asked the head if they had any takondan left, but he did not want to use it on that elder. The elder tied him up to wait for him to wake up, and someone said that it was better to go to the surface, but they heard a sound. The guy was shocked to see the man and became curious when he got up. All the other elders also noticed that the old man had woken up and immediately grabbed the transparent bead. He was furious and clenched his hand in a fist, asking if they had woken him up. The skeptical men looked at him and realized that he was no ordinary man. He said that it was true because he was imprisoned in ice, and it made the man angry because who would dare to imprison him, and thought they were talking nonsense. Then the man asked if he was Beksan's successor, and he introduced himself and said that he had been the head of the school for 30 years. And when the old man said that he was a chairman who knew nothing, Charlie got very angry. He brazenly began to answer him, asking who he was to talk about him like that. The man started laughing and looking down at them, saying that he was Samuel. Then one of the elders told him to refrain from making such loud statements, even though there were some similarities between them. Sebastian was wary because he was surprised to see Samuel himself, but he did not understand how he had lived so many years in the ice, and if so, he thought that everything would be destroyed now. He exhaled heavily and said that it didn't matter whether they believed him or not, because he wanted to avoid trouble, but he couldn't forgive those who woke him up. My husband, the president, looked at them and said that although they were not beetles, he would crush them all, and before that, he wanted to know who gave him the takondan and covered it. All the older people were not surprised and looked in the boy's direction at the same time. Sebastian came out to him and gestured to him, saying that he had done it, and so Samuel gave him another chance and told him to go. The leader began to shout at the man, asking him to calm down because they did not want to hurt him, and threatened that if he apologized and gave the beads back, no one would be hurt. He looked at him slyly and said that he seemed to want to die more than anyone else. His eyes began to glow with a bright white light under his clothes, and he pulled out his weapon and said he would be after it. The man was shocked because he was treasuring inside of him, and this technique is available only to those who are on the level of Enshoj. Then he quickly bowed to him and said that it was really him, and that he was an uneducated student who did not recognize him and dared to be rude. Charlie was terrified and shouted that he had committed a terrible sin and asked for mercy. But this did not affect the man, and with one blow he cut off his head, saying that if he had committed a sin, he had to pay, and mocked the fact that he called himself the head. At the same time, the other elders began to bow to him, and when he paid attention to them, he said that they were probably better than him. The elder turned to him and said that he was the one who gave him Taekwondo and gave him another chance. He said that 2 of them would live, so there were 4 more, and asked if they had any suggestions. Then Samuel said that they would have a fight, and he would pardon the two survivors. This made Simon very angry because his angry face did not affect his relaxation. Sebastian realized that those who keep treasures inside themselves are enchogi, but their true abilities are unknown, because an enemy who begs for mercy is easy to defeat. The two men are facing each other, and right now he is trying to use the others to leave no one who can stand up to him. The man turned to the boy and asked him why he was doubting, so he was shown mercy and asked if he wanted to die, but Sebastian only thanked him for this gesture. But Samuel turned to him and looked at him and said that he had not pardoned him, but had simply given him another chance. The guy was surprised when he said that those who survived would have to fight them. He smiled because he realized that now the man could not show his strength because his key had not yet returned, so he was trying to convince him not to fight him. And Sebastian started laughing and shouting, addressing the elders that they would have to fight again. And the question arose what would happen after that, because he suggested that a fight with him was possible. The man looked at him sternly and asked why he was tired of living, but the young man explained that he loved life, and that it looked like he wanted them to kill each other. Samuel started shouting that it was a lie and a riot, and ordered to kill that little boy, and then he would pardon that man. This also made him angry, and he said that he was working again with other people's hands because he seemed to want to protect his spiritual strength, as it had not yet recovered. This insolence made the man very angry, and he said that if he wanted to kill him, he would kill him himself. Sebastian kept provoking him and said that if he was really Samuel and had all that power, he could kill him with one swing of his sword. The boy turned to the elders and asked them to take his side if he could withstand one blow. He remembered his master and said that he would live today, so he held his ground. Sebastian was shocked when he saw 3 of them coming at him. Even though his shield was slightly damaged, he addressed him seriously and said that he could not even penetrate this level of defense. Everyone knows that Samuel is the foundation of the Bexan school, and the guy started shouting that he was not a legendary alchemist of the Enkogi realm, and if they could not fight back now, they would never get another chance. He began to address the elders and the bishop, explaining that they had to fight. The guy realized that even though he said it, his power was enormous, and even he used a higher-level amulet to block his technique. And now he regretted giving him that pill. If he hadn't, it would have been much easier now, but he decided not to think about nonsense anymore and to take Taekwon Do himself. The elder was very angry with him, and said that even though he was so outstanding, they would repay him for trying to kill them. The elder was an honest and decent man because he did not take other people's lives lightly and was not satisfied with a miserable existence. Others also joined in and began to say that the man had left Bexan, and now he didn't exist there, and mocked that the enforcer couldn't break through the simple defense. It made Samuel very angry, and if at first he wanted to feel sorry for the 2 of them, now he wants to kill them all. The elders were tired of listening to him and said that such a rude old man talks too much. They began to think that if they used the technique of the 4 palaces, they would be able to resist the alchemist of the yin and yang life force levels. Samuel himself did not understand what they meant by using the technique of the 4 palaces. The man was angry that he was mocking him and calling him a poor man for asking to use such a technique. Sebastian had already prepared for a possible attack when he said they were quite funny. The elder explained that the technique of the 4 palaces was created only because he passed his technique to another alchemist who wanted to defeat him and used any means necessary. The old man was tired of listening to him because he would say only one word to him and he would answer him with 10. They wanted him to stop suffering and try the power given to him by Taechondong, a medicine that increased ki and healed the body. And the one who stood in front of you sent a strong, powerful energy towards the enemy. At first it scared him a bit, but he said they were stupid and tried to defend himself. 2 energies were rushing towards each other, and when they collided, an explosion occurred. It was difficult for the man to resist such an attack, but he realized that he had to repel it. And Samuel could not withstand this attack and fell down, and the elder began to mock, asking if this was the level of the life force of yin and yang. The man was very angry when people laughed at him, and said that he would not survive another such attack. So he began to encourage his comrades and said that they had almost defeated the weak old man, and that if they gathered their strength, they would succeed. He realized that all his problems began because of the boy, because as soon as he woke up from that dream, all his plans went awry, and those people started trying to outdo him. He was in a lot of pain and suffering and assumed that heaven and the position of someone to kill him so that he would probably stop, and there was nothing to be done about it. The men suddenly stopped and were very surprised when he started taking something out of his clothes and saying that they had no idea what it could be. He had a bead in his hand and explained that thanks to it, they could reach the level they are at now. But he said that they would only know what kind of beads they were and how to use them, so he didn't have to bother explaining. But the man laughed at this and said that they would never be able to find out the nature of this treasure because the bead was a jewel of the most ancient era. The ancient era of Salmon was an era of unmeasured distant times. It took place long before the birth of writing, and the treasures found in the ruins are much more effective and powerful than the ones we have today. His face was joyful, and he said that this was the only reason why everyone dreamed of getting this bead, and he accidentally found it in the ruins. Later, he admitted that he had stumbled upon an ice flower from an ancient era, and that they were the ones who made it bloom. The human flower had the ability to absorb the cold and sprout as if it were a real flower if it were in a cold city. He told me that he had walked all over Donguk in search of a place with eternal frost and snow and found Mount Beksan. And for the flower to bloom, 1,000 years ago, a place was needed where no one could get in, so he decided to found the Beksan school and make it better. The only thing he wanted was to seal the Cheongsongbong forever, and he said that they were the reason he failed. The elder asked what this slanting look was about, because it was clear that he wanted to restore Ki, and therefore distracted me with stories, and asked if he was right. Samuel looked at the bead and said that it was a pure crystal, created when a flower absorbs cold and condenses in the middle, and reproached it for being imperfect. But this was not important to them. They wanted to learn how to use it properly. And he started shouting that by using it they could double their strength, and that the perfect lit can take an alchemist from a mundane to a saint. Did he want, or did you not understand that the treasure improves magical and inner abilities, and I wondered what the effect of the ice was that it could not become perfect. Although he was annoyed, he said that it was selfless for him, but it could be a good training. Since the ice is not finished, it will be useful for them. After the man said that the bead could help them achieve the breath of the sun, the elder's attention became more intense. It was Bosnia who thought it was nonsense, although he could not understand where the lie was hidden in his words. So I turned to the man and said that I could not believe every word he said, that he could have lied from the very beginning, and that only some of his statements could be true. He said that any fool could have realized that a man like him would not protect the garbage and started thinking about what to do with it, since he did not need it. The old man did not say that they now knew everything about ice and flour and offered to deal with the old man. They looked at it and realized that they would still have to fight for the summer because everyone wants such a treasure. He was thinking that if he tried to kill Samuel, he would spend a lot of energy and risk dying, and he knew that there were stronger people than him, so he did not waste his spiritual energy. All the other elders were in thought while one of them tried to wake them up, as he believed that it was necessary to kill the man first. A strong alchemist threw the pill to the elder and said that he did not need it, so he could take it. Then they started to argue, and one of them asked the other to put the bead down, which alarmed him with such distrust. They started fighting about it, because if he used it, he would be attacked, and that was the price of their friendship. He was furious with this behavior and wanted to throw it away for him to take if he wanted to. Simon caught the bead and was very happy about it because he didn't believe he was holding condensed ice. One of the elders took the bead and put it on his flying artifact, and his comrades began to chase him. And my husband stood watching and laughed at the fact that they called themselves alchemists. The man felt that the flow of internal energy in the ice was not uniform due to the cold. The elder was angry with his friend for trying to steal the bead and began to attack him, asking what he was doing. And this one was very strong and pierced his back so that he fell and a pool of blood appeared. He was tired of this attitude and decided to take the bead away from him. And just as he was about to offer to work together against the old man, he saw that something was not coming for him. Then a battle broke out between the other alchemists, and the attacker ordered him not to touch that bead. And Samuel decided not to wait and struck first at the impudent elder. The man saw how cruel they were and the boy was watching him. And then he turned to the boy and asked why he was frozen or if he didn't want to get the treasure. This suggested that the boy had planned to attack the winner and thus cheat. But the young man was serious because he wanted his plan to work. The man laughed at this and suggested that one could win and escape. And what would he do then? The guy knew that condensed lithium was a treasure of unreal value and that he would definitely not give it away for nothing. He said that the boys were saying clever things. He had seen alchemists lose their minds over finding treasure, and then the young man assumed that he had killed his comrades for fun. He had read about it in a manuscript. He said that Jason was a fool who had been chasing him for a long time, but at some point he distanced himself from him but did not completely fall behind. Sebastian was angry about this and asked not to call his work stupid because it was his guess that helped him find the cave and wake him up. As soon as he heard this, the man realized that he had destroyed his brilliant plan, which had taken 10,000 years to complete, and asked if he could break it into pieces. But the guy stood his ground and did not budge, saying that he was not going to die here. All three elders were tired of the battle. Some did not know how they had come to this point, but they realized that there was no turning back, and each believed that they had to take possession of the treasure. Samuel was very amused by all this and laughed out loud and told them to kill each other and thus continue the fight. The man began to behave with the group, saying that he didn't need a summer anyway, so he could disappear if he didn't want to die at his hands. Such audacity did not bother the old man at all, even the customer, and he mocked that he could kill him with one left hand, even though the best of them could not do it. They felt that they had betrayed each other and thus became enemies. But the old man did not ask them to forget about all the problems until they had dealt with the old man. One of them was well aware of how tired they were and said that only Sebastian could fight the best, because if he didn't bear the brunt of the attack, they could finish him off. The other one reluctantly agreed to their plan and said he was with them. The guy was alerted. It was ridiculous to him and he could not accept such an insidious plan. He realizes that only if he uses his spiritual power and the other falls, they will immediately cling to each other again, and he didn't know what they were capable of in their rage. Someone interrupted his thoughts by asking what it meant, and he looked up to see who it was. Master Harvey came to them and was a little angry with them and puzzled by what had happened. He was shocked to see 2 dead bodies and asked what was going on. Harvey asked if they had learned to speak and why they had not reported the death of the 2 elders, but everyone remained silent. Then he joined in and said that they were fighting for the title of the owner of the treasure, pointing his finger at them. Then the master turned around and began to walk toward the enemy, asking who he was because the elders could not fight each other, so he was definitely a thief. He didn't like this situation much, so he decided to introduce himself and said that he was the founder of the school. But this did not affect the master, who was indifferent and called the man a freak. Then she turned the tables on Sebastian so that he could explain everything. He explained that they had found a cave with a treasure from the most ancient era, and he was interrupted by the old men to explain that the guy was not lying, but there were things that needed to be explained in more detail. His words made the man angry, and he wondered what he could explain, and asked if they had buried the treasure and decided to kill the elders. He assumed that he looked like a saint, but if you put a treasure that could open a new road, he would immediately forget about all moral principles and care for his comrades. The master was very tense and strict and said that he did not remember asking him to say anything to him. Then he began to mock that only humans can use the ice and that to become the owner of it, they would have to kill all those who were there. He told me that they were blinded by the treasure, so they killed their comrades. He looked from one side to the other and asked if this shouldn't be punishable by death. The master shouted that he would think about their sin later and ordered them to kill the criminal along with him, because this would cleanse their souls of the crime at least a little. The elders surrounded him and bowed down, saying that they were with him. The master was very serious and said that the man had to be stopped. But the man started laughing like crazy and saying that the saint would take all the treasures. But suddenly his smile disappeared, and he got angry, saying that everyone would die here and that they should prepare for it. He was ashamed that his people still paid attention to such trifles. He explained that what made the elders fight was not treasures, but unnecessary disgust, and asked them not to fall for it. They looked down and were very surprised to see the glow from the bead. There was no damage to it, despite how hard it was hit. Samuel just laughed at them and said that they did not have the strength to destroy it. Not even an alchemist with the same breath as the sun can cope with it. When everyone saw it, they could not believe their eyes that it was a blood clot, and the man said that they had forced him to do it. The master seriously asked him if he really used something like that, and Samuel began to eat that blood clot and his eyes changed color to red. A blood clot is made by extracting a small amount of internal energy which is converted into medicine, and it is also made from people, so few people know how to do it. And the problem was that a lot of blood was needed, so it would require hundreds of alchemists' lives, and if they were criminals, hundreds of thousands. And because it is mixed by so many people, it is not homogeneous and is used in extreme cases because it requires a long recovery. After the story was finished and the clot was eaten, the man menacingly told them to die. Sebastian didn't know if he could overcome it, but this power was amazing. He waited and threw all 3 of his swords into the attack, but they were stopped by a spiritual barrier. The master began to put on some gloves and was seriously watching his comrades' attacks as much as possible. Many attacks were launched against the enemy, but he did not feel them at all and asked if this was all they were capable of. He had a sword in his hands and ordered him to awaken his full strength, and red energy began to envelop him. Everyone was a little scared when the sword became more modernized and stronger. Samuel threw a punch and there was a powerful explosion, and smoke came out of that place. Most of the elders took the blow and lay on the ground half dead, covered in blood. Sebastian received a lot of minor injuries because if he had been hit, nothing would have saved him. One of the elders began to call for the master, but he was seriously injured and one part of him was on fire. The boy thought the master was an amazing person and that it took a lot of willpower to fight such an opponent. Then the man was ordered to stand behind him so that he could deliver the final blow. And the young man was entrusted with the task of breaking through the barrier, and he was already prepared for it. Again, many attacks fell on the man, but he stood completely calm. When I looked up, I said that they were overconfident, but in the end they failed. It was very difficult for the guy to fight him, and there was a strong confrontation. The elder's mouth bled, and he began to apologize to the master. After what he saw and heard, he screamed loudly. There was a strong explosion, and everyone who was there was injured. The man laughed at them and called them worms because they were lying on the ground without strength. Then he saw a flower lying on the ground and was saddened that he would have to wait 10,000 years again. He picked the flower up from the ground, and now he had to wait for the great magic of the ice flower to work. Samuel was in despair and blamed all those people because they made his plan fail. He repeated the 10,000 years he had to wait again. The boy lifted his head heavily and looked at him, saying the words of the spirit of the sword and the secret impulse. And the swords pierced his body and covered everything with blood, and as a result he fell to the ground. It was very painful and difficult for him to lift. His whole body ached, and he immediately reached for his sword. He stood over Samuel's dead body and stared at his horrified face. He gave him a final blow to the head and burned him. The rest of the bodies were covered, and Sebastian owed nothing to the elders and the head, but if it hadn't been for the master, they would not have survived. It was only out of respect for him that he was willing to tell the school about it, and he decided to keep the sword and the ice flower. Because of this event, the Bexon school lost one sun breath level master and a head. He was flying back and thinking about it. 4 elders and a bishop were killed, so now they do not have a good future. He realized that since the cave was open, it was only a matter of time before it was discovered, but first he had to do something. He changed his clothes and examined his new outfit, which was quite nice from Mrs. Sophia. It was serious because it resulted in ice, but many people died, but it was not the treasure that was to blame, but human greed. He started thinking about just eating it, but he began to have doubts about Van Van's condition because it wasn't worth it, and he wasn't sure if any magic, medicine, or talisman could help. He was amazed because he did not know that if Henem Qigong was turned into Gongcheng Qigong, hidden abilities would appear. Sebastian looked at his hand and thought about using Henem as a kind of sonic internal energy. Holding the bead, he did not feel cold, which was a good effect. But he thought that if Samuel took the condensed ice, he would be able to conquer the Shadow Qi, and that would not be all, because he would be able to improve his Qigong and develop magical abilities. Still, he decided to absorb the cold. It was supposed to improve his spiritual strength, and since the ice had not yet accumulated energy, he should have succeeded. He was shocked because his mouth was frozen. He tried to use Kai and bring spiritual energy to the top of his head and convinced himself that he could melt the ice. In addition, it was not so cold that he could start absorbing it and felt a strong cold throughout his body. It was already covered with ice a little bit, so I tried to concentrate on not covering it completely. He could only trust Ki, so he tried to stay calm. He felt dizzy and it was getting harder to hold on. Sebastian managed to avoid the worst and is now resuming the flow of Henem. Now I had to concentrate on awakening my spiritual power and absorbing the ice. He also didn't know that Bin Kengel stimulates Henem Qigong, and now the paralysis is gradually passing. But he still felt something inside, because if it was ready, he would have died of freezing. Gradually absorbed by the cold, his aura fell into the fire and remained calm. Sebastian was surprised when it was over, and now he felt a new sensation, so he was convinced that it wasn't a lie. His body was so full of spiritual energy that he could not even measure it. He felt that he could break through the gates of the sun's breath at this stage. The boy decided to touch the wall and felt that it was different from the previous ones in its nature. But he began to appreciate the value of his spiritual energy and wanted to change its nature. Easily break through to the 4th level of breathing the sun and now be able to create pills and get rid of evil forces in the body. He wanted to see how things were going at school, and they were happy to see him there because they hadn't seen each other for a year. He was asked where he was because a great tragedy had happened, and the guy explained that the circumstances were such that you let him do it, but he knew nothing about the event. The guy lowered his head and said that they no longer had elders and a head, and Sebastian shared his misfortune. And I decided to go with him to the new head. When he came in, I greeted him. The man was sure that he already knew what had happened and introduced himself as Theodore, the 39th head of the Bexon school. When he was informed that the monk was in danger, he asked them to ask for help. Although he was from another faction, they helped him in many ways. He explained that they do not have the best relations with Woliang Song, so they cannot get help, and the people from Sukdongban will start a battle next month. Then the gates will be torn open, and the loser will have to deal with this gate for 1,000 years, and although the head wanted to refuse it, this is the best solution they came up with. He was interested and said that he would participate in this battle. A year ago, the school lost its elders, and there is no one to go into battle. He was at the cemetery and wanted to repay the debt to the master who kept him alive. Confident in his abilities, Sebastian was ready to take part in this battle. His words made Theodore feel better and lighter. He said that the terms of the battle had been changed, or the punishment would be 500, which is still a lot for a guy. Then he explained that otherwise, as a foreign student, he would not have had to participate in this battle. He said that 10 people from the school had to perform, and we were the contenders of the sun's breath. But a year ago, they lost their best masters, and now they don't even have the level of spiritual energy law. The guy has already given you his hands and said that he would do everything possible in his power. I decided to ask why the school was active, and the head of the school said that many people had been injured in the last battle. He thought about the girl Athena, and was told that the master had been injured in the last battle. The boyfriend came to visit her and asked the doctor if she would be okay, and she told him that she had a lot of internal injuries. He realized that she had used up her full potential and now needed to be restored, even though she realized it, but took the risk. In the room, he saw many more victims who still could not regain consciousness. Sebastian asked if the Sokban had done all this, and the man told him that their anger was beyond words, and that they had made absurd demands in the last battle. He said that Master Milan had reached the last stage of celestial birth and was able to fight back. Then he asked me to prepare some medicinal herbs for him while he went to the pantry. The guy was happy because he hadn't yet found out that he had moved to the level of the sun's breath. I think it was the best thing because if he had met with the master of the vital energy of yin and yang, he would not have passed to the next realm. Sebastian was there when Milana woke up, and he explained that he couldn't be there when all these events happened. He handed her a medicine made from guep plants, and although this pill is not as good as Takondon, it will help with internal injuries. He told her that others had already accepted her, so she shouldn't lag behind, and thanked him. The guy praised her and said she did a good job and patted her head. He listened to her because she felt guilty for being wounded and for losing, but he supported her very much. The girl was grateful to him because she had reached the limit of the heavenly level and realized that she could not be sad. He noticed that every time they met, she had internal injuries and gave her a box of medicine to use as needed. She accepted and said that he was very generous with her and that she could not repay him. Sebastian noticed that people looked very sad, and the mentor explained that it was because of today's battle. Because everyone thinks that the school is hopeless and that the students will suffer to watch the gates for 500 years. It was painful for him to admit it, and the guy said it was not pleasant. They noticed that Seok Dongban was late and thought that they had decided to ignore the fight. Although he smiled, he said that it would be good if none of them came. The boy thought about it because the alchemists who were supposed to watch the battle had not yet arrived and suggested that they might appear at the same time. He knew they had a lot of techniques and was curious if they would show something new. He heard that Sukdongban members can freely join and leave the clan. And Sebastian realized that this is a clan where everyone has their own interests and goals. Theodore lowered his head and said that this is why his popularity is growing. They saw the observers walking together with the participants from Sukdongban. Theodore said that he would be right back and asked him to be careful not to fall into traps. The head of the school thanked the opponent for coming and sincerely hoped for a fair decision. The man smiled at him and said he had nothing to worry about. They did not understand when they were not being fair and decided to repeat the rules for the alchemists who had previously registered. And the alchemist fights not in one battle but until he loses. Sebastian felt that he would fight until he collapsed. This was not beneficial for them, as sooner or later they would face the enemy's sun breath. The girl did not understand why the boy was participating if he was a foreign student. She realized that he could be seriously injured, and there was a person at the level of the sun's breath. Many of the disciples were failing, and Theodore saw how ruthless they were, which was because of the rat. They have seen what kind of wounds the enemy inflicts without even receiving a warning, and they have the sun at the stage of breathing, and if they get there, they can simply stop the battle. He realized that this way they would be defeated, and only 2 disciples at the stage of the lore of spiritual energy, one falling from powerlessness and the other fighting to the end. One of the students broke out of that fight and reported his decision to the head of the school. The student from Seokdongban was easy and asked the next one to come out right away. It was Eugene's disciple, and the enemy did not know where he got so many weak disciples. According to the rules, they first put you on a level, and then a stronger one replaces you. But he said there would be no other fights. Eugene wanted to do everything he could to protect the school he had dedicated his life to, and hoped that his efforts would help Sebastian win the next battle. He rushed to the attack, but the enemy disappeared, later jumped out of the hall and stabbed him in the back. It pissed the guy off that they couldn't fight fair, but they think they can use all possible methods. Eugene could not predict his movements, and he stabbed him in the back every time. Because of these attacks, he could barely stand on his feet and was provoked to show the spirit of the school. Sebastian watched him, and it was cruel for him because he saw his condition, but he was not going to stop. And the guy realized that he was trying to completely break Eugene's spirit with brutal attacks. As a result, the enemy won, and they said that the participant was too cruel, and that if he had another such battle, he would be banned from participating in them. The head came up to the guy and told him to give up if it was too hard and not to hold out like Yuji. He was not happy that the guy was not angry about the previous fight. Sebastian provoked him and thought about what to do with him, but the opponent did not take it seriously because he wanted to deal with him quickly. He was surprised that the guy stood there and was not afraid of the threats he was being threatened with. He wanted to use a special technique to disengage the body, but it didn't work. He was in shock and did not understand how he had done it. He had knocked the enemy down with one blow. They have already asked to stop the fight and recognize Sebastian's victory. They did not understand the ice, whether such a technique even exists at the level of the law of spiritual energy, and that its restoration would take a couple of years. Later, they announced the winner Sebastian and the Bexon school, but said that he had gone too far, and if another similar thing happened, he would be included. Theodore was amazed because his abilities exceeded all his expectations. Although he knew he was strong, he could not even imagine that he was that strong. The girl was also delighted and wanted to be able to fight like him. She wanted to become a winner and be like him, so she decided to follow his example and spend more time training. Now the guy had only the sun's breath level, and his opponent was ready to start. They introduced themselves to each other, and it was Michael from Sondongbek. He said that he did not expect kindness from the very beginning, and he did not expect to fight either, because he thought that it would not be his turn. He said they would watch the gate, but Sebastian would do everything in his power. He wanted to crush him morally, saying that students like him would quickly get bored at the gate and tried to lure him away. Although the guy thanked me, he could not leave the damage behind, so he could repay the debt. The guy started laughing at him because he was so arrogant, but he wasn't going to give up. He had his pride. The guy had a feeling he was going to win, but Michael decided to write it off as ambition and test his spirit. Then he said that he noticed that his attacks were the same. Mostly he always relied on swords. The guy explained that he would not reveal his abilities so that it would be difficult to guess and prepare. He decided to hold on to the defense tactic because the alchemist had already fallen. If he blocked him, he could get him to the real level. He was doing well, and Malky said he was prepared because it was going to get even harder, but the guy was confident in his abilities. He prepared 3 blades and they hit the barrier, but the enemy thought it would not be effective. But gradually they penetrated inside, and he was surprised and did not know what kind of technique it was. Later, he felt a strange cold that made him unable to fight, but he had to gather his strength and deal with Sebastian in one fell swoop. Though he wanted to try his technique, he failed to walk again because it was cold, and it was getting harder to control his strength. He needed to get rid of the fog as soon as possible, so he started shouting at him that he or she thought he would win with this. The guy said he didn't know because he had already won without him, and the sharp ends were all around the student. Everyone was shocked when it was announced that Sondukban had lost to Beksin. Bonnie asked the old woman about the student everyone was talking about. She wanted to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. The winner was announced as Sebastian, and as promised, Seokdongban will guard the gate for the next 500 years. The man started shouting that if it turned out that someone from the clan had left the territory, they would be sent to Anamba, and that I would severely punish the one who had left. People began to say that his abilities were amazing and understood why he was disrupting the battle with opponents of the level of the law of spiritual energy. Michael said that unpredictable is not his usual technique and that they will fight again and the result will be different. He realized that he would not be able to give him advice since he had lost, so he simply wished him not to give up. A girl ran up to him and started congratulating him and said that she had heard that he wanted to ask him to become an elder of the school. She was waiting for him and asked him what happened, so he said that he would probably be relocated soon because of his new position. Milana said that it was a clean and spacious place with air full of spiritual energy. She told him that this was now his apartment and that she would come back later, and he thanked her. He decided to first repair the things that had broken in the battle and had the materials to restore them. Meanwhile, rumors spread among the school students that a law-level student had defeated 6 senior masters and a man with the equal breath of the sun. He finished the repairs and decided that he could improve his skills in making amulets with the help of animal bones, because only a professional can create wealth amulets. Milana said that he had a guest who was very famous, which surprised him because he thought that such people did not need him. When she told him that the head of the reliable community had arrived in person, he was surprised because he did not think he would see them again. Bonnie congratulated him on his new position and told him that he had a nice house and that he had done well in the fight. Sebastian said that he did not complain about his life and could not even think that she would come to him personally. Bonnie started to laugh because she thought she couldn't help but show up when he won, and she hadn't gotten an answer since they were discussing the silver fox. And now he wants to hear why she really came to him, but before the main conversation, she wanted to ask him a couple more questions. She is also interested in how someone who has recently reached the middle level of the law of spiritual energy was able to accomplish such a feat. He said that she could believe whatever she wanted, but the problem was not that. It was that it was simply impossible. Then she assumed that he was just hiding his powers because everyone who heard the story refused to believe it. The young man lowered his head and told her that she could continue to dig for the truth in the future, but now she had to get down to business. Bonnie said that because of what happened, Seokdongban may collapse, and if not, she will still be able to lure people out of there, although it will be difficult. But after the collapse, there may be many free alchemists, and they will be able to lure many to join them. And thanks to the fact that people come to their community, they will be able to do something interesting. She explained that the Gaijin Fortress has one of the largest estates, and many similar places have powerful rulers, but no owners. And Henry's name and the terrible poison everywhere, the fault of poisonous plants and animals and monster. And because those lands have no owner, they lure many people. Some masters tried to appropriate the land, but they could not return. The guy assumed that she wanted to check whether he could handle the poisonous monsters or not. She said that there might be a silver fox there, and that there has been a recent interest in it due to an alchemist who returned from there. And he brought with him an amazing story about people who live there in groups and hundreds in strange clothes, and that they use unusual equipment. And she came here to suggest that we unite and go to Cheongdoji, and so the community decided that whoever has the strength should contribute. Although it was an interesting story, it was not for him, and he asked them to contact him if they really found something useful there. Then she said that she had heard that the Beksin school was looking for masters, and it was true because some of them had disappeared, and they had no information. It was very sad because it's hard to track someone's movements at the level of the sun's breath. But recently, she learned something. The guy asked what he wanted to know in more detail. She told me that recently, a master of the sun's breath entered the Cheongdoji and said that he looked like Master Baeksun and offered to go with them and learn more about the missing man. He believed that if he did it of his own free will, he would not interfere, and the pony realized that she would have to remember something. And the girl offered him a memoir from another continent if he was useful to them. He was very surprised that she offered him manuscripts. He wanted to know more clearly what he had to do there and what the reward would be, so the girl agreed to send someone to him to agree on the terms. She looked at him and said that he would receive a copy of the agreement to confirm the sincerity of her words. He wondered why they wanted to get the land because he had an idea about the treasures of the inhabitants. Even though it was suspicious, he could not give up the manuscripts, so he had to put everything in order before he left. Sebastian went to Edge's house and greeted the owner who was walking in the yard. Madeline was also happy to see him and said that she had already heard that he had become an elder of the noble Baeksun school. Then he assumed that the girl must have already reached the middle level of celestial birth, or that it was due to him. She invited him to come in, as her father and the head of the family were already waiting for him in the hospitable house. He was very excited when he saw the older one, and immediately realized that he was at the stage of the sun's breath, which was impressive because he quickly moved to another realm. The boyfriend heard that she trained a lot, and it was also thanks to him, because she had already reached the 10th stage of the law of spiritual energy. He was happy for her that she was able to advance in alchemy and asked if she knew what happened to Madeline. Because she seemed upset to him, and his father and the head of the village were not upset, just shaking their heads. Morgana did not know what to say or how to do it, because she thought he would be very upset. This behavior surprised him, and he assumed that it could apply to him. The older one did not know whether to tell him about it or not, and started with the fact that they were married. And she continued by saying that he would soon be left without a woman, which scared him a lot. She explained that Madeline and Victor became very close and eventually got engaged, and that the man was very stubborn because he wanted to get his hikes approved. They pretended to be a couple, but they started to say that he had accidentally started to love her recently. It was unexpected, she said everything was fine, and I decided to congratulate her somehow, but the older one was worried about him. What she wanted to say was something important, so I looked up where he was. I had heard about them, and they were giant lands with a high concentration of spiritual energy in Gachyeong. He explained that life was so dangerous that even he was not sure he could survive there. The girl must have asked if he really sent her there, because then she wanted to go with him. He got scared and started saying that the poison there was very dangerous for her. Morgana wanted to go with him, but he explained that he had undressed to sleep, and she was only going to read the full story, that it was too dangerous. The girl would be scared and said she wouldn't let him go alone, but if she let him go, he wouldn't regret it, and he also needed an elixir to reach the world of the sun. The guy realized that the exercises were bad because she was not going to go with him at that pace. You said it was because of the sect, and he would have liked her to go with him, but the situation did not allow it. She had heard that he was asked to bake old tires and that she could not interfere, so she added a steel sphere to bake often, and it was different. Who came up with this because it was about Bonnie, and he didn't know what it would turn into, because it could turn out badly, so it was better to go without her. Then he mentioned the sect and offered to fight as if I had a couple of techniques to show him. She thought it was a good idea because she was very curious about what the one with the sun's breath could do. The man led them to the entrance to the poisonous land and said that poisonous gas was everywhere, so it was very difficult to run, even dangerously. The gas at the entrance did not affect the chemistry according to the law. The spiritual energy felt uncomfortable, so we distributed an antidote. The girl told me that Gary from the boxing sect would be there, who knew about poison and had been there before, so he would be useful. I watched all the recordings, but the question remained what they were up to. Michael called him and told him that he had made him very famous throughout Yannanan. I was very happy to see him and decided to ask him what brought him here. Since he is now a free alchemist, the friend who used to be among the best alchemists of the sect, but even he cannot say how their duel ended. The man realizes that he hasn't forgotten about them and starts laughing, because what happened in the past is still there. He hopes that their trip will be successful and told them about each of the traders he had information about. Apart from them, there was another alchemist of the sun's breath, so there was nothing to worry about. He looked at Yegor, who had no facial hair at all, and hoped that he was using some special alchemy. But I thought he was a closed-minded person because I could not understand what was on his mind. So he decided to get in line for the antidote. And the man also set Michael on fire, just in case he wanted to take the antidote. The man said that he would go first, because during the reconnaissance he was going to gather herbs and hunt for someone. Michael noticed that he had gotten stronger since they had seen each other. He praised him a lot, and Sebastian made a remark and said that if he had stayed at his full strength, the top would have lost too. Although Michael did not agree with this, the boy tried to convince him that it was the absolute truth, but they were interrupted by the sound of screaming. Something happened in the apartment, and his servants asked to see it so he could do something. He had to give me an injection and started explaining this plant with red leaves and a warrior, and its name was thorny grass, and if she didn't try to be without lunch, it was actually poison. This energy was obtained by the alchemist with the law of spiritual energy, so these were very dangerous and poisonous plants. She noticed that he hadn't changed at all and decided to take him with her to think about whether he must have made a mistake. A former student said that it was very strange that he was poisoned, but he was immune to all poisons and knew a little about poisonous plants. I noticed black and red spots in the distance, and one of them shouted that everyone was on guard and ready for battle. Everyone was very nervous and shouted that everyone was staying together because someone was approaching them, and it turned out to be magic bugs. But Sebastian was serious. They were seriously scared because there were so many targets swarming there. The students were waiting for an answer. They wanted to know what they should do now. Fight back or just wait it out. The magic beetles always moved in swarms. There were so many of them that it was hard to resist them, and I was amazed that they were so fast. The man decided to ask the boy if he knew anything about beetles, but it was the first time he had ever seen or encountered them. And he was sure that he could travel completely alone, but he would definitely not get to the memoirs on his own, so he could not let these miserable insects interrupt his group. The boy built a spell so that everyone could hear him and started talking so that they would follow his voice and get to a safe place. There he met Michael and his husband, and they were surprised by the thing and said that he had created it himself. So the guy replied that he was not only a good fighter, but also knew how to create equipment. He went back and began to think, because only 9 alchemists with the law of spiritual energy survived, and he didn't think it would be that bad. Antonia came up to him and said that he was constantly surprised by his abilities and thanked him because he understood that it would not be easy, but wished him to continue in this spirit. The guy thanked him and told him not to worry because he would do his best. Then he called his partner and asked him how long he had spent on the poisonous land, and the answer was about 3 months. And he was sorry to admit that he had never seen anything like this before in a similar situation. Antonio didn't know what to do, as it was a bit of a mess, and Michael asked if they would continue on. He wasn't sure it was worth it, because if it had been someone else's reserve and not Bonnie's, there wouldn't have been any problems, but he still didn't understand why he was doubting. He whispered in his ear that she was a daughter of the Bauxen sect, and Sebastian heard this too, which shocked him. Now he understood why she occupied such a high position at such a young age, even though she had no talent. The man was happy when he saw that the golden tooth locusts were retreating and the technique had worked on them. Antonio called the boy and explained that if something like this happened again, he would leave and that he would not even be stopped by Bonnie. The man said that if someone wanted to leave, he would not hold them because he could not guarantee that they would be able to get to the exit on their own. He was holding spiritual energy in his hand, and at that time he was almost sure that it was not worth the candles. Antonio said that the journey would pay off only when they found the treasures of the people of the poisonous lands. People also realized that he was right, because she had been there for more than a month, and before that 2 more alchemists of the law of spiritual energy had died, so there were 10 of them left. Sebastian secretly gathers holy herbs and spiritual stones, but it was not enough, and they never found any traces of the people of the poisonous lands that Bonnie spoke of. He was scared and told me that the hostess said only local natives could be a problem for them. And the guy turned around when he said that he knew him because he was different from other alchemists of the law of spiritual energy, and the guy asked why he wanted to talk to him so suddenly. He told him that they were looking for the people of the poisonous lands, the descendants of the Valley of Secrets. He became angry that he did not say where and how he found out about it, and since she did not tell him because he also decided not to. Then he realized that his chances of getting to the memoirs were bad from the very beginning. But he began to think that if Antonio and Michael found out about it, they would be very angry because they were deceived. He realized that Bonnie had sent him to tell this story, and the guy said that he would lead him to the main forces. He knew this forest very well, so he asked to go first and lead them through the fog. They were happy to find a place to rest and get out of that ooman, but for the guy it was not good because he had no extra time. He wanted to go about his business, but Michael stopped him and asked where he was going. He used his compass to show them where there was a lot of spiritual energy, which meant that this place was very dangerous. But he found the best chrysanthemum, a beautiful flower filled with deadly poison. He felt that someone was unwilling and it was a deer, so he decided to pluck it, but the animal intercepted him and ran away with him. The boy was angry with him, since he was not even a sacred animal, so he let go of his threads and grabbed the deer. Sebastian was very surprised to see that the field had turned into a beautiful girl, and the boy did not know whether it was a human or a magical beast. He saw it as a threat, so he pointed his swords at it. She began to cry and yell at him because she had grown this flower with her whole soul and he just picked it. I was glad that I finally realized that you were her flower, since she had been raising it for more than 20 years. The girl stopped being very aggressive because he asked her if she lived on these lands and said that they wanted to steal her, so he should take her away. Leah became very aggressive when the guy asked her if she was a resident of these lands and called him a thief like the others. In the battle that ensued, most of them did not use their tame animals. Sebastian wanted to talk to her, but she wouldn't listen to him. You said he was a thief. 2 people came to the party and asked what was going on, and if the girl had turned into a deer. He explained to them that he was teaching him how to hunt, and they could see it. And Van Van immediately climbed on Leah. When the man saw the flower, he said that it was very valuable, and the boy decided to sell it for many spiritual stones. When asked why they were following him, he explained that they had to fulfill the sex task of finding the people of the Valley of Secrets. He told me that the people look very primitive. They know how to do household crafts, and their eyes give off a bluish glow and their hair is purple. The guys told me that he was originally a leopard, but during the battle, he turned into one. They wanted to take the deer and the bald man let out a fire with his hand. The guy was very scared at first and started screaming and asking what they were doing. He said he would not let them take the deer and used his techniques. He didn't know whether it was a fallen one or a descendant of the secret valley, but he knew that it was his, and he would not give it to anyone. The girl didn't have time to react, so she jumped away and turned into a human, hiding behind the boy. Gray knew that this guy was not easy. He was told that he managed to block and extinguish the flames. The guy wondered what he should do next and how the letter came for his memoirs and not for anything else. She told him that they had caught a leopard, which was her brother, and wanted to ask him one question. Can I trust him? The man was not interested in anything else. I saw signs in him that she was a descendant of the secret valley. Then Gray wanted to give her a drug under which she would not control herself, so the interrogation would be easier. He asked her to choose a medicine, and he had a plan, even though she was still worried about telling him everything. The card was supposed to take effect in 5 days, but it only gave 3 days, so the man slipped her the pill right then and there. Magical beasts were put in the cage, but it could not be easily broken because it was made of a special material that absorbs spiritual energy. If the guy was worried about future problems that they might have, the man did not care and decided to solve them as they came. He thought she would tell him something because her condition satisfied him, but she just spat in his face. His main problem was now the flower, and he remembered his master Brian, who told him how to get out of the cage at the level of the sun's breath. The man had already begun to extort information from her, and wanted to know where they lived. Sebastian appeared in time when the man wanted her again, and his demand was that she bite him and did not say the answer. He explained that they were not friends at all, but simply met on the road to different goals. He recalled the words of the master, who said that they were of the same type of energy and should interact like yin and yang. He managed to free the girl and asked her to trust him because he would sort everything out and grabbed her in his arms. A man appeared in front of him and wanted to prevent him from taking the girl with his fire, and he realized that other alchemists could punch through if the fight dragged on. There were already 2 alchemists against him, and when he jumped down, he saw a fog and decided to get lost in it. They arrived at a house, and there the girl had enough rest to stand up after she woke up. Even though it thanked him for the rescue, it still offended him, and the inscription tried to explain that he was not the kind of person who would lure someone into something that was not his. She wanted to take her chrysanthemum back and gave absurd arguments about it, even though he had saved it. Leah said that she just stumbled upon him and started looking after him. The girl was very happy that they fixed their hands because hands are very valuable for a chemist and they cannot cure, and if they do so, it means they trust each other. I didn't go to a certain place, but I had to blindfold him and there was a technique for trust. When we got there, he saw a very beautiful place. He was shocked, but the girl asked him to wait until she brought her father and others, but she was not sure that they would be happy to see him. Most people were very angry with him, but the girl's father was sincerely grateful that he saved her. When he arrived in the village, he was given a choice that would determine his future. The first was to live in Manko, and he agreed to that decision, and the girl thought he would be angry or try to run away, but he still is not trusted by the locals. He wanted to tell her to go to the Monarch of the Thousand by herself, but since she had to keep an eye on him, he would go with her. He realized that he had met the one who created the golden tooth of the locust he had killed, and its brother could not forgive him. But he tried to get out of it, because they had attacked him, and he could have died. After her brother's visit, they went to another town where red flags were hanging, and the girl explained that they were a warning to outsiders because the monarch's territory began further. My grandfather found out that his barrier did not work on the boy. It was made of poisonous plants so that no one would get poisoned. The girl handed over a fat worm from her brother, and the old man thought it was shy. But then she remembered that they don't like light. The worm had helped the chrysanthemum grow a lot, and it had reached its age, so now it could make its own acid poison. He wanted to celebrate some kind of holiday, as if he would not be harmed. His grandfather explained that the case was the strongest. He would get a lot of pain, even worse than death. He had already taken 8 pills and didn't want to stop because it was even worse for him and he could stand it, so he agreed to take the 9th pill. He had the audacity to ask for the 10th pill and said that his courage would not help him anymore and that his skills that he had before he managed the other pills. The woman said that his tint only comes from a golden elixir and that he had previously taken it from a nameless killer, so he thought he might be connected to them, but he couldn't tell them anything. They met the vice-rector and put the conversation on hold until they got to know each other better. After a while, the girl was very happy because she managed to make acid poison. When I spilled the acid, he saw that he had broken the barrier and drew conclusions about it, so the word poison was superfluous. He called a meeting because he learned that their son was in the main sect and wanted to try to save him. They took the prisoners to the pit and tried not to make them angry and how they could destroy them to the ground. But because it was their accomplices, they could not get to a safe place, and the boy and his father fell under the belts. Because I felt in my residence of strangers that the family of their prisoner was almost completely gathered. Well, actually getting out of her house, but that wasn't as easy as it seemed, so she decided to go to the responsible alchemist. She was very much looking forward to seeing Sebastian and did not understand where he came from. The main thing was to dodge the guy. But I ran into my father and realized that he was a descendant of the secret valley. She was very angry with them, but because I was too much I couldn't deal with them, so she just had to run away. But the threads grabbed her and wrapped her up, landing her on the ground. She said all sorts of nonsense as if she had gone crazy, and for a guy like that, it was a typical mindset of a non-alchemist. She thought that I didn't complain about them, but they had a mask that made the eyes glow and purple, but they called it the holy power of the Yangtze. She wanted to lure him over to her side by offering to write his heart and memoirs, which he had long been looking for. Bonnie looked crazy and wanted to try their yak, but she would have been lunch if they had just drunk her and she would have died. The girl went and arranged for them to be allowed to go without inspection, because her mistress was very annoyed. In fact, she was the daughter of a man who had turned into a letter writer in order to leave. I listened to them talk about how they wanted to get to the bottom of their mission, and she told them that they were almost there. They came to the tall tower and asked that their family member hold out a little longer. Now they began to persuade the guard, because he let them out on the grounds and allowed them to meet with him on a personal request. They had come a long way, and Sebastian had already visited him and asked how he was doing. He was even afraid to imagine that he had a very difficult time with a lot of herbs that had a bad impact on his health and emotional state. The guard said that I was asking for me too when I saw him taking the prisoner away, and they had already started a mission to return him. There was a fight between the guards and the boy's family to save him. They tried to do this so that their brother would be in the care of another person, and they would be safe until everything calmed down. Sebastian was shocked to see that the girl was at the yin and yang stage of recognizing the secret people. The two leaders began to communicate with each other and discuss issues that concerned them. She proposed a marriage between their peoples, so they would be under her care, but the man refused. They had a fight because she couldn't just let go, and the monarch milked the mask, which was good for Bonnie's mother. The old man said that it was a bad thing to wear a mask, that it raised the level of strength to an unprecedented level, but the longer you wear it, the harder it is for the body. The guy says to save him somehow and help him also through a flower that began to draw in the cold. And when a woman wanted to hit him, he was defended by two men because he had saved their monarch at the risk of his life. And that a very fierce battle between them, each trying to destroy one side or the other. And although they offered to surrender because he had an ancient flower, it was not critical for her to admit defeat. She did not know how to do it. It was the most difficult for the man to live in that state of serenity when he used the mask and took it off, and the mother and daughter fled. After a couple of months, they managed to return to the settlement from hiding from the Sex spies, thanks to everyone who helped them back then. Sebastian came to see Morgana, and she was very happy to see him, then prepared for the worst because she missed him so much. He explained to her that he had to go out again and buy according to his heart, that he would definitely come back to her again, and hugged her. He returned to the poisonous lands and decided to go to the Emerald Dragon because he had to prepare for a large-scale war and solve the riddle of the ring. He remembered his duty to his masters and to avenge them, and he promised to come back even stronger because he is a great alchemist.